Live from Holdem cash game here at Club JAQK Poker in Louisville, Kentucky. We've got about 4.5 minutes till we get started. Do apologize for the stream running a little bit late. Having trouble getting some players here on time, but we wanted to make sure that we were able to have a full game when we got going.
Right.
So if you're joining us here again, we'll be
to change your name.
We did.
get going here in the next few minutes. So hang by, get a soda, get a snack, call a buddy, meet up with your friends. Tell them the live stream's about 4 minutes away. 4 minutes.
Oh, some big hands yesterday, huh? They didn't get it all in with these.
Yeah, the hands yesterday, we did have some big hands. They didn't necessarily get them all in. I didn't write down the pot sizes, but this was in like the first 30 minutes. Aces versus kings twice. Yeah.
Went broke.
Yeah. I mean, they might have. I think they just bet pretty big. The second time for sure, airmail, Chris Russell. Chris Russell went broke. It was a nasty hand too. It was probably the hand of the night. Or no, that was a different one. That was a different one. Yeah, he had pocket kings against ace 8. It was that one. Yeah.
All in the first four.
Yeah, Mike hit the
Trip eights or something.
Nah, so Mike opened up under the on the straddle was on the button. Mike opened up from the small blind. Chris Russell was in the big blind with pocket kings, so he 3-bet. Other dude calls, gets back to Mike. Mike calls with ace 8 of diamonds. Flop comes ace king 4 or whatever it was with 2 diamonds. So Mike flopped top pair, nut flush draw. Chris flopped second set, so Mike checks. Chris bets. Other dude calls with a gutter. Mike raises, and then Chris gets it all in. They run it once, and Mike hits the diamond on the river.
It's good to be Mike.
Dude, it's unbelievable. He's just been running so good. He ended up finishing up for the night, but he was killing it for like the first hour and a half. But he ended up just running into a couple bad spots, but wasn't a huge winner, but definitely a winner.
Yep. I ran kings and aces at the casino the other night.
It was actually the most I've seen aces versus kings, or not aces just versus kings, but aces and kings so many times. Like when I played on the stream, I only played for like 4 hours, but I never saw aces or kings once.
Yep. I had the craziest little night at the casino the other night. I wasn't in the mood to play. It was a Thursday night. I heard that they were slow here, so I said, let me just drive over to the casino. I was like trying to convince myself to go grind. Was not in the mood.
Yeah.
Get over there. I'm like, I'm going to put 100 in video poker, see if I can hit little quads or something, go home. Quite the opposite. As I get stuck 100, chase the 100, get stuck another 100, move machines, get stuck another 100, go to the progressive machine. Anyways, I get stuck like I did play two. I did go play 2-5 like after the first 150, and I won like $60 in 2-5, so I was only stuck like 90. And went back to video poker, of course, because I had to get even, and I was not in the mood to play. I really wasn't. So I was like, man, I just want something quick. Hit, just getting hit on video poker over and over and over. Leave. I think I lost like 700 total, like an idiot. I was like, what the fuck did I do that for? And or F. Sorry,
I don't play video poker enough, but they do say it's the best way to play to make money.
It is. I mean, you can if you play good, perfect strategy.
Yeah, I've read a lot of strategy on it. I just have never played it.
I mean, I got 7-star off video poker and won getting it. But anyway, yeah. So, anyways, I do the 30 seconds, folks. Yeah. So, anyways, go back. Listen to this. Discussed it, right? Stuck 700. And go, God, I should just go home. I'm not going to play poker good now, being stuck 700 from video poker.
Yeah.
I'm going to be on video poker tilt. And go back to the table. I see one hand as I'm sitting back up. This foreign guy just dust off 500 with 9-6 suited on a 3-3 deuce, 2 offsuit flop. And we're live. Saturday night live. Sorry, I'm telling if you all are just tuning in. I was telling Tom my roller coaster of a night the other night. So anyway, I got watching. I mean, absolutely nothing. Check raised all in 9-6 on a 3-3 deuce. Guys got queens and just dust him off. He buys back in for 500. So I'm sitting there with the 350. that I left before the video poker fiasco. First hand, I sit down to get pocket aces. Dewey makes it 25 to go, so I know he's got a real hand.
Yeah.
Another guy calls 25. I make it 125. Foreign guy calls. Dewey calls. The other guy calls. So I get three callers for 125. And flop comes 8-3 deuce with 2 spades. They all check to me. I ship it from my last 230, whatever it is, what we got going on here. Sorry, folks. I'm in the middle of a story. So good. 2 9s versus ace 3 here. I'll continue my story in the dead hand spot here. Good turn for the 2 9s.
Yeah, this is generally just going to go bet fold here. Ronnie, just no way he
But
can
it's Danny
compete.
with the 9s, right? Yeah, he's got bottom pair, though. Yeah. Okay, so, pockets anyway. I ship it. Foreign guy instantly calls, which well, from what I just saw, completely expected. You know, he's going to call me with any pair. Everybody else folds. He flips over 8-3, flops 8-3 deuce. I was like, oh my God, I just lost $1,000 because I was up for my video poker money. Turns a 6, rivers a deuce. I counterfeit him.
Nice.
So I get all the video poker money back. The very first hand of poker.
Nice. I'm out of here.
Yes, you know what? So I'm chilling, right? You know, now I'm kind of, well, I'm not going nowhere with this guy at the table. And now I'm like, okay. But I'm just got 900 on the table, chilling. Our game breaks. That guy goes to PLO, our game breaks. And then I go for the 1-2. Buying for 300, just chilling. Then I run kings into aces.
Oh,
Right,
wow.
300. No, listen to this. This is the craziest shit. So now it's like 1 o'clock. And I was like, well, I know I got more free play after midnight. So I go put my video poker, my last, I had like $20 in free play, and I have my little $50 slip. So I put it in the machine, sitting there, and I go, man, I'd like to hit quad aces right now, which is worth $400. I'm betting $5 to spin. Boom, quad aces. I get
Wow.
400, so all the running the kings into aces, get it right back the very next,
What a night.
30 minutes. Yeah, it was like just down, up, down, up. I left, I think I lost $24.
That's not a bad night. Anytime you can leave with any kind of money from the casino is always going to be good.
No, I lost 24.
Oh, you lost? I'm sorry. I thought you said came up 24.
But that's okay.
That's
When you're
not
stuck-
bad.
When you're about to lose 1,000, that feels pretty sweet.
Oh, yeah. That's the same thing as winning.
Yeah. Sorry, folks. You had to be tuned in to hear that story.
No, that's all good. Definitely thanks for everybody for joining us here on this Saturday night here in Louisville, Kentucky. We're at Club JAQK watching a 5-5 no limit Holdem cash game stream. We're going to be here for the next several hours. Got a vintage photo of Art here. Very vintage. Love that mustache.
Yes.
So we'll be here with y'all for the next several hours commentating this action. Again, my name's Tom, here with my buddy Mitch.
Yes.
Again, we're here in Louisville, Kentucky. We're at 161 Outer Loop. That's 40214 at Club JAQK. If you have any kind of questions or comments, you can find us on any of our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram.
Drop
Also
them in
on,
the chat.
yep, you can,
We'll answer them right here,
yeah,
live.
let us know if y'all are here following us. Again, we do apologize for being a little bit delayed. We were waiting for some players to get here. We were going to start the game shorthanded, but we wanted to make sure that we provide y'all with all the action. We have all sorts of exciting news. I did mention several things yesterday, but we'll talk about it throughout the night. We do have our Club JAQK mini-series coming up next week. We're also going to be beginning a Club JAQK Poker League in the beginning of January, and also the Card Player Poker Tour coming to town in February. So we'll talk about that throughout the night. Make sure you stick with us. If y'all are here in the chat, let us know. Yeah, we had an interesting game last night, picking right up where we left off here. A lot of our players from last night's game are in here. That is definitely not Sean.
Sean is here. I saw him. Sean's,
Well, the photo of the guy in seat 1 is incorrect.
oh, gotcha.
I don't think I saw Sean at this table.
I
No,
saw
Sean's
him.
not at this
No,
table.
Sean is for sure. I saw him just a second ago.
No, this is who it's saying in seat 1 is Sean. And that's not Sean.
Oh, wait.
You might have seen
Oh,
Sean.
I've seen his picture, but that's not him, right?
Yes, correct.
Got it.
So this guy here in seat 1's name is...
Yeah, he played last night.
Actually, you know what? I believe his name is Sean.
Tom D's OG.
D's nuts.
Hey, I don't know if we can say that on here.
Well, it's
D's
N-U-T-Z, so it's not actually nuts. It's D's nuts.
OG.
Hey, Tom, can you explain seat rentals? Yeah, sure can. So here at Club JAQK, in order to make our operation legal and legit, we have to figure out other ways besides cutting the pot. That's like taking a rake to generate revenue. That's how we're able to legalize poker in the state of Kentucky. So seat rental fees are essentially only applied to cash games. They are $10 per hour. So if you want to come play poker for 3 hours, it's going to cost you $30 worth of seat rental fees. Now, I know it sounds a little bit stout, but if you start breaking down the math, again, myself personally, I've worked in the casino industry for many, many years, understand how it works. When you start taking a rake out of the pot, generally on average about $5 to $7 per hand, and you play roughly about 30 to 50, sometimes 60 hands per hour, that money really starts to add up. So what we have done here is just, instead of taking money out of each and every pot, we just charge a seat rental fee, which is $10. You can pay that up front, or you can, pay an hour, and then as your time expires, they'll just say, hey, D's, your time has expired. You're going to need to up your chair rental fee, upload some money on the account, and you'll just do it right there. So that is just one thing. Now, with the tournaments, they do not charge a seat rental fee for any of the tournaments here that we offer. So if you're, for example, wanting to come play the free roll, and you're thinking to yourself, oh, well, I don't want to play the free roll and have to pay $10 an hour, you don't have to worry about that. They do not charge that for the tournaments. Whether it's a free roll or a buy-in, you don't have to worry about that. Now, of course, there is still the membership fee that you do have to pay. We have 3 different options for the membership. We offer a $10 daily, a $30 monthly, and a $240 yearly. So if we bust down the math, it's pretty simple. $10 a day per month is going to cost you, about $300. So in that case, you'd probably be much better going ahead and getting the $30 monthly deal, because instead of the $300, it's only $30 now. So on average, you're not paying $10 per day, you're paying $1 per day. And of course, if you plan on playing a lot more than that, probably several times a year, I'd go ahead and recommend getting the $240 yearly fee. That is essentially going to bust down to roughly, give or take, about 60 to 65 cents per day in fee. So
we got a limp with kings from Mark here and a raise from Art. Sorry.
Oh, no, fine. D's, we'll get back to you here in a minute. We'll just take a look at this action here with Mark with the kings.
Hope that answers your question, Mr. Nuts. Basically, you have to break it down on how often you feel like you're going to play.
Yes, if you're only going to play,
a lot of deals for you if you're going to play a lot.
Yeah, if you're going to play 2-3 times a year, I would just recommend doing the $10 daily. But if you're going to play 2-3 times a month, you absolutely have to do the monthly. And if you're going to play several times a year, you're going to have to do the yearly. It's just going to be more beneficial for you. As we see kings set a little trap. Set a trap. Unfortunately, Art, maybe if he had the suited ace, would have continued. But offsuits ace-7, it's just not going to be strong enough. So D's, let's see here. So if you pay a 5-hour seat rental up front, but only play for 2 hours, do they track it? So
yes,
you can
they
use
do.
it? Yes, they do, D's. That's a great question. They absolutely do. So we use a type of Bravo system. You might be familiar, when you sit down at a normal poker room, you'll swipe your card in and they'll give it right back to you. We have something very similar to that where it tracks your hours. So say you pay 5 hours, and you come in and you play for 5 minutes, and all of a sudden you get a phone call, you have to leave the game. They basically just deduct 5 minutes from that time frame. So it's precise. Yeah, it's precise, and it'll roll over, so you'll never be left without. So
set of 6s. I saw that. We got some action here. Open-ended for not the real Sean. Ronnie's got a flush draw. Pair of 7s for Dan. He's out. There's going to be some action here. Art, the set of 6s.
Yeah, so we see here Jay is going to go ahead and take that lead with the ace. And I like the play by Art. He's going to go ahead and raise that up to 75. And Jay might believe that it's... Yeah. Well, the flush draw is pretty tough there when you have a bet and a raise, because 10 high, even when you do hit the flush, may not be good. So... good play by Art to go ahead and disguise the strength of his hand, because with how wet the board was, all the potential draws It's
He
very
didn't get action there.
very
Oakland
possible
ended
to.
the flush draw fold.
Yeah.
Top pair folds that.
So it may cost them in the long run, but as of now, not a bad play by Art.
Take it. Anytime you scoop the pot, you did something right.
Absolutely. So it looks like here we're going to have SpongeBob open up the action to 25 with the ace-6 suited. Art with the vintage mustache. Just going to smooth call that with the lovely Jack-10 suited. Todd, not going to lay down the threes. Looks like Jay's going to get in there with the Queen-Jack offsuit. We're going to flop
big
a
flop,
very,
Jack-10
very
spades.
lovely
Oh,
flop
yeah,
here. Yeah.
SpongeBobby.
So we have Jay here with top pair, middle kicker. He's going to like it, but he's not going to love it. SpongeBob's going to have the nut flush draw with Art, a flush draw, and a gutter to the straight. So we're going to have some pretty decent action here. I'm interested to see what Art does. He goes for just the call. It's going to be a lot of absolutely, yeah. What a great turn card. So, yeah. So, unfortunately, the pocket threes got out of there one street too early, but he was going to get the bad news that he was up against two different flushes. So this is an interesting play here by SpongeBob checking the nuts. I love the play because it's going to almost always allow Art to think that he has the best hand. Jay's in a difficult spot here. I know he's got the top pair, decent kicker, but you're just almost always going to have to fold.
Or Art.
And here we have an interesting spot here because SpongeBob's only got about 400 left, and honestly, this might be a spot that you just want to go ahead and ship it. But he's just going to flat call. River's going to come out a 10. So this could be a spot here where he's just going to ship it, and I think Art's just going to snap call.
Correct.
He does, and Art's going to get the bad news.
It's like you're a mind reader, Tom.
Yeah, it's just unfortunately when you leave yourself with so little, it's just, I'd like to see him go ahead and get it all in there. It just looks like possibly a queen with a draw. Either way, he was going to get called one way or the other, so good play by SpongeBob. He's going to go ahead and bump himself up to about 1,000.
Cooler alert at Club JAQK. Cooler alert. Flush over flush. Good flushes, too.
Yeah, Art loved it. I mean, anytime that you have the flush draw with the gut shot straight draw, I mean, that feels like you flopped a set. And it feels even better when you actually turn the flush, but little did Art know that he was up against the nuts there.
Good thing, yeah, those pocket threes didn't get to see the turn. They would have got maybe priced in to try and pair the board.
Yeah, had they decided to slow play their hands a little bit more, pocket threes would have been a world of hurt if they would have saw the turn. But luckily he made the correct decision, folded on that flop.
You know, a lot of squadooshi here.
Yeah, so we're going to see the king high board. Nobody's got anything here, so whoever has the most heart's going to win this. Looks like Jay is going to take the aggressive approach, just fire out first to act, and he's going to take down that pot. Sometimes it's just best just to not even look at your hand and just fire out. Take a read at the table if nobody really seems interested. Throw some chips out in the pot and you can rake it down. You do that enough times, you're going to show a nice little profit at the end of the night. So here we got Art under the gun with ace queen off. He's going to go ahead and do a standard raise. Does look like there's a straddle live, so he's going to bump that up to 30. Todd, of course, with the pocket sevens can really do nothing but call there. Now here's an interesting play for Jay. He's on the button with king queen. He does see a raise under the gun, but this is a spot where sometimes it might be best to throw out a raise.
Ace queen, oh yeah.
No, yeah, he's got king queen, so he does go ahead and he does go ahead and do that. He's going to take the power of the position. Little does he know he's out pipped by Art, but Art's probably just going to stick around there, which is going to force Todd to call, and hopefully what we see is a Queen 7 deuce board.
No, someone's praying for blood
Yeah,
early.
yeah. Sorry, I'm here for the action, guys. There's a
seven.
7. Oh, so close. It's the king.
Close. 7 in the window.
Yeah.
A lot of sweat for us. So there is the king. So
we got halfway there. Yeah, we got halfway there. Art's going to check, most likely. Todd's going to check behind him, and then we're probably going to see Jay.
Oh, yeah, he's going to bet.
Yeah, Jay's going to feel really comfortable with his king.
My man Todd. Just going to get the king queen in there, probably dead if he plays it correctly.
Yeah, so
call. Yep.
It would be
There's nothing to fear with a set of 7s.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, worst case scenario, probably against.
That's a bad card, but not really. I mean.
Yeah, he's losing to Jack 8. He's losing to 6-8. Jack Queen.
But that'd be in the 3 better. It's Queen Jack's the only one.
Yeah.
Suited.
Yeah, considering that Jay took the aggressive approach and went ahead and 3-bet. Now he's going to slow down here. And that's a terrible.
For your 7s.
That's a terrible card for your trip 7s. Now you're losing
do you like
to any
a blocker
Jack.
bet here or a check? Pick it off.
I like a blocker bet just to find out where you're at here. There's just so many combinations of cards that now you lose to. If you check and get bet to, it's extremely difficult. But Jay's going to get the bad news once he checks and finds out that his king is no good.
Yeah, bad run out for the 7s.
Yeah, when you're looking at the board and there's open-ended out there, there's a flush draw out there, there's more than one straight available, and you have 3 of a kind. If you check and dude bets big, you're just playing a guessing game. I think I'd rather go ahead and throw out a little feeler bet there and basically be ready to bet fold. I mean, you could still make a hero call, but the amount of combination of cards that are available to beat you are quite high. And as we can see, we get 0 value from our set, but that's very unlikely. Had he bet anything, he would have been called. It's very possible, but it depends on the size of the bet.
Yeah, that's just a really bad run out for the set.
Absolutely, yeah. Last thing you want to.
Deuce, offsuit deuce on the turn. King queen's probably gonna double them up.
Yeah. So here we see Mark again with pocket kings.
Yeah,
Kings are staying with
that
him.
Blue hoodie or something.
I don't know what it was, but again, last night we saw aces and kings multiple times throughout the beginning of the night.
He's setting the trap again. I like this
He
play
is.
because he's got the button.
He is. It looks very weak. It looks like he's just a majority of hands would call the button. Only a few hands would raise the button. So
Yeah, flop's good.
he's going to conceal the strength of his hand, and unfortunately for Sean, he's
That's
flopped
not
top
Sean.
pair.
If that is Sean, that's not the Sean in the
Yeah,
picture.
so that Sean played last night, but we have the incorrect photo for him. As you can notice, Sean in the photo only has a mustache, and the
he's wearing
player,
a hat.
and he's wearing a hat. Yes, the player at the table has more than just a mustache. He has the face stash.
Well, maybe Sean just screwed that overnight, you know.
So this is a good play here. So what we see here is a bet and an immediate raise from Mark, and he has completely concealed the strength of his hand. Now, Sean's not going to like the turn card, but it's possible that he may be putting Mark on 2 overs and a flush draw. So we'll see we'll see the sizing here with a pot at about 420.
I like he's going back.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to go a little too high for Sean's taste, but we'll see what happens here. It looks like he's going for about the 320 range.
Yeah, I don't think Sean looks interested though.
Yeah, it's definitely a sticky spot because with what Sean's thinking is my opponent just called on the button, so what are the potentials? Obviously, sets are out there, straights are out there. He could have had something like 6-8 suited, flopped open-ended, and now turned a pair. Thinks maybe I have just ace-king.
Problem with Jack 9 here is you lose to a lot of 9s.
Yeah, absolutely. So
Ace-9,
it's very
10-9.
possible that Mark on the button calls with ace-9 of spades. Or not ace-9 of spades because Sean has the 9, but ace-9 suited, king-9 suited.
Yeah, I love Jack 9 suited. It's one of my favorite fun hands. But you're not playing it to flop top pair.
No.
You're playing it to hit your straights.
Yeah, you have
two
to.
pair Jacks and 9s type of hand where you can get, Jack 9 deuce flop and someone's in there with ace Jack.
Mm-hmm.
Bust their face open. We used to call that hand being my buddy called it the ninja. And someone said, "Why do you call it the ninja?" Because it slices aces up. Like the destroyer, the 9-7.
Oh, yeah.
We used to call it, yeah. Yeah, it was a good play by Mark. See, because if he would have just 3-bet there, he probably would have got He probably got one call from the jack. Now, he might have got a little bit more, but
Yeah, who knows what would have happened there, because it just depends on how Sean wants to play his top pair.
it'd have been, yeah.
Some players play it cautiously, and some players
But let me
overplay
tell
it.
the chat why I really like Mark's flat there. Exactly what he looked. He looked just like all those hands we named are in his range now. Like I say, doesn't really. No one thinks he has two kings.
No.
So if someone does wake up with a squeeze type hand behind him, he just now got them in the trap as well.
Oh, yeah.
Someone gets spicy with the ace-4 suited in the blinds, or someone wakes up with the jacks or tens behind them. Luckily, and then they're never putting him on the kings when they 3-bet, and then he comes back over the top and 4-bets, especially with the button, because people think you're, oh, I'll raise on the button here because I look like I'm stealing with the button. So I really like this play with kings, actually. He picked up a little cheddar with just against the jack nine, but if someone would have 3-bet behind, he had them in the little mouse trap too. But if Mark gets dealt kings again in the next 15 minutes, I'm going to go out and ask for a deck change.
Yeah, or if I can just sit down where he's sitting, I'd love to play.
What's that hat he's got on? Is that Kentucky hat?
No, I'm not actually sure what kind of hat that is. I was looking at it earlier. I do enjoy the color of it. It's a Kentucky color, but it's a little light. I believe. I think it's a little light.
I think he's a Kentucky fan.
That's definitely not a Kentucky hat.
Is that Lions? Detroit Lions? What's on his shirt? Just
No, I think it
Nike?
says Nike.
Oh, okay.
No, I really could not tell you what kind of hat that is. It looks like a bunch of arrows pointing in a certain direction. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's an actual team affiliated hat. I do like it though.
Probably just a bunch of kings on this hat, pocket kings.
No, they look
There's
like
the jack nines. That's a Nike watch thing for sure. Yeah, it looks like you're right. Arrowheads or like
some kind of arrow of some kind. If anybody in the chat knows what kind of hat that is, let us know. I'm trying to get one. It's pretty fresh.
It's pretty lucky hat. Georgie in there. George is up there down here with the Queen 10. He's up against the Jack 9, the 6-7 suited, and Jack 9 flops top pair again. Second pair here for George. Gut shot from Dan, who, from my knowledge, he likes to peel those gutters.
Yeah, for sure, especially depending on what the action is here.
He's got a shot to bink a straight nut. He's gonna go for it. George might get in a little trouble here when they check it to him twice.
Looks like George fired out and we just haven't picked it up.
And did Dan try and bang the gutter? He did.
Yeah, so it looks like we just don't have the graphic, but it looks like Gas Tray went ahead and fired out.
George.
Jay just called. Danny Jack peeled with the gutter.
Yeah. Now the river is a check and a bet. And George is in the tank with the 10. And
yeah, so it looks like we just struggled to get George's action there. Or Gas Tray, so he's calling him George.
yeah.
And he's going to get sticky, hoping he's got the best hand. He's going to find out, unfortunately, that he's just out-pipped by a card.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, the guy checked flop. He has a really good 10.
Yeah, when you check the flop, just call the turn. It's generally going to be somewhere more weighted towards around draws. Queen 9s, Queen 8s, King 9s, possibly hearts. Just trying to see cheap rivers, turn cards. So I don't necessarily blame Gas Tray for that call there. Sometimes you just have to make hero calls. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong.
Yep, I probably would have called there. The way the hand played. You got a pretty good little 10 you're working with.
So again, thanks everybody for joining us here on Saturday night. Looks like it's right at about 7 o'clock now. You are watching our 5-5 No Limit Holdem cash game stream here at Club JAQK. We're located at 161 Outer Loop. That's 40214. If you all have any kind of interest in coming into play, maybe you want to play the live stream, maybe you just want to play one of our other cash games, just simply shoot us a message. You can find us on Facebook. You can also find us on Poker Atlas. It's the best way to get signed up for games, find out any other kind of information you may need. If you ever are interested in playing, we'll allow anybody to come play. Just give us a shout. We'll get you signed up for the cash game stream. You can test your skills playing online, and best part about it is you can go back and watch yourself and see any kind of mistakes you made. It's extremely helpful. I know a lot of the players that have played on the stream have went back and studied the tapes, just trying to see if there's any kind of leaks or any kind of tells. It's a great platform to be able to improve your game.
Your friends and family can watch you.
Yeah, actually,
spin it up or torch some money.
That's one of the better parts is, you know, maybe you have mom, dad, brother, sister, daughter, son, somebody that wants to be able to watch you play. And, you know, because typically speaking, it's hard to get on a stream unless you're playing on the highest stakes or if you're at a final table of a World Series of Poker. So it's awesome that Club JAQK has offered a live stream here in the Louisville, Kentucky area, because in fact we have no poker options. If we want to play poker, we either have to play a home game or go out of town to do so. Got to go across state lines. So very impressed here with Club JAQK, what they've done to provide poker to the community. And again, we have all sorts of exciting things coming up in the next couple of months. Just to give you a quick rundown, we'll go over it in more detail later. But again, our Club JAQK mini-series is going to run from November 17th through 19th. That's about a week. Beginning January 8th, we're going to begin the Club JAQK Poker League. That's a 36-player max poker league with a $160 per week tournament. Long story short, after 10 weeks of play, we're going to give away a couple of seats to the main event. And then we're going to conclude that in February with the Card Player Poker Tour, set to be the largest tournament series in the state of Kentucky's history. We'll talk about that more later as well. But all sorts of exciting things coming up in the next couple of months here at Club JAQK.
Looking forward to a lot of those.
Absolutely.
Poker League will be cool.
Yeah, the Poker League is probably what I'm most excited about. It's the Poker League, again, begins January 8th. It runs from January 8th for 10 consecutive Mondays. So every Monday for 10 straight weeks, they're going to have a tournament for $160. It's capped at 36 entries. So the first 36 people that get signed up for it will be locked in. Now, for those who may have questions about maybe you couldn't make it one of those weeks, they do offer a sub policy where if you're unable to make it one week, you are allowed to have somebody play for you.
So what happens if, do you have to play all 10 weeks?
Yes, so this is a
You
point.
you can't like scoop the first 4 and then just chill?
No.
You
So,
have to play
yeah, because the prize pool is dependent
on the buy-ins.
on the buy-ins. So
Got
it has to be, or you would essentially forfeit. There's more details to come out. I'm sure they're going to iron out a lot of those details that I just haven't been made aware of just yet. But to my knowledge, you have to play. That's why they're offering a sub policy. Like if you're unable to play, somebody has to play for you. But it's not like they're just only doing the 2 packages. They're doing all sorts of cool stuff with that league. So even if you've played every week and you didn't make it, say you were the first person knocked out every single week, and then when it comes to the finals, you will receive a point-based, you'll have points assigned to you where you finish in the league. So if you finished 36 every single week, it's not like you wouldn't have a shot to go play in the main event. You would simply just begin the final tournament with the lowest chip stack. So the better, at least this is the way I was made to have it understood, was the better you do each week, the more points you'll receive. And then at the end of the period, whoever has the most points would start with the most chips.
I like it.
Yeah, so say, for example, again, you ran pretty bad, you finished in last every week. When we got to the final week where we're actually giving away the prizes, we'll just say, and this is kind of spitballing numbers because I don't have the official numbers here in front of me, but we'll say first place has 25,000 in chips. They were the one that did the best throughout the 10 weeks. They'll start with 25,000 in chips. And then this guy that finished in last place every single week, might only start with 5,000 in chips. So you'll still have a shot to make any of those prizes.
And I believe what else is also really cool about it is even just for participating in the league, let's say you exactly right, you get last place every time, you go to the last tournament, you don't win that, whoever goes and represents in the main event and plays, you get a piece of their action. The whole field does.
Yeah, I want to say it was 20 to 25%. I'm not sure what that number is either, but I believe it's 20 to 25%, maybe 10%. I'm not 100%. We'll figure out those numbers once the league gets a little bit closer.
But either way, so there's a sweat each way.
So they've already said that the way it's going to work is after taxes, you'll pay your taxes and then you'll split that money with the league. So even if you don't make it, your buddy George or whoever, Steve or whoever it is, wins the seat. They will then donate a percentage of their winnings, if they have any, to all the participants in the league. So it's just an added way to make money. And again,
Star in the chat. Good luck tonight, guys. Thank you. I think you're talking to us, not the table. We don't need luck in here,
thank you,
Star.
I do appreciate that.
We are really skillful in this.
As we have a couple of ace kings here with a queen jack suited, Mark's going to make a smart lay down there. I know a lot of people get a little sticky there with the queen jack suited. It's very pretty pre-flop, but it'll definitely get you in trouble. Now let's see what Todd does here. He's raised it up. He's been 3-bet to 90. With the ace king offsuit, I feel that you can go with two options here. You can probably just call. You could probably raise.
But you can never fold.
You're never folding. Yeah, so it looks like he might play the aggressive approach here. But I like either play.
You don't really love now. Let's put the shoe on the other foot with the other ace king. Now the raiser has re-raised your re-raise. And how do you feel about it now?
Yes.
That ace king shrinks up quite a bit.
Absolutely. So Jay, he loves having the button. He loves having the ace king, but he hates the fact that it's offsuit. He hates the fact that he has taken the betting lead and it has been taken right back away from him. So now he's been put in a difficult spot because generally speaking, when you've been 4-bet, a majority of the time, the hands that you're going to be against are all premiums.
Mm-hmm.
Aces, kings, queens,
Ace king.
and ace king. And
Potentially jacks.
yes, so we'll see what Jay thinks here. He's either going to take the approach of he's probably got me crushed or
all in. Was it because he's got 800? Yeah,
no, he's going to make a
it's crazy
conservative
I
fold.
don't mind this fold.
No, it's not a bad
Stephen
fold at all.
Owen, how familiar are you all with the players at the table? I know I'd say I'm pretty familiar with about 40% of the table. I've watched a lot of these guys on stream, but actually had some personal playing experience with about 40%. I've seen all of them play, at least on the stream.
Yeah, same with me as well, Steven. I don't know any of these guys personally, but seat 2, seat 3, seat 9, all have been local players here. I've dealt to them many, many times at our local casino. And everybody else I just know from the actual stream, watching the stream as well. Mm-hmm. Like Sean here, even though that picture is incorrect, was here last night.
I know the guy in the picture, too.
Yeah, he's a local player here. Art, who is in, I want to say, seat 7 with the mustache.
Art, but I've watched him on stream.
Yeah, I've played against him once and have watched him on the stream.
Star, where are you at? Seat open, I believe. She was down in Jacksonville, I think, playing in a tournament.
Oh, down in Jacksonville. That's cool.
The old Best Bet. You ever played there? It's a really cool
I have,
place.
Actually, I have been trying to get down to Florida forever and have yet to do it. I've just been too lazy. Every time I go on a trip, I either go to Atlantic City or Vegas. So I need to really start mixing it up. However, actually, I do need to go ahead and book some tickets because I got to fly through Florida. So I either got to fly through Miami or I got to fly through Fort Lauderdale. But unfortunately, I'm not going to have any kind of layover, so I won't be able to hang out for a while.
Go down a day or two early.
Yeah, well, so, I won that seat to the tournament or whatever, but I started looking up airfare, and the
Kings and fives
airfare.
here for the imposter Sean versus King 10, Ace Queen backdoor.
Okay, yeah. I'll continue here in a second. We'll definitely take a look at this action here.
And we got to put over for old Tommy Poo here. He shipped him a trip to the Bahamas, but we'll talk about that after this carnage.
So we see the insignificant 8 on the turn.
Yep.
Doesn't change anything.
Nothing at all.
Jay's going to feel more comfortable with this king that a heart didn't hit. He's also trying to avoid any kind of 9, 10, jack, ace.
Oh, and
Sean really loves his hand because the same situation. None of the major draws have hit. 8 doesn't change anything. And we see Sean here, which is really going to confuse me with this photo, but he goes ahead and leads out.
I know.
Now this is going to put Jay in an incredibly difficult spot here because he's just got the top pair. The board is fairly wet, lots of draws available, but we just saw him lay down ace-king, and again he makes another excellent laydown, knowing right where he's at.
Now, Mark, does he think he could be against ace 10 of hearts?
So it's kind of, yes, again, it's the same situation here where Mark does have second pair. He's got a vulnerable hand, but there's just so many possible draws out there. But with Sean taking such a hefty line, betting 265 in front of 2 other players, it would be incredibly optimistic to think that this was a bluff. So he thinks better of it, lays it down. Sean's going to take that down with 2 pair.
Mark looks like a non-believer. He needed your normal kings there, Mark, and you would have been in good shape.
Yeah, you can't catch kings every time, Mark, but maybe you can.
Give him time. Give him time.
But yeah, I started looking at the airfare, and I was kind of upset because the airfare one night was, for my girl and I to go, was going to cost us about $1,100, I believe. And I fell asleep and didn't order them, and woke up the next day and went to take a look at it, and the prices had went up $100. So now it's at about $1,200. So there's only a couple of airlines that fly to the Bahamas, and unfortunately there's no direct flights from here.
Someone told me there is. Maybe it's in Cincinnati.
It's most likely going to be Cincinnati, and
Take your ass to
I'm
Cincinnati.
too lazy to do all that.
Oh my God, I ain't never too lazy to save $500.
Well, it depends. I mean, again, I haven't purchased the tickets, so I can go back and look at it.
Trip 6 is here for art.
Yes, we'll pause that conversation
Yeah,
here.
no, that's
We'll look at
just-
arts.
It's nothing significant. I don't think Todd's going nuts with the 4 deuce.
No, it's really going to come down to SpongeBob if he wants to make a play here,
He does.
and he does. He wants to try to float and see if he can hit that king or 5, even though he's essentially drawing dead.
Yeah, because there's 100%. It's either Lexington or Cincinnati.
It wouldn't be Lexington.
Someone told me about that because I was talking about going to the Bahamas too, and someone said there is a direct flight.
Yeah, so generally speaking, if you go to
It wasn't that
Cincinnati,
expensive.
it
was
would be
like
through
300
Newport,
bucks
I
a piece.
believe. Newport, Kentucky is where that airport is.
Yeah, I mean, I used to fly to Vegas out of Cincinnati.
I've done it a couple of times. It's just the downside when you do that is there is a small charge associated with that because you got to figure out where to park your car at.
No, that's nothing though. They've got a parking lot right at that hotel. It's like 15 bucks a day.
No, that's not bad. But it's still a charge associated with that, and the trip is going to be for 11 days. So not only would I have to pay the cost to get up there, which isn't a lot, obviously,
Deuces there.
but it's going to cost me another $150 just to park a vehicle. So a lot of factors go into it. I'm pretty cheap, so
Sounds like it. Sounds like you're cheap and you're lazy.
yes, basically. So
That's not a good combination, buddy.
so either tonight or tomorrow, I'm going to look more into it. But either way, got to make the sacrifice, got to pay it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get there as quick, but if I'm, someone told me the flight there and back for one person was like 300 something bucks direct flight.
It depends on when you go.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, so again, I was looking at round trip at one point, and it was like $450, and then literally within a day it was at $550.
What airline are you looking at?
There was a couple of them. There was American Airlines, Delta. So again, these are international flights. The laws have changed in the Bahamas now, so like I have to have a passport to even go there.
Yeah, true.
So there's only a few airlines that actually travel internationally, even though it's honestly just a boat ride across from Miami. But still got to abide by those regulations.
Yeah. Allegiant down to Miami and then take your international
Yes,
over.
yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Or
that's
Spirit or
that's
whatever.
definitely possible.
You could get down there for like $100.
Yeah.
And then whatever. I'm sure the Miami to Bahamas ain't that bad.
No, actually, that is the cheaper of the flights. The main cost of the flight, they had three ports, I believe, that you could get to. Well, not ports, but they had Fort Lauderdale, Miami, and Atlanta that you could fly out of to get down.
To the Bahamas.
Yeah, so anybody unaware, they have a World Series of Poker going on down at the Bahamas beginning December 3rd through the 14th. They are going to be having 15 bracelet events. It was recently announced a couple months back. It's going to be an extremely exciting tournament series down there. I will officially be down there getting my gamble on, getting some sun.
Ace Queen versus King Queen here. Sorry, Tom.
No, you're good. Yeah, so
I'll promise you, I'll let you tell.
who cares
how
about
good
my
you
story?
are.
Let's see this action because you know Danny Jack's going to come out firing hard.
And then that ain't gonna matter.
Yeah, so Danny Jack's slow played his hand like I thought he would.
And then
It gets checked to the button. Who Art gets a little bit liberal with his ace-7 offsuit, flops top pair. He's going to make a very incredible laydown. And then we're going to see here with Todd with the ace-queen suited. Now, I know we flopped 2 pair, but it's very possible that Danny Jack could have 10 Jack here. It's also possible that he could have, the ace-king like he does, but
King and a flush draw.
king and a flush draw is going to be extremely likely too. So I think what we're going to see here is we're going to see that Todd wants to see a safe turn card, and the 4 of diamonds is going to be about as safe as it can possibly be.
Danny said, I'm taking you to value, and he has no clue he's valuing himself right now.
Yeah, so what we actually see is Danny Jack valuing himself downwards. And Todd's played this perfectly because his hand looks like a weak ace with a draw.
Oh, my God.
And oh, my goodness. So what we're going to see here
God, Danny.
is a check raise, and
Well,
Todd.
good point. Good point.
Actually, I don't think Todd's.
Really bad river
Yeah,
for
I don't
Todd.
think Todd's going to check raise here.
He's gonna
I think
block
he's
our
just
bet.
going to call and get the bad news that he got extremely unlucky. We can see Danny Jack's face here.
Oh, he blocker betted it. Oh, yeah, he did. You're right. And he disgustingly throws the cards at Jack. They're buddies, by the way. That wasn't a. But Todd is disgusted at that river.
Yes.
Jake Bishop, the thumbnail pic of Sean is wrong. We are aware, unless Sean, grew a beard and
Got plastic surgery.
got a little plastic surgery, ate some
Children.
more food.
No offense.
Yeah, we don't know why that thumbnail's wrong. Well, I think the one seat's actual name is Sean, but that is
Yeah,
not
so I think that the simple confusion was that the actual guy in the photo's name is Sean, spelt S-E-A-N, and the guy playing in seat 1 is named Sean, spelt S-E-A-N.
I mean, they're practically twins.
True story. Did you know my mom actually wanted to name me Sean Patrick, kind of like Cher, because she hated my father so much that she didn't want me to have the last name, so I was told that Sean Patrick was going to be my name growing up.
What does that have to do with Cher?
Sean.
I know you said kind of like Cher.
Oh, I might have misspoke. Sean.
Oh, yeah, you said Cher.
Oh, no, I did say Cher. Yeah, like Cher only has one name, right? Like, it's just Cher.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like Sean Patrick. Like, I didn't have a last name. But luckily, that never happened.
You're losing me here. Should just put Mauer in his thumbnail. I don't know what that is. Mauer? Is that
I think his
last
name is Sean Mauer.
Oh, I got you, Sean. Okay, Sean. Another Sean in the chat. Sean, who spells it with the S-H-A-U-N.
Yeah, I
James,
don't.
who does not just have
I don't
one
know if
name.
that's the correct way, Sean to James. There is
spell it.
several ways to spell Sean.
I'm a big fan of the S-H-A-W-N.
I think that's the easiest way because that just always reminds me of Sean Kemp.
Yeah, Sean, the Rain Man, baby.
Yeah. There's no incorrect way to spell Sean. Tomato.
S-H-O-N with a high apostrophe over the N you could go with.
Yeah.
Sean. What else could you? Yeah, we got the S-E-A-Ns. We now have the S-H-A-U-N in the chat.
We should have a Sean game with just people who spell the name Sean differently.
Yeah, the Sean game. You guys come play the Sean game. First hour free. If you all arrive on time.
Which is very difficult here.
There is. S-H-A-U-N. Sean. We hear you. You have a good last name too, DeJanes. DeJane. I mean, you are not a Cher. You have a hefty name. we got here? Just 3 kings and full house on board.
Boat on the board. So it looks like we're just going to go ahead and chop that up. We're going to make Jordan do some work, split that hefty pot. Looks like each player is going to get a little bitty baby amount of chips.
Sweet thing here, just since they do not rake the pot, when you do chop one, you don't lose any money.
Yes.
That's another thing. You all don't, if you're not a seasoned player or something just to think about. But
yes.
Those little things add up, though.
That is one thing you'll notice is just from being a dealer for so many years, one thing that you'll notice is the casinos all take money out of the pot. So you'll notice that players end up rebuying a lot more often in casino games than they will here. And that's just simply because no money is coming off the table. So every time that you win a hand, a small percentage, usually no more than 5%, 10% max, depending on what it is, will come out of the pot. So people will become short stacked a lot quicker in normal games. But here at Club JAQK, because we don't cut the pots, all the money stays on the table, so you'll actually see less rebuys.
Yeah. Shonda Jane says it's French, I think, your last name. You think?
So here we have an interesting hand.
Hello.
Ronnie has flopped the Nutter Butters with the gut shot straight flush draw. Danny Jack is getting very optimistic with his backdoor straight and flush draws. And Todd,
he flopped well, too.
Yeah, he flopped well as well. Now he's turned 2 pair. Danny Jack has got a little bit of hope with his gutter.
Danny. Oh, I thought Danny might bite. And no. Well, now we got 2 pair going.
Yeah, so Ronnie hated the turn because it killed his action. But what we're going to see here is Todd fire out. And honestly, this is a good spot for Ronnie to raise.
Raisy daisy for sure. Hope he has a 9.
Yeah, because essentially you're only losing to 9-10, which you do in fact block. But the last thing you want to do is just call and then see some other kind of card come out and kill your action. So
I just don't think he's worried about anything. But I want to get it all in and free roll the clubs.
yeah, I want to get all in as soon as I can and free roll the club. And see, that's
a bad river for poor Todd here.
Yeah, so
some bad runouts.
So Todd hates that river card. He's probably just going to check it down and get the bad news that he was losing. But again, this is a spot where I'd like to go ahead and raise on the turn, because if we're going to fire out with the 2 pair, if you can get a min raise in there, maybe a little bit over a min raise, I don't believe that Todd would fold the 2 pair. I believe Todd would kind of know where he's at and then realize that he has to get lucky, but because of the value of the call, it's kind of worth it to call one more and see if he can hit the river.
Yeah, and again, like we were saying, if he does just have the 9, you get to free roll the club.
Yes, and because typically that's what you're going to see is a lot of the times Todd's going to rip over ace 9 right there, king 9 right there, queen 9, jack 9. Occasionally he would rip over 9-10, which would suck, but at the same time you're never drawing dead there.
Yeah, get a little, whatever. Let's take a little look here at the winners. Danny Jack up 1,000, 420 for the SpongeBob, Ronnie 260, Mark 190, everybody else in Stuckville. No one really feeling it yet. Art went the flush over flush, down 6-7.
Yeah, so that's what put him in a difficult spot. But again, we got about half the field up, half the field down. Only been playing for a little bit now. Still plenty of time to get some chips into the pot. Speaking of getting chips in the pot, while we got a moment here, do want to mention here that our Club JAQK mini series is going to be getting November 17th through 19th. That's in roughly about a week. To kick things off, we're going to have a $300 ladies tournament. It's going to be Friday, November 17th at 11 a.m. They did recently announce that if you are a man, you can, in fact, play the ladies event, but you are required to pay 5x, the tournament entry fee, and you do, in fact, have to wear a skirt. So I was able to verify that the skirts required for entry for the male are anything. Could be a nightgown, prom dress, mini skirt, sundress. Doesn't matter. As long as you look like a woman and come in and embarrass yourself to play with the women, you're more than welcome. Then the next day after that, which is Saturday the 18th at 2 p.m., we're going to offer a $200 tag team. So you and a buddy, you and a family member, whoever it may be, can come out and play together. Alternate between the two of you playing. That night, we're going to be offering a $200 black chip bounty at 7 p.m. And then that Sunday, which is the 19th, we're going to offer a $400 deep stack at 12 p.m. So hope to see everybody come out for the Club JAQK mini series. Again, it's the first tournament series that we've offered here at Club JAQK. Only one weekend, but should be packed with action. We'll pop up back into this action here. We got Sean. Looks like we made it about $1.35 or so with the Jack 9 suited. Second time he's had that hand. And then Todd with pocket nines. A little tilted from the last hand. Two pair couldn't get there. Now he's got pocket nines. Decides that he's most likely ahead right now at this exact moment. Wants to go ahead and protect his hand. But Sean looks like he wants to gamble. Sean's hoping that it's probably a situation where he's against ace-king, ace-queen, and he does in fact call. So he's going to get the terrible news that he has a 3-outer to win, that his equity is only at, in fact, about 12% currently. We'll see how many times they run it. Looks like we got Todd Rogers in the chat. LFGJ. Let's go, Jay. So nines are just looking to avoid the jack. Can they do it? They do. And they are only going to run it once. So pocket nine's going to hold up. Jack 9 gets a little spicy there. I don't mind the gamble, but you don't want to make that gamble too often, especially with such a hefty raise. I mean, you bump it up to about 135. Guy goes all in for over 400, almost 500, whatever it may be. It's a little bit of a gamble, but again, that's what we're here for. We're here to gamble. Speaking of gambling, to conclude our tournament series information in February, 16th through the 25th, we're going to be offering the Card Player Poker Tour. It's going to be a $200,000 guarantee. It's setting up to be the largest poker tournament series in the state of Kentucky's history. It's going to be a $600 buy-in with 6 different starting flights that begin February 16th. That's a Friday at 4 p.m. with the 6th and final starting day, Day 1F, beginning February 24th at 2 p.m. That's a Saturday. You start with 30,000 chips. There's 30-minute levels. Winner of the event does, in fact, get a trophy. Again, that's 6 starting flights, $600 buy-in, the Card Player Poker Tour, $200,000 guarantee beginning February 16th through the 25th. Again, if you want any kind of information about our promotions, tournament series, poker leagues, any kind of questions, comments, concerns, be sure to visit us on our social media platforms and also on clubjackpoker.net.
Oh, get a little action here. We got the flop flush for Art and top 2 for Sean. Check through on the flop. Art. Clean. Oh, not the clean. Pretty clean river.
Yeah, Art's not going to generally be too concerned with the 6 here. It takes away the pocket 6 combo that maybe he had flopped a set. So Art's pretty much worried that it's either a flopped flush or not, and he's going to get the news that the 9 high flush is good.
There you go, Art. This time your flush is good, buddy.
Yeah, based on the way the hand played, either he was getting slow played, or maybe he had a set of 6s, but when the 6 hits the river, you can feel pretty confident that you're just not against the 6s.
Monica, 1,000. 1,000 green. Rocky, 1,000.
Happy Veterans Day, by the way, to all the veterans out there.
Today's Veterans Day?
I'm pretty sure.
Well, even if it's not, yeah, absolutely. Happy Veterans Day to all those in
If
service.
it's not today, it's tomorrow, but I'm pretty positive it's today.
Certainly do appreciate anybody who has served this country.
Absolutely.
Made many sacrifices.
Yeah, you all are the real heroes here.
Absolutely. I, in fact, have several members of my family that have served in the armed forces. And again, we appreciate everybody that's made sacrifices in their lives to ensure the safety
We
continuity
wouldn't
of
be
our
here,
country.
Calling poker games if it wasn't for those people.
Absolutely.
So thank you guys very much. Happy Veterans Day. You deserve many more days than one.
I remember when my brother went to basic training, I went and watched for a while and decided that unfortunately was not for me.
You know, the training didn't bother me. It was the yelling in the face, and which I
Yeah,
I had a little bit of that with my high school basketball coach. He was much a drill sergeant.
You ever seen Full Metal Jacket?
No, I don't think I actually have.
That has one
I
of the
know
most
movies.
brutal training camp
Yeah, like
scenes ever. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, I kind of had a coach that was like that anyway, and I didn't like it when he did it. I got in a lot of trouble for talking back, so I just don't. I think I would have talked back at some point, and then been doing push-ups till my arms fell off. But in all seriousness, thank you guys for service. If you are someone that served.
Show me yours, I'll show you mine. Show it.
Oh, yeah, so I forgot to tell you because you weren't here yesterday. So Jordan, the dealer here, was asking me if I read Ray's 2+2 forum.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, nah, man, I've kind of checked it out from time to time, but I struggle on reading, so I'm really more of a visual learner. So don't really get into it very often, but he was telling me that
It's a must read.
the guy that was on our live chat a couple of weeks ago that kept calling us obese was on there,
That was sweet. Our favorite.
and it was hilarious what this dude was saying.
You're ordering pizza? I don't eat pizza. I mean, you would think I did, but I'm getting tested. You don't want me to order something. You have to pay for that yourself, but for Tuscany, it's not pizza.
Thank you. Yeah, we're pizza guys here.
Which I do, except for pizza.
Oh, whatever. So it looks like here
Just
we
got
have,
some good news in the booth. We've got
Yeah.
pizza coming to Club JAQK tonight, baby.
as we do a bomb pot.
As my luck, it'll probably be Pizza Hut, and I will throw up. I'll give it a shot, but I don't think I'll like it.
I gotta figure out how to get.
I did
this,
go to the remember that last chat where we were talking about the pizza and the guy, and we were talking about the Sicilian, and the guy said the one downtown was way better.
Yeah.
Couldn't help myself with curiosity killed me. And on my way home from wrestling training the other night, I ordered one and got it. It was very good. I didn't think it was all that much better than the Glen Mary one, but I did take it home before I ate a slice, so it sat in my car for 15 minutes. But we will see.
I need to try to figure out how to get to this forum. This guy's message that he left for us was
So
pretty
did you
funny.
did you end up reading any of the actual thread, because it is insane?
Yeah, I've because I remember true story. My sister was the one that told me about it back in like 2014 or 15, before I even worked at the casino. And she was like, "Hey, this guy that plays poker here locally has this little chat thing or whatever, if you're interested in it." And I had never heard of him, but apparently it's been going on for years and years.
It's quite the read if you've never read it.
But dude was not a fan of your and
Ray's?
I's. Yeah. No, Ray is cool.
No, I know Ray's is cool. I'm saying the dude was on the forum too.
Yeah, the dude's on the forum.
Like comment on Ray. Did he comment? Ray
Yeah,
obese as well?
So the guy's actually kind of a jerk. He was
Shocker.
extremely judgmental of Ray's play, and basically he was saying, "Look, I know how to play poker. I'm basically one of the best."
Oh, Ray's has been posting this on 2+2, the live
Yeah.
stream. Oh, that's what you're talking. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about the Ray's stuff from like 10 years ago.
Oh, it's the same thing.
Same his thread.
It's the
He's
same
just
thread.
Got it.
It's
I'm
just
caught
been
up. Let me know what's
constantly
going on with our buddy.
updated.
Okay.
Let me find it. See if
I
I
thought
can.
you were going to tell me this guy was commenting on Ray's stuff from 10 years ago.
He has been on there for a while. It does look like.
Okay, but go ahead. I'm with you now.
Let me just see if I can find this guy's original message where he starts talking about us.
That's hilarious.
Just so
We're
everybody,
famous.
just so everybody is in fact aware, we are not Hall of Fame, world-class poker players. We are above average, and if you want somebody a little bit better than us in the commentating booth, I believe Norman Chad and Lon McCarran are available.
I don't think they're better than us.
Yeah, I wouldn't think that they're better.
Maybe
than
at
us,
commentating, not at playing poker.
yeah, but we're here to just to provide you all with a good time. I mean, we all have watched poker many, many times. It can get a tad bit snore fest, a little boring. We're just here to provide you all with a good time. I mean, obviously, we do talk about other things, but this guy took a very serious approach. And here we go. I have it pulled up here. Let me make sure that we're not in the middle of an action hand here before I go on to this rant.
If you are. You focus on the thing. Hold on.
Well, I've got the king-queen suited with 8, so we're going to see some action here. I'll
Pause.
yeah.
Everyone. Oh, and jacks. Pause. Everybody is waiting in anticipation for this flop. I'm waiting for the story. And the 7-4 clubs made a straight flush here before, and here we go, right? Top 2.
Yes, we have the top 2 here. Unfortunately, it's going to be a little difficult for him to get action unless we see a slow play and some kind of a club or something on the turn to have some turned equity.
Queens and 5s are out there. Sean. Top 2 versus bottom 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I do see that here now. Yeah, I do see the top and bottom. Middle and bottom.
And it's not a wet board besides Jack 10.
Yeah, so we're going to see what happens here. It looks like Art has decided to set up a float on the button with the backdoor straight and flush draws, but he's going to get the bad news here that Sean, with his 2 pair, is going to think that he's good most of the time, and he's going to try to prevent anybody from sucking out and ruining his equity. Unfortunately for him, he's going to run into Mark with 2 pair. Now, what Mark does here is going to be very interesting because Mark could easily just call here and set up a slow play, but he might think it best to go ahead and get it all in. And that's, in fact, what he does. So Art's going to realize very quickly that he made the mistake of trying to float at the wrong time. Not that was a bad play. But Sean's going to snap call, hoping that he's ahead, and he is going to get the terrible news that he needs a miracle 5-outer. There's only 2 of those left in the deck. That's what we call a 20-to-1 dog.
Yes, guys, that's a break. 4 more levels. You can add on. $100 gets you 10,000 chips. 15,000 chips. That's a break.
It's not going to hit it on the turn, not going to hit it on the river, and they're only going to run it 1 time. So unfortunately, 2 pair versus 2 pair is just going to run into a bad spot. And it looks like he's got a nice little hefty amount. I see at least 5, 6, 7, 800-ish. So he's going to win a nice pot. Looks like it's plus 1145 if that math is accurate. Excellent pot.
Man, we had to wait for this story. I knew we were going to.
So the guy's name is Rick Roll. He was in the chat for anybody unaware last week or 2 weeks ago.
I erased him from my brain.
Yeah, so essentially we were just talking about some chocolate milk and how we just didn't think it was very fair for us growing boys, as he called it, to only get 1 little 4-ounce thing of chocolate milk. And
we were referring to middle school lunches.
Yes.
Me and Tom used to sit together at middle school lunch. To give you some context of this.
So here we go. So he goes on to tell us how we are clearly not very good at poker. The plays they advocate people making are LOL bad, and they repeatedly switch out their stuff. Basically saying we say one thing and do another. And just so you know, as far as when we tell people that it's good play, bad play, or whatever, we're not trying to be judgmental of any of the players that are playing here on the live stream. We don't want people to go back and review this tape and see how we're dogging them. So do we pump up and kind of, pump up some of these players a little bit with their plays? Yeah, because again, we're not professionals. These guys aren't professionals. We're just here to provide an exciting poker experience. And again, if you all want something professional, you can go out and get your GTO book and apply all of that and then become a commentator yourself. But what you're going to realize is that GTO only applies to the absolute world-class player. The GTO formats can't decipher between the best players in the world and the worst players in the world. They don't take into account. They just show you a generic best way to play poker. So we never even consider any of that. But eventually he goes on, and this is the funny part. He says, Eventually, one of the commentators started complaining that he didn't get enough milk from school lunches in high school, and then went on this rant about how if you're like 5'5", 100 pounds, then sure. But if you're a growing boy at 6'3", 250, then you need that milk. So he goes on to say, and excuse my French, he says,
No, we've got French.
yeah, we do
Sean
have
James
French,
in the-
French Sean, so he won't take offense to this, but it says, so these fat asses who are literally spending the entire stream talking about eating food and now talking about the struggle of getting enough food from the high school cafeteria.
Middle school.
Yeah,
by the
which
way.
didn't cater to them. So at this point, I just lost it. Wrote in the chat, no, you're medically obese, which he did start quoting a lot of Wikipedia stats
Absolutely.
for some reason.
Doctor, what was his name again? Rickroll?
Rickroll.
Dr. Rickroll.
Yeah, he goes. He said, he kept telling him you're obese, and to their credit, they didn't block me and delete the comments, and even threw out a bunch of really funny commentary the rest of the stream, like when someone had pocket pair and flopped a set, they'd be like, oh, look, his sixes improved and are now obese. So the stream,
No, we didn't mean
so the stream was indeed quite entertaining from that point on, either though they'd occasionally insist they weren't obese, at which point I'd post a medical chart in the chat, and then they started calling me a doctor, yada yada. Super impressed that they didn't block and delete.
Oh, he put us over.
Yeah, so thanks for your
Dr. Rick, you're back on my good side.
yeah,
buddy.
thanks
I
for
was about to tear
the
into you.
you're pumping us up, but we are not terrible at poker. Again, we're not Hall of Fame players, but we do understand the game very well. And again, not to brag, but I'm going to be playing in the Bahamas main event at the World Series of Poker. Todd, I don't know where you're going to be at. You're probably, or Rick rather, you're probably going to be on Wikipedia trying to find out more obese stats to share in the chat. But again, Rick, if you're going to be in the Bahamas on December 11th, come down and give me a holler. I'll be down there playing in the $5,000 buy-in. You can give me a shout and let me know how bad I am.
My fat ass will be in the gym.
Yes, well, yours might be in the gym. Me, personally, I'm going to be in the buffet line or one of the other little fine dining establishments, probably getting my grub on because I am, in fact, large.
Let me respond.
And I am so large, before you do respond, that I was actually looking up the meal plan for Atlantis Resort yesterday, which is actually a good deal. It was only like $150 per day, but you get access to all the really fancy restaurants. So
Let me respond to that because I was expecting something totally different. He kind of put what the energy, the what we want to do in this commentary booth, which is we're gonna have fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
My goal with this whole thing, I told Club JAQK when they asked me to do this, like I'm not gonna be a robot. Let's make poker fun again. Poker is fun when you break down people and break down hands, and not everything is just robotic and perfect and poking fun at people. And no, we're not going to block you in the chat unless you're just being like completely
total jerk.
obscene and a jerk. It was fun. Like literally, we were having fun with it with you. So the fact that you were able to keep listening and thought it was entertaining, we appreciate it.
definitely do appreciate that. Yeah, because again, we're not here to make enemies.
And I will be into your office for my checkup soon.
Not me, though, because I enjoy staying this way. Looking forward to getting as much lobster and crab dipped in straight butter.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Oh, my goodness. So my thought process is to get a cup with butter, just a full cup of butter, and just
John
leave it in there.
Robertson in the chat here. Come for the live poker, stay for the discussion about weight, buffet plan, pricing, face, blue smiling. That's right, John. We do it all. We cover it all. Look, we pause when these boys flop top two versus bottom two, but in the meantime, we got...
Yeah, don't get us wrong. I mean, we love the game of poker, and, we die for the game of poker, but at the same time, we've also spent the past 2 decades watching on TV, and if you've really watched the evolution of poker, it's become about as robotic as possible. They've taken the GTO approach and just taken it too far, and, we're a local card room here in Louisville, Kentucky. We don't even have casinos here, so to think that you're going to see world-class play, world-class commentating, it's just not going to happen here at Club JAQK. We're just 2 average guys that just really love the game of poker, and we're just here to provide you all with a fun experience. And again, we probably will get sidetracked a lot talking about other stuff outside of poker.
Yeah. But again,
But-
this is a 7-hour stream.
Yeah.
I mean, and there's a lot of downtime in between hands and action, so you gotta let's have
Yeah,
fun.
we're here for a good time, as we hope all of our viewers are also here for a good time.
And if any of you all follow me on Instagram at Mitchell C. Huff, then you will see how I'm always posting. I get nothing, but we get nothing but positive reviews for the most part
Absolutely.
on our commentary. So
Absolutely.
I ain't
Everything's been
changing it.
extremely positive so far, and extremely thankful that everybody's enjoying what we're doing. Again, we're just here to call the action and have a good time. Mitch and I are locked in a back room watching the action on a 15-minute delay as we see George here with pocket aces. Going to get a little bit of action.
Is that a good hand?
I think it is.
Okay.
But he's just called, which is interesting.
The trappy trap.
Yeah.
not
He's
gonna
going to get the
any
bad
good.
news that nobody wants to raise it up, so he's going to have to flop an ace here.
He's just gonna need them to flop. There you go. You got king. He'll get a little cheddar.
Yeah, so right now, Jay is going to be thinking to himself that king is most likely going to be good. Looks like he's got the backdoor flush draw as well, so I can see probably looks like Gas Tray here is going to just go ahead and fire out $10, make it look like he's stabbing.
That's pre-flop.
Is it not updated yet?
No.
Okay, I saw a bet there, so it looks like a bet and a call.
Yeah, George, I think bet the flop or check call the flop.
Okay,
we're
so
behind, and then
I'm sorry
it's-
about that, everybody. Yeah, we're a little bit behind on our graphics here, so I do see that we've caught up here. So Jay is now going to feel more comfortable here that most likely, worst case scenario, he's probably in a chop situation because Gas Tray took a limp approach and slow played his ace. And he's going to continue this slow play here.
That 8 came on the turn, George.
Yeah, so he's happy that the 8 came on the turn because he wouldn't have been counterfeited, but George is going to take the passive approach to make sure that he didn't have an 8 or a spade. George didn't like the river, but still is going to win a decent pot. Slow playing his aces. Probably could have got paid a little bit more, but anytime you're scooping up a pot, you're going to be happy about that.
I don't know if king deuce is in there for George raises the 3.
No, most likely if George throws out a standard raise, king deuce will probably be out of there, but then again, king deuce on the button, it wouldn't be a terrible call.
Okay, John Robertson here with a nice little. I think we should rate players' outfits, but instead of using numbers of stars, compare their
stars.
outfits to a poker starting hand. Well,
All right,
George,
absolutely. I am 100% down for that. Literally, I've spent my entire life with Mitch and I serving people. So, I didn't want to be too hateful. We have called out some people's mustaches before in the past.
Hey, that is the gamble you take when you play on the live.
Yeah, so most likely if you get on the live stream, you best be prepared to be served. But I don't go too hard on people's mustaches because I do, in fact, have one. But we'll definitely start taking a look at some of these outfits. My man here in the blue, Mark, love the outfit there. It's my favorite colors. Of course, I'm a Kentucky fan. Blue and white are my favorite colors. So
So rate it, poker hand. What
if
is
I had to rate his outfit, I'm probably going to go with the Queen Jack suited.
it? Yep, I was gonna go Jack 10 suited myself.
Yeah, Queen Jack, 10 Jack, really love it. Obviously, it's
Looks
not going to be
comfy.
appropriate in all different aspects, but
Todd's outfit is
you
the
love
worst.
it.
Troy Wilson firing it in the chat here.
All right, yeah,
Todd's outfit is Todd's got the deuce 3, the dirty diaper,
yeah. So Todd
loose V-neck.
is his outfit is extremely splashy and loose. So we're gonna go ahead and
I'm gonna say everyone but George here is not dressed that. George is aces.
2-3. 2-3 is a little too low for my taste for his outfit because he does have a gold chain. I'm not able to verify if it's real or not. It looks a little shiny, but
14 karat, baby.
14 karat is
Right from J
in
Ball.
fact gold. And he kind of looks like, like a New Jersey hustler. So I'm not going to go as far as giving him the 2-3 offsuit. I'm going to go ahead and give him the 4-5 suited.
Oh, that's way too high.
No, the
What
4-5
do we got? Is
suited.
he wearing? He got jeans on? What's he got on underneath?
Well, if we could
shoes
see
with-
his sneakers, if he had some fresh sneaks on, then I might bump him up to the 5-6 suited. But with the
Agreed.
4-5 suited, you could still flop the nuts, but you're still probably going to end up losing to something else. So
I agree. I mean, the sneakers we could see.
Yeah,
If he has
if-
a nice pair of Chucks or nice Forces.
If he has some
Jordans,
Forces, which
yeah.
actually I was actually looking at some Forces the other day. I gotta go get me a pair.
He's slouching. He is slouching, Troy. I'm
Yeah.
with you. I mean, sneakers was going to be the dictator on his actual overall grade / potential hand. Dan, I mean, but right now to me, you see everybody. Everyone's on the casual train tonight.
very, very
Except
casual.
for Georgie. Georgie's in there kind of fly with the multicolor.
Looks like a
fitted
North
sweater.
Face. Yeah, it looks like a North Face multicolored sweater. I do like it. It's a little
Just by
outside of my
default, he's
style.
Aces. I mean, just by default, no one else is even. Everyone else is hoodied up, or
Yeah, I mean, everybody's pretty casual tonight. Nothing too fancy, of course.
okay. Now this is the best poker commentary
Thanks,
of all
John.
time. Well, we try.
Yeah.
What people want, we give it to them.
We don't have Monkey on the live stream today, looking like a goofball. So
Yeah, well, he'd be 7 deuce off.
he would, even if he came out in the most fancy outfit possible, it would for sure be 7 deuce off. But everybody else, I mean, we're all looking at middling hands, art.
Yeah, it's all just hoodies, and I mean, which I get. I like to be comfy at the table too. But you
Yeah.
boys are on a live stream now.
Me personally, when I came and played in the live
dress
stream, I
just
got
like,
I got fitted up.
You dress just like old Mark.
I was fitted. Yeah.
But you were just in Kentucky, right?
But I rock Kentucky gear every time I play poker, generally speaking. I love to represent my state that I'm from.
Yeah, John Robertson says, I like the purple, yellow, green top on one. Absolutely. George is aces. George is ace. George is...
Yeah, George usually
my buddy.
stays fly.
He's fly.
Yeah, George usually stays fly. He likes to maintain a crisp image.
Wait a second there. We just saw Mark get up. Does he deduct some points for the basketball shorts?
Is he wearing basketball shorts?
He is basketball
Yeah,
shorts.
unfortunately,
Nice shoes, though.
almost middle November, although the weather has been fairly nice here in the Louisville, Kentucky area. It's been chilly the past couple days. Basketball shorts. I know some guys that just generally will always wear basketball shorts in inappropriate times.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and downgrade him to the 9-10 suited.
I don't know about that. That's not really...
Well, originally I had him at the Queen Jack suited.
yeah,
You said
9-10
10
is
Jack
might be
suited. 9-10 suited, you're going to flop a lot of equity, like right here. I mean, 9-10 suited hits a straight. It's not ever good. It's never good. Dude's got the heart, but it is possible.
Oh, you got it down here.
We need to get Sean's photo replaced because that mustache, I mean, I'm used to looking for the mustache, and then I don't see the mustache.
Ooh, blue hoodie hat guy just got dropped. Yeah,
That's what we said. That's exactly what we said, John.
Unless he just came from Playboy. Now you see the shoes match. But he does got the blue.
He does have the blue shoes. Actually, those look like the Air Max 270s, the ones that I have, actually. But I have the black ones. I'm actually wearing them now. Those are my favorite shoe. I'm not 100% if those were those, but they did look very similar.
If I'm going to rank everyone, though, then George with the aces for sure at this table.
I like Jay's outfit myself here.
Yeah,
Jay outfit in seat 3. He's wearing the all black. I generally am also personally either wearing all black or I'm wearing something Kentucky related, so blue and white. I really only wear 3 different colors, but I'm a huge fan of the all black look, especially with the black beard. Definitely a good look. I'm going to go ahead and probably give his outfit...
Put him on the king queen suited?
No, I'm going to give him a solid look. I don't really like the hat as much, but overall, I'm probably going to give him a pocket 8s.
Well, it depends on what that hat says. Carlos Sex Machine. I see dead monies. Well, come get you some, Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos, we have a waiting list. Again, if you're interested in coming out and playing, we're here at 161 Outer Loop, 40214. That's Louisville, Kentucky, here at Club JAQK. We have a waiting list, I do believe, but you can take a look at that on Poker Alice. Be sure to visit us on there. They also have an app if that's a little bit more convenient for you. And take a look at all the games we have running. We're never going to turn anybody down that wants to come play. If you want to come get some of this dead money, it's available. There's only 2 people that are not allowed to play, and that's me and Mitch, and that's because we have to sit in this back room and watch the action.
To play,
We're allowed to play, but not while we're doing streaming, because then I would be cheating. 100%, because that's how I have to
We would
win.
have to leave the booth.
Yes.
And that would leave you people.
That's what I told him yesterday in the chat, was that the cord, I do believe, is long enough that I could go out there and play, but the difficult part was I wouldn't be able to bring the laptop with me to see the hands. Plus, they would be wondering why I was tanking for 15 minutes every hand.
John Robertson said, the only people who wear basketball shorts all year are middle school boys, no matter their age. No heat there for, what's his name that always wears the basketball? Cody.
Oh my goodness,
Hazelwood.
dude! Yeah, so Cody will wear basketball shorts in literally 12-degree weather, and it's like, what are you doing, dude?
Oh, Jeremy Radish, you guys are doing great. Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Surprised to not see you here today,
you
but
been here yet, Jeremy?
he's been here several times.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, Jeremy's been here several times. Yeah, he's come out multiple times. Was here for the grand opening.
That's right. I think I did see him that day.
But great to see you here in the chat, Jeremy. We're here for some solid action tonight. Glad to have you. And we're glad to have all of our other viewers as well. Looks like we have quite a few streaming across our different platforms.
Saturday Night Live, baby.
Yeah, we're live on, let's see, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, all of the different platforms. You can come find us. Again, if you don't mind, we would greatly appreciate if you like and subscribe. It only helps to build our brand and expand what we're trying to do here in Louisville. Be sure to share this with all your friends. Let them know where the action is. And that's here at Club JAQK. As we see this flop of 776 with gas tray and a nicely disguised 7. Unfortunately for him, though, Jay with the King 3 suited just doesn't have anything. Gas tray is really regretting throwing out that bet. But sometimes when you have hands like this, it's actually best to make it look like a bluff. So, gas tray could easily, in this spot, be firing out with an 8-9 for open-ended, something of that nature. So here we're going to have a little bit of action. Got SpongeBob, Jack 9 suited going against Todd's Ace King. Todd's going to go ahead and do a standard 3-bet up to 80 with the Ace King off. SpongeBob with the Jack 9 suited. We've seen it several times tonight so far. It's very difficult to get rid of. It's just so pretty. Usually can flop pretty well. But in this situation here, it's just going to be probably a check bet fold. Cheese or whatever. Sorry guys, we are in the midst of getting our pizza situation taken care of. One of the very exciting things here about Club JAQK is that they provide food every night for their players. So one night it may be Texas Roadhouse, another night could be just fried chicken from one of the local chicken joints. Tonight is pizza night. They've done Taco Bell. They also have a snack bar set up where you could get in and get some, different varying kinds of snacks, chips, candy. They do have Red Bulls, sodas, waters. Basically, they've done everything that they can to accommodate to the player. And again, being able to get free food when you come out here. Again, it's they've provided an absolute world-class place to play poker here in Louisville, and couldn't be happier to have them. This pizza actually looks and smells quite delicious. What's the brand? Oh, is that what it is? I've never had them.
Oh, we've got a C Kaiser 3 in the chat. It's a amazing place to play. I love it there.
What's the name?
C Kaiser.
C Kaiser. Thanks so much, Kaiser, for your endorsement. That's again what Club JAQK has tried to provide here for the state of Kentucky, here in Louisville. Again, Club JAQK is one of the first few poker clubs here in the state. We have turned a new stone here in the state as far as being able to provide a legit official poker experience. They have busted out all the bells and whistles, overturned all the stones to try to provide you all with exactly what you want. Now, of course, we are at the beginning stages of the evolution of poker in Kentucky. Not everything is going to be perfect right away. Sometimes we just need to try to figure out what's best and then get that going. As we see Danny Jack here racking up, he can't take any more of the smoke, so he's probably getting out of there. He's probably just going to be busy, but yeah, Club JAQK has really tried to provide the absolute best experience for poker players. And again, you know, being from the local area here my entire life, we've never had any kind of options other than home games or going across state lines to be able to play. And to have this right in our backyard, this is only 15 minutes away from where I live. So I would have never thought that we would be in a situation where I would be live commentating on a stream of a poker game at an official poker joint here in Louisville. And again, you know, some people have complained as far as the quality of the stream and a few other issues here. But again, this is a first of its kind. It's just the beginning stages. They've tried to work out all the kinks and try to do whatever they can. And again, it may be a struggle for the first month, first 2 months, first 3 months. But once we start to get things finally figured out, I think you're just going to not be able to find a better poker experience here anywhere locally. So again, thanks so much for your endorsement. As we see here, that Gas Tray wants to take the betting lead. Very solid bet. Most likely going to get through. And it looks like it does, just haven't completed the hand. Speaking of endorsement, we're going to try this pizza. What was the establishment called?
I think it's called Tuscany. And Dan gave up his seat, is why he got up there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's in this where Club JAQK is located. There's a couple food places in the. There's a nice Mexican restaurant. There's a
It's not bad.
Italian restaurant.
Tuscany is not bad. Definitely has my endorsement. Could be a little bit more pizza sauce.
I'm a sauce fan.
I am a sauce fan. It's mainly my obesity that requires it.
Jerry Jones. I'm 3 minutes away. I'm loving every minute of Club JAQK being my new neighbor. We're not in Dallas.
Is
Jerry
Arlington
Jones.
3 minutes away?
That's so bizarre.
Well, Jerry, ladies and gentlemen,
Trade DAC.
we have a billionaire getting ready to come visit us down at Club JAQK. This is an absolute first. Couldn't be more ecstatic. Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, is going to be visiting us here at Club JAQK. I'm not sure if he's going to be getting on the stream or not. He might be trying to play a lower stakes cash game because the 5-5 might be a little out of his price point. But, Jerry, really looking forward to seeing you in the next 3 minutes. Thanks so much for coming. You're going to love it here. Let's see, Troy Wilson, Tuscany Italian Restaurant, a few doors down from you guys. Food there is good. Absolutely. That's what we're having now, Troy. Looks like they got some pizza ordered. If you can get here soon enough, hopefully there'll be some left. But, yeah, a lot of hungry people here, so they're probably going to gobble that down as quickly as possible. I've never personally had it. The only thing I've had around here is the Mexican joint down the road, but I am definitely not a fan of that. Well, really, the food was okay, but the whole bean salsa thing threw me off, and it really ruined my experience. I feel like sometimes when you go to a Mexican restaurant, those chips and salsa can really be the determining factor on whether or not I like the restaurant. Unfortunately, when they brought me out a bean salsa, I just was pretty upset.
Carlos Sex Machine, can I come eat and leave? I'm hungry.
Yeah, as
might
long
be
as
able to
you
sign up for a membership.
Yeah, as long as you have a membership, just come in, act like you're looking around, accidentally stumble across the pizza, scarf one down, and then say, you know what, I'm going home. They don't care. The food is for members. So if you're a member, feel free to come out and get your grub on. Now, I wouldn't recommend just paying a membership here just to come get free food. Might be frowned upon. Is it against the rules? No. But might be a lot of people here upset with you. I won't personally be upset with you. Just, I understand sometimes you're hungry. You want to get some grub. good news, though, is if you do come and grub, you won't have to pay a chair rental fee, though. So, one thing you could do is go ahead and get that yearly membership. So it's only going to cost you 65 cents to walk in the door. So it'll cost you about 65 cents to walk into the door, and then you'll be able to eat for free.
Your girlfriend's in the chat. She says, I'm a member. Have me a plate ready. Ooh, excuse me. When you get off. Probably won't be any left.
Yeah, there's going to be 0 pizza left, Savannah.
So order your own.
Yes, I would probably recommend just going across the place and getting some bean salsa. I'm sure they have lots of that left.
Troy Wilson, I totally agree with that Mexican restaurant I was not a fan of. Well, when Tom informed me that they didn't have margaritas, I mean, what kind of Mexican restaurant are you?
Yeah, it's never a good sign when you walk into a Mexican restaurant, because that's actually, I'm not a big drinker, but I do love a margarita. I really enjoy them. And I just wanted to have one. I believe it was opening day here, maybe. I just wanted to have one, cocktail. Get a little loose.
What a flop for Sean here.
Yeah, as we cut back on the Mexican talk here, we'll look at the hand. Looks like we here have an open-ended with Sean with a flush draw.
Hard to miss this
Against
hand.
top pair with a medium kicker with Art. Art's still going to maintain the lead here, just barely. But let's see what happens here. Because Sean has a lot of equity. He could put an immense amount of pressure here on Art. And
He is.
He looks like he did, in fact, fire out. Art, I really don't think can fold here. I think he has to call one. I don't like the raise personally. But we'll go to this river.
Yep, Rick. Pairs him, but that's not what he was looking for.
No, so
John Robertson says, I'm going to come down one weekend to play. It's a long drive for me, but I'll check it out.
thanks so much, John.
you'll
We
like
certainly
it.
do appreciate that.
You'll like it.
Let's see, Carlos, 65 cents a day. That's better than Mr. Gaddy's buffet right there.
Yeah, but Mr. Gaddy's buffet has those cheese sticks.
Yeah, we don't have any cheese sticks here, Carlos, but absolutely, again, I couldn't stress it more. I've mentioned it multiple times with our $10 daily fee. If you're out of town, that's a good deal for you. But if you're somewhat local here and you plan on playing at least 2 to 3 times a month, absolutely get the monthly deal. Again, it's only going to cost you about $1 a day with the monthly deal, but it's going to cost you $10 a day for the daily deal. And then what trumps all of that is if you plan on playing several times a year, which wouldn't be hard because of all the different free rolls and special promotions that we offer here. That's going to be about $240 a year. It's about, like I said, roughly about 65 cents per day. So it's going to be your absolute best value to take advantage of. Man, so what I'm flabbergasted by here is how much larger I am than Mitchell, although you're more diesel than I am. But you destroyed your pizza, and
I am a pizza.
I haven't even eaten one slice, and these are like almost New York slices. How many slices do you have?
2.
Oh my goodness.
Left a tiny bit of the crust left. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm a pizza monster. And to be fair, I haven't eaten a whole lot today. Just a little bit of eggs. protein
Actually,
shake,
I
and
did
some,
eat earlier. I did eat earlier, so
homemade taco before I came. And that's it. And I did work out. So my body was hungry.
you made a homemade taco?
Oh yeah, real lean meat, and just put in the taco seasoning, and I got these low carb wraps. Just put lettuce and cheese and the Taco Bell mild sauce on it. So it's just like a Taco Bell taco. Like way less fat and way more protein. I mean, it's like more like a burrito than a
Yeah.
Like,
I did see that Taco Bell sells their little seasonings and hot sauces at Kroger. That's cool.
Yeah, that's where I got it. Yeah, just get the big old bottle of it.
I do love their fire sauce. Man, their fire sauce is like the perfect heat.
Yeah, I like to mix the hot and the mild.
Straight fire.
Ba-dooch.
Yeah, I like the pizza,
King's
but a little too
Especially
light
has
on
more
the sauce. Yeah,
The
too
sauce-
light
more
on the sauce.
would be really good. Was not shabby.
I love the flavor. I think the flavor is really good, but I like that kind of, a little bit thicker style where it's, I don't know, I guess I'm just fat and just enjoy marinara sauce.
So who we got in the game now?
Looks like we had a new player join us. I'm not sure what his name was. Mike W.
Looks like it. Welcome to the game, Mike.
Yeah, I believe Danny Jack was sitting down just to fill up the game. I think he was just waiting. Again, we had some traffic here locally, so a couple of our players past couple of nights have been delayed with the construction going on around town, so looks like he was just filling up the seat, waiting for somebody to get here.
And let me tell you, you want Dan in your game. He
100%.
splashes all around. He gives all kinds of action.
Yeah, Dan is definitely a splasher.
Mike W looks familiar.
I believe Mike W. I don't know him personally, but I do, in fact, believe he is a local player here. I want to say he's played at the casino several times.
First flop here for Ace King.
Yeah, and he's just not going to have any kind of competition to continue with him. Gas tray with a backdoor flush draw, just thinks better of it and goes in, gets out of there.
Yeah, if it had more sauce, it would be like.
I mean, this slice has basically no sauce on it.
It's a big old cheese stick.
Yeah. I'm not really a big fan of cheese sticks.
That's crazy talk, but.
Well, I mean,
it's just
but
cheese
so-
sticks without
So
sauce.
I love cheese sticks when they're drenched in marinara dipping sauce. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, you gotta
But that
have
basically
sauce.
becomes a pizza. So
Yeah, I'm with you. When we order pizza from the family, we'll get Jets a lot, and they have turbo cheese sticks, which are phenomenal.
those turbo cheese sticks are world class.
Yeah, and we get when my daughter loves cheese sticks and acts like she doesn't like pizza, and then my wife sometimes will be like, "Let's get the deep dish pizza too," and I'm like, "That's what the turbo cheese sticks are. Let's get a round pizza with but Jets deep dish is just ridiculous all around."
Yeah, when Jets first came to town several years back, I was kind of skeptical of it because I'm so used to just the standard pizza
Oh
options.
my, what a turn card here. George was semi-bluffing with the king 10 on the flop. He turns open-ended.
Yeah, so
Jay called with middle pair and turns a gut shot and a flush draw now himself.
yeah, it's going to be interesting to see here because when Gas Trade calls there on or goes to the turn and turns good amount of equity,
Yeah.
he might be ready to spice things up. Let's see what kind of approach he takes here. Looks like he's just going to go with the calling option,
Yeah, George was
which is pretty difficult because when you've got about 565 in your stack and now you're calling almost a little under half of it, should be extremely polarizing here for
so George
Jay.
has got position though.
George has got position here,
God, bad river for George.
and that is a absolute death card for George here. He's going to think that he got super lucky, but he is going to find out very quickly that he in fact did the opposite because we're going to see a snap call here. Yep, got snap called. And then we'll see George's face here when he sees the bad news.
Yikes.
That's just an unfortunate hand, but sometimes that happens in poker. We see George a little slow to release his hand.
Just make it,
He's just devastated that he ran into such bad luck there to hit runner. But he's got his buy-in ready to go.
shouldn't have had that money on the table, George. It was like a
Yeah, that's just a spot, though, where, you go to the turn, you turn equity. It's going to be almost impossible to fold the river there. The only way you're not going to lose that hand is if you just decide to fold the flop, and then if you start overfolding the flop, then
I think he bet the flop.
well, I'm just saying, like if you have to get out on the flop, regardless of what the action is, because
Oh,
once
yeah.
you turn the equity,
Yeah, but I'm saying it just he went from
Yeah,
semi bluffing the flop to
Yeah.
both of them improved on the turn.
no, absolutely.
Hey, you see the pizza right there in the
Yeah.
in the 2-seat.
But just in any scenario, once you see that turn card, and then all of a sudden you've turned equity, pretty much about the best equity you could have outside of King 10 of clubs with the open-ended with the flush draw. But once you river that ace and you've got essentially the nut straight, and all you'd lose to was a flush, which by the way
Backdoor
had to be a backdoor flush. You know, I mean, even the world-class players are going to have a difficult time folding that hand. It is what it is. But it looks like George is awaiting a rebuy.
Yep, he's got 1,000 back. It looks like.
Yep, gonna go this flop 3 ways. See a 9-high board. Nobody with anything other than Sean. He's got the backdoor flush draw. He's got a gutter, 2 overs. He's probably gonna feel the most comfortable in this hand, and unless somebody tries to get spicy here, probably gonna go fold. Good bet by Sean. Easy win. Sometimes that's all it takes in poker. You don't even have to have a good hand. If it goes check, I mean, if you find a majority of the time, if you just fire out there, they're going to fold. Not everybody is always slow playing you, so just keep that in mind. Easy money. It looks like he went with the Supreme Pizza option. It looked like it had a good amount of stuff on it.
I asked you if you wanted that.
Well, I don't really like Supreme too often, and I'd prefer, honestly, if I had a pizza, I've only got a few selections. I either want just sausage, I either want just pepperoni, or I want one of the fancy ones like a barbecue chicken.
They did have some kind of chicken pizza out there.
Did they? I might go take a look at it. Like the buffalo or the barbecue chicken or whatever it is, the white chicken pizza. I haven't had one of those in a while, but I used to love the white chicken pizza. I don't know if you've had one of those. It's where they, instead of using the marinara, they used a...
If it ain't marinara, it ain't for me. And it ain't pizza to me. I'm not saying it's not good.
what is that sauce that they use
I
for
know
that?
exactly what you're talking about, but I just, and they are good. It's like Alfredo almost.
Yeah, it's like an Alfredo sauce. It's just a different style, you know.
It's not pizza to me. Pizza's marinara.
I remember the
Doug Hex has ham and pineapple's fire. Doug,
Ham
you
and
look like
pineapple.
you like pineapple on pizza. That's not shocking.
Hawaiian style is probably one of my favorite styles of
Not
pizza.
It's if it's barbecue sauce on it. I mean, it's a good. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm just saying I don't consider that pizza.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, ranch and Alfredo. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I want to say it was.
I tried a pineapple on pizza one time. I didn't hate it.
You didn't
I
like
would
it?
Never order it again.
Oh,
And it was also from Papa John's, but it wasn't bad. I mean, like the actual flavor of the sweet and all that.
Oh man, yeah. When you get a good one, when that pineapple is crisp, the ham is fresh.
Yeah, because I love pineapple.
I do too.
It's my favorite fruit.
Yeah, pineapple pizzas. I mean, it's got to be Hawaiian style though. It's got to be exactly made the way like when you go to like Domino's or Papa John's, you can have it special made. But once you get all those ingredients together, I think it's just the pineapple adds a little bit of sweetness to the ham, and then the ham it's it's like a ham pizza, but the pineapple adds a little bit of sweetness to it. It's delicious.
Troy Wilson worked at Domino's. I know pizza. Hey,
Oh, nice. I've ordered a lot of
I like
Domino's.
Domino's. You guys, to me, we had this discussion on another stream. I think Domino's is number 2.
Yeah,
in the delivery
yeah.
in Louisville.
I spent many
Behind Jets.
years dedicated to Domino's. I have eventually moved on to Papa John's being my more favorite number 1 location. But I did actually order Domino's the other day because I was about to lose some points for free pizza, and if I ordered one pizza, I would be set up to get another free pizza. Actually, speaking of Domino's, I ordered it so much before I moved out to Vegas back in 2020 that I had three or four free pizzas that I had accumulated from ordering so much that all expired when I moved to Vegas because there was no Domino's there.
Oh, bad beat.
I think there was Domino's there, but
Keith
nowhere near
Barnes,
it.
what kind of pizza did y'all get? We got the Tuscany Italian restaurant next door. Troy, it's okay, not shabby.
I will say, Domino's pepperoni thin crust
Well,
might be world
Doug,
class.
let's reiterate.
Might be
Domino's
world
thin
class.
crust anything is good, but
Yes.
where you all are sleeping on at Domino's is their deep dish. Their pan pizza's amazing.
It is good. I forgot about
Yeah,
how
you gotta
good
get
their
extra
thin crust
sauce
is,
on
though.
it. Their thin crust is phenomenal too.
Sometimes
but the regular pizza's just
Sometimes their thin crust, though, is a little light on the
slow playing
sauce.
The Kings again. Yeah, you got to tell them extra sauce.
What is George? George slow playing the Kings again here. So let's see what happens here with the King Queen suited,
Oh,
and he
boy.
flaps a flush draw immediately. So George's Kings here,
Art's
slow
not one
played.
bit- yeah, but Art has not been getting like crazy aggressive
No,
with his
no.
draws.
Art's a very solid, methodical player.
He will be calling.
He is going to just call here in a majority of the times, but George is basically put in, it looks to be about a third of his stack. So this is a spot where Art could probably just shove, thinking that maybe it's possible that Gastre has, Jack 9, 9-10, King 9, Queen 9, Ace 9.
No, he limp raised.
Well, I'm just saying it's possible with Art, because you got to think about it. Gastre just put in 250 and left himself behind 535.
He did go for
See,
it.
yeah, so that's you're putting yourself in a difficult spot when you just call, because then when you brick out, you just fold, and sometimes it's just best just to go ahead and stick in those chips.
Dang right, pan pizza's fire. It's super fire. George is asking Art if he has 8 slow played aces. You're in really good shape, George. You're just dodging hearts.
Yeah, it's 9 outs.
Let's see what happens.
Art's going to be about 36, 37% to hit the hearts. 9 outs twice. 9 outs twice. You'll multiply those 9s times 4. Now it's 9 times 2. Doesn't hit it. We're going to run it twice.
You get a sigh of relief when you run it
No.
twice. That was red, but not.
And no. So look at that. Georgia's Kings hold up against a flush draw twice. Just a quick little lesson for anybody: when you are calculating your odds, the best way to do it is to count your outs. So Art had 9 hearts that he could have hit to complete the flush. So if we're on the flop, you would multiply that by 4. So 9, 18, 27, 36, and you would just convert that to a percentage point, plus, or I believe it's plus a little bit, so it'd be closer to about 37%. Once we get to the turn, you would multiply those outs by 2. So if he had 9 outs, we'd go 9, 18. So he'd have 18 outs going to the river, and he did that twice and didn't hit either time. So it's unfortunate that those hearts didn't hit one time, but sometimes that's what happens.
We got the chat going wild for the pizza combo, baby.
Nice.
Cody Hazelwood in the chat. Jets is fire.
Jets is fire. 100% Jets
Thanks,
is fire.
Mr. Schwartz. We were just talking about you.
Yeah, I remember when they first put in their first location right there on Bardstown Road. I was one of the first people there because they had some amazing coupons when they first opened up. Like buy one, get one free deals.
Here's the deal with Jets. If you ever just text your order, you get an automatic 20% off your order.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, text to order. Then they take you to their online thing. You do it like you do it online. It's 15 or 20% off.
I'll look into that. Most of the time, honestly, they just send me so many coupons in the mail that I've used a coupon every time I've went there. Their coupons are pretty amazing. It's almost always, buy one, get one something free, or buy this, get this for free. So
Arion Postali. So unlucky for Art. He's such a good player. Yeah, he's been.
Arion.
He got unlucky early. He got flush over flushed earlier too.
Yeah, he's just unfortunately been running bad tonight. Art's an incredibly tough player. I've played against him before here on the stream. Very methodical player, very solid. It's just he's finding himself in good spots. Just there he had the flush draw. Unfortunately, he was against the 2 kings, but
If he's up against 2 jacks,
he's actually going to be extremely favored in that hand. And
or
earlier,
just his king's life,
earlier, he ran in flush over flush. So there's still plenty of time for Art to get it together. Definitely have faith in Art. Art's probably going to be one of the more tougher players here at this table.
That's the first time I've ever seen Art ship it on a draw.
Yeah. Well, so again, that's kind of what I was getting to was Gastre had put in roughly a third of his stack on the flop, and it's just such a weird spot when you're keeping track of the table and you're aware of what's going on, and you notice that your opponent puts in 1/3 of his stack. It's just such a weird spot to just call and then go to the turn, and then what we would have saw is him miss his heart. So now he's going to be in a situation where he's going to have to put it all in. So I don't mind the play. If George would have had a little bit more, a little bit less, probably would have been played different. But overall, don't mind the shove. Generally speaking, you're pretty much going to know where you're at. I mean, it's unlucky that he had the kings, but a lot of the times, a lot of his range is going to be a 9, maybe like a pocket pair of 10s, jacks, slow played, maybe queens.
Yeah, but there was no slow play. George limp raised kings.
But that's what I'm getting to. He limp raised, right? So he
slow play.
he slow plays it at first, though.
Yeah, but I know, but I'm saying, like, you can take the 9s and stuff, like ace 9. You're talking about like a pair of 9s in his hand. It's not usually that.
I mean, I don't think you can take 9s out of that range, though.
Pocket 9s? Or are
Yeah.
you talking about?
If you're talking about pocket 9s,
No, I'm talking
limp
about, you're
raising.
saying like he connected with the 9 on the flop. He don't have a 9 usually. I mean, what hand is?
Oh,
he
yeah, of
raising
course,
with a-
usually. But to say he never has a 9 there, I mean, it's possible that he can have a 9 and is just trying to get him out. I mean, I'm not saying that it's most likely to happen, but it's never going to be 0%. I mean, we've seen several players so far. It happened yesterday on the stream where Danny Jack had ace 9 in that exact same situation.
Yeah, but Danny Jack and George are two different.
Of course, but
George is not getting out of line pre-flop with a limp raise.
but there's a lot of things going on there. George just rebought,
No,
like he
I'm
just
not.
lost a
You're
hand.
right.
Hell, at the point, he didn't even have any chips in front of him.
Stat alert and 8s in the gutter. And the 10 somewhere I saw. Yeah, queen 10 for Art here. Art just keeps getting the bad flops tonight.
Yeah, he's going to find out quickly that
And a
that 10
flush
is
draw
no
now for
good.
Mike. Flush draw and a gut shot for Mike. Bad
Nice.
into the gut shot, but it's there.
And everybody's going to play it pretty coy. I don't know how I feel about Mark's play here with the set. He's probably worried that there's going to be possible hands like Jack 9, 5, 6, things of that nature. But what happens when you slow play is the river can get a lot worse for you. And as we see here, not only does a spade get there, but now he's going to have to figure out what the best play is. I mean, he's most likely just going to call here, but this is what you want to do is you don't want to slow play yourself to death and then find yourself in a situation where you're just hoping the board pairs. You need to charge your opponent's money to hit these draws, and essentially what he did was allowed Mike to just hit the river for
$30, right?
yeah, $30, and now he's found himself in an incredibly difficult spot. There's multiple straights out there. The flush is out there. Even pocket 8s, pocket 10s is out there. I think he's going to make a crying call here and then realize that he should have bumped it up quite significantly on the turn. Yeah, he's going to get snap called and get slow rolled, it looks like.
What about now, Cody? Check. My mic was a little away from my face. I was chowing down some pizza.
Yeah. Yes, we could have kept the mic closer, but there would have been an extremely annoying chew sound. And it wouldn't have been as wet and moist because there's not much marinara on the pizza. It would have been more of a dry chew, kind of like a moist jerky rather than a wet pizza. But still overall pretty good.
Let's see what these boys are doing.
When I'm looking at the side of this pizza, I'm just wondering, I'm thinking they forgot to put the marinara on.
I am always extra sauce guy, and even when you tell them extra sauce, you have to say, hey, I mean
Dude,
extra sauce.
one time I ordered a thin crust from Domino's, speaking of Domino's thin crust, because it used to be like the bread and butter that we'd order. And, we used to get extra sauce on it sometimes, because sometimes it's almost like a cracker with a little bit of cheese on it if there's not enough sauce. So we ordered extra sauce on it one time, and this dude poured marinara on it, dude. So this was the worst thin crust I've ever had in my life.
Yeah. In my pizza for expertise, I would say you always ask for extra sauce, but if you want to play it safe, sometimes just ask for marinara on the side too.
Yeah, absolutely. That's probably going to be the best bet because you can just save yourself by dipping it in, and that way you kind of control the amount of marinara that you get. Definitely smart.
You just can't trust these guys.
No.
You know? Your version of extra sauce might not be theirs.
No, absolutely. Hell, this
When I
pizza
say
could be extra sauce.
I mean extra sauce.
Yeah.
Like double the sauce.
It's like when you go to Shogun and you want the extra salad dressing. I basically want a straw with that extra salad dressing. I want to be able to drink it. I want to dip all of my lettuce in this sweet ginger dressing and then gobble it up. For those unaware, Shogun is our local Japanese hibachi grill. It is world class. I go there several times a year.
It used to be. Now Kanzai or whatever it's called.
Yeah, actually, I've been there. I like it, but what gets me is it's just Shogun's salad is just world class. I can't get past their salad. I've tried to recreate their salad dressing. I'm just not able to do it.
Why don't you go buy it from them?
I've tried. I tried to. I went and got this one stuff. It was like a generic. What's that? Kang's Kitchen or what? PF Chang's. It was a PF Chang's brand. It's just terrible. And then I got this stuff called Yum Yum sauce.
That's not the.
Which is a little bit. It's similar, but it's a little bit different. It's like for you to dip your chicken in and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's good, but it's like
not the
it.
Salad dressing. No,
It's
it's nothing like it.
It's like it a little bit.
No, Yum Yum sauce is like a mayonnaise-based sauce.
No, it is,
ginger,
but
and the ginger dressing is.
The ginger salad dressing is a little bit chunkier, so it's got a very, very similar taste, but it's definitely different.
Can someone in the chat please tell Tom his taste buds are off if he thinks
No.
Yum sauce and ginger salad dressing taste the same?
Not your standard Yum Yum sauce. The Yum Yum sauce that I purchased.
Ah, got it.
Yeah. So maybe I didn't verify that a little bit. No. Not in general. Not in
Yum
general.
sauce is fire.
No,
Delicious,
no,
but
yeah.
It's not like nothing like the dressing.
Yeah.
I put the dressing on the rice.
Yeah, you can't do that. Yeah. Yeah, so this dressing is very similar, but it's just a little bit different, so I wasn't able to get it.
Mr. D's Newts OG is back, and he says you can buy just the ginger dressing from Kanzai, and it is.
Oh, you can?
Yep,
Okay.
So good.
So I've only been to Kanzai a few times. I'm gonna have to go check that out.
I was Team Shogun at every time. Now I haven't been to Shogun in years.
Okay.
All the chefs are at Kanzai now. All the old really good chefs.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna go check it out. That's the one that's next to the old shoe carnival, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I went there a couple years ago. I haven't been back. Not that I had anything against it, but I had moved out of town.
No, it's legit. I think they got the same lunch still and everything.
All right. Well, I guess I know what I'm doing before I go out of town. And go check out Kanzai one of these days. But as long as I'm not the only one that's obsessed with the dressing.
Oh no, the dressing's got crack in it or something.
Yes, it really does.
They've hooked us all with the cracked ginger dressing.
You know, I used to always get the double rice too, but it's hard for me to get the double rice anymore.
Well, I'll tell you.
I just like to have it to go.
I was always double rice too, but now when I go with my daughter, for her to get the broccoli, I'll do the broccoli only, and I'll just get the regular rice, and it's enough.
Yeah.
But I can certain times, like I'll go for my birthday with my family, I will be getting double rice, double steak and shrimp, and multiple sushi rolls, and.
What do we got here? Anthony Zizzo. Is this a food channel or a poker channel? It's actually both.
Nice, Anthony.
We'll actually start talking about some movies, video games as well. We could talk about the old standard ace-8 against the 7-4. Gas tray bets out. Todd folds. Gas tray wins. Now we're moving on to the next hand. But yeah, we're not going to do that. We're going to talk about some fun stuff here. But really, Anthony, what's your favorite kind of food? Do you have a preference? Are you an Italian guy? You like Mexican food?
Zizzo sounds pretty Italian.
Yeah, Zizzo could be Italian. You like spaghetti? You a spaghetti guy? Talk about Frosties from Stephanie Man?
Hey, let me tell you something. I was thinking about that last night because I was like, man, that was the first Frosty I had in a long time.
So good.
As I took my sick little girl. That's why I went on the stream last night. My little girl was sick. I took her to get the goat of all goat fast food desserts, and that was the old Blizzard from Dairy Queen.
Oh yeah, so good. Did I tell you my Frosty story from a couple of weeks ago about how I was with some friends? It was like 3 or 4 of us, and we stopped by and we all wanted a Frosty. So I'm like, yeah, I want 4 large Frosties, and he said I only got 2 mediums. And I said, you only got 2 mediums? How do you know you only have 2 mediums? Like, you got pre-made Frosties in there just chilling? I was like, nah, I'm good. I don't want no old Frosty that's been sitting there. I want it fresh out of the dispenser.
You told the story.
Yeah. Take my Frosties very seriously. Some Bacon Ranch Buffalo fries. Where'd you get those at, Tyler? Are those something you made, or? I like any ethnicity of food that doesn't have hair on it. Yeah, Carlos, absolutely. There's nothing worse than finding a hair in your food. My trouble comes from when I don't know if it's my hair or somebody else's. Because, again, I do have facial hair. I talk about a lot of people's mustaches, but that's just because I, in fact, have a mustache myself. So I don't, I feel like I'm allowed to say it. Yeah, this is the bomb pot.
Place is full here, bomb pot. Nothing.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for him to get some action here. He doesn't have the 6. He doesn't have the club. So looks like Aces Full is going to get let into here. It looks like Mike's going to get a little bit cavalier, try to steal this pot. I do like the action from Mike. Unfortunately, he's going to find out real quick that SpongeBob wants all the smoke. He is going to go ahead and bump that up. And honestly, if he was smart, I would just min raise here because
they just announced that in these bomb pots they're capped.
Oh, are they capped? Okay.
You can only lose so much in these bomb pots.
Oh,
so he capped it.
And he gets called?
No way he got called. The guy has nothing.
The cards have to be read wrong here. He has literally nothing. Queen 8, 7, deuce. What? So we're over here talking about food and all sorts of weird stuff going on, and meanwhile,
look at George. He's trying to say, "What do you think you had here, pal?" I think
he probably thought he had the Queen of Clubs, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I would assume that's.
I'm assuming he saw the Queen with the 7 of Clubs. Probably thought he had the second nut flush draw, or second nut flush rather. That's the only thing that makes sense here, because otherwise.
So this is what's interesting, folks, about these. Like, a lot of these people do not play Omaha a lot at all, so they're just Hold'em players. When you play in these streams or whatever, you do not have to. You can just fold.
Yeah.
If you don't feel comfortable playing the Omaha bomb pots, just fold. Because that just costs him $250.
Omaha is such a deadly game. At the poker table, it's just everybody turns equity.
George said he showed it proudly. He definitely thought he had the Queen of Clubs.
Oh, for sure.
No pair, no draw. There's a lot of times in situations guys will give the people their money back there. I'm not saying that's the right or wrong thing to do either way.
But that's when you also know that you're typically going to be a Hold'em player when you proudly show your Queen High flush on a paired board.
Hold on. They're talking about it.
Yeah, George knows what's going on.
Omaha. George is like, you guys want to switch this game?
Yeah, George is dying to switch this to Omaha now. George,
I'm sorry. This booth will be a one-man booth in a heartbeat if they switch it to Omaha.
Oh, you better believe it.
I'm going in. Tag me in. Also, real quick, just posted on the Club JAQK Facebook. Tonight's $200 tournament, the prize pool was $4,665. First place is going to get $2,265. Second
That's
place
the largest one they've had.
Third place gets $1,000. $200 buy-in. Only 23 fishies you got to beat. Actually, only got to beat.
That's 20. One of the larger prize pools they had, isn't it?
Yeah, they jumped it up to 200 instead of.
Oh, that's right.
I think they took the bounties out.
That's right.
Right.
Nice.
So sweet, yeah. Nice little tournament here for.
Yeah, Club JAQK's offered all sorts of nice little poker. Yeah, I need to start playing because I'm getting real tired of watching Jason win.
Yeah, the big boy.
Dude's a killer.
He's very good.
A lot of people questioning his talent, but I'm going to tell you right now, just from watching the guy is just aggressive, and he is not scared to play pots. A lot of the players tend to get a little tight, tend to get a little scared when they get close to the money, and Jason is there to win. So he scoops up all those little pots, and it's paid out for him. I mean, the man's just on an absolute killing streak right now. Actually, I need to, speaking of poker, I need to upload some of these hands. I was waiting for my laptop to charge. I need to go get it, but got to post some of these hands from last night's action. Again, we'll be also taking some of the more exciting hands from tonight's action as well and posting them on Facebook. So again, another incentive to get you down here, get you into the game. If you play an exciting enough hand, we'll be posting it on all of our social media platforms. And that way you'll live in infamy with your exciting poker hand. Like J Money, Justin, the other night. Incredibly exciting hand. Hit the straight flush against a full house. Of course, there was massive fireworks. J Money winning a huge, I believe, about $4,000 pot. You could be next. Just give us a shout or come down here at Club JAQK.
Flush, baby. A little action here. 10
Yeah.
over pair, and we got the top pair.
Yeah, so looks like we got the pocket tens from Mike. Mark's still got top pair, turned equity with the open-ended. SpongeBob also turned equity with the gut shot here. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. It looks like we're going to get a bet from Mark, who's going to feel, generally speaking, that his top pair with the open-ended is going to be good. But he's going to find out real quick that Mike, with the pocket tens, blocking the nuts, is going to feel even more comfortable. But I don't think that's enough to get Mark out. Mark's probably considering his options. Probably thinks that he's never drawing dead. Hits an 8. And that's going to find himself in a tough spot because now if he was putting him on some kind of a bluff. But
He's only got $50, right?
yeah, he's only got 50 left, and he's going to call it, find out the bad news that he just didn't have it.
Yeah, tap the table, Marky.
He should be, I know he's upset that he lost the hand, but he should also feel happy that he did not have any more chips than that because he was probably going to be forced to call at least a decent amount. I mean, obviously, the open-ended is there on the board. You have to be putting your opponent specifically on a 10. But just be happy that he didn't have more chips and that you didn't lose any more than that. So let's take a look at some of these numbers, if you don't mind. Let's pull up those stacks. Let's see what the stacks are at. That's cumulative winnings and the chip count. Sometimes, yeah, it acts a little weird. There you go. So it looks like we got Jay up top with 1980, all the way down at the bottom with Mike W at 600. So
These are just the stacks, but this is what people are actually.
yeah, let's take a look and see what people are winning, losing. So it looks like we're pretty much right at where we were last time. We'll take a look at this flop real quick and then get back to it.
Ain't nobody got that.
Yeah, so it looks like the biggest winner is going to be Ronnie. Just a tad bit under 700, it looks
Sorry
like.
about that graphic. It's when the hand goes on it. Let me wait till the hand.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the hand to be
When the
completed to
Turner
take a
River
look at
comes
it.
out, it'll immediately take the thing off the screen. Sorry, we're doing it in the middle of the hand because they've got squadouche here. I thought this was a good time. Nobody has a pair. Take it. Queens, and both these guys play a lot alike here. Queen 3 offsuit. You're ecstatic to chop that pot. It's not a big pot, but you didn't lose anything. All right, now let's do it. Ronnie, 700 winner. SpongeBob, about 600, 550, 600. Mike, Todd, small winners. Jay, basically even. George, small loser. Mark, Art, and Sean are all in Stuckville.
Yeah.
Actually,
Art, through no fault of his own, has just run bad. He's just, he's played well. He's actually played extremely well. It's just, unfortunately, in poker, you can see the frustration in his face, too. Sometimes in poker, you just run into second best. It's happened to everybody. That's why I've always, as I've said many times before, poker is a long-term game. You don't ever want to judge your skills based on one night, because sometimes it's just not your night. Sometimes for other players, it's not their week. Sometimes for other players, it's not their decade. I know lots of those. So here we're going to see Todd with the pocket rockets bump it up to 40. He's going to get snapped by Mark with another Jack 9 suited.
This is the aces killer.
Jack 9 suited is the number one hand of the night. We've seen Jack 9 suited more than any other hand.
Let's see if the ninja slices these aces up.
Oh, wow.
Jeff,
So this is
got
the
a shot.
absolute best case scenario for Mark. He's flopped a gutter. He's flopped a flush draw. He's getting let out by aces with Todd here. So we're going to see what his approach is. I like a raise personally, but
He raised it. I like it too.
it's a
He's the
buck
favorite.
20, buck 15.
Small raise.
Yeah, this is going to go ahead and let you know exactly where you're at based on what Todd does. And, of course, Todd is never going to fold here, but what Todd does is going to determine the course of action because Todd only has two options here. He's either going to call or raise. I personally like the raise because of how wet the board is. Too many potentials out there for straights and flushes. Plus, your opponent could just have, ace-queen.
Oh, there
And
it
he hit the 10 of hearts on the turn. Now he's upgraded to a flush. He has open-ended straight flush draw. But the bad news for Mark is Todd is basically going to know that he's drawing dead. He doesn't have the ace of hearts. He's going to have a tough time continuing in this spot. And I'm really interested to see. Looks like we got a bet of about 225. It's going to be really interesting to see if Todd has what it takes to fold here. You have to know your opponent likely has a flush here, has a straight here. Again, that's why I like the raise on the flop, because when you find yourself in a situation like this on the turn, it's very difficult. Todd makes an excellent, excellent fold. Not a lot of players can fold the aces right there. A lot of players tend to get sticky with the aces, probably try to peel one more. But a majority of the time when you get fired into with a raise on the flop and then you find yourself in that situation on the turn, I know it sucks, but sometimes you just have to fold there. It's incredibly tough, but all the credit in the world to Todd for being able to make that fold. Not many players can fold aces there, but again, that's what we talk about. That's what separates the good players from the great players. Being able to understand the situation that you're in, not thinking of any other outside influences, just thinking about what you have, what your opponent has, what their ranges are. Todd thought better of it, laid it down. Very impressive. But here we're going to see Todd be salty from last hand, and he's going to go ahead and bump that up at the fives. Now let's see if he gets any action here. Probably not. Art's going to lay that down, and he's going to get a load of his money back. And you can see with just that card flip, he was a little salty about last hand. So hopefully he doesn't let that eat at him. Again, when you're playing poker, you got to realize that unless you flopped the royal flush, you're never 100%. Last thing you want to do is go on tilt and start trying to force wins. You just want to play your game. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose.
He's always said he was interested.
Oh, it looks like we got James Kelly in the chat.
Yeah, run good. Watching.
Run good is watching. Good job, guys. I need to get back and play the stream. Yeah, you do.
Just
Yeah, you
crushed
do,
it
my
last
man.
time.
We sure do miss you out here. I'll tell you what, you're one of my favorite players that I've ever dealt to. I don't think we've actually ever played together, but definitely one of my favorites, and you definitely spice up that action. We do miss you out here, so any time that you have a chance to get back out here, we would love to have you back out.
You've never played with Run Good?
I don't think I have, because, obviously I've worked at the casino for so many years, and I just really can't think of a situation where I played with him. I might have, maybe when I left the casino, played with him once or twice, but I just don't think so.
That's feedback from two different players. One of you guys is talking too loud, one of you guys is talking too soft. I don't know who it is.
Can we get a microphone check in the
Yeah.
comments?
Apparently having some issues with the microphone. If you can hear me good, let me know.
Same.
If you
One
can
of
hear
us
Mitch
sound
good,
too loud. Is
let
talking
him
too
know.
Loud? He sounds too loud in my ear. Is he too loud in the chat?
I don't-
Too low.
I don't have the microphone too far from my face, so it should be good. Well, I was going to take a quick break here in a second. I'll just go outside. I'll take a look at the stream, and then and then I can hear it, and I can kind of determine.
Go this way, please.
Yeah, I got you.
Give me water whenever you come back. Not right now.
Yeah, I'm about to go out here in a second. I'll take a look at that stream, see exactly what's going on. Just may have been that the microphone was too close.
Oh, big flop there. Just
Yeah,
king
got
deuce,
flops the boat. We got a 7 on the turn. Art turns the 7.
Poor Art.
He's going to like it, but he's not going to love it. He's going to bet out, and what I'd like to see here is Ronnie just call. There we go. And the 10. So not a great card for Art, but Art still might think that he's in the lead. And it looks like we tried to get a slow play from Ronnie, but Art felt like he might be trapped here. Goes ahead and checks it back. And you can see Art's just frustrated. He's just can't seem to get it together tonight. But again, Art just needs to realize that he's played incredibly well today. It's just sometimes you just run into bad beats. There's nothing you can do about it. We see it all the time. That's the downside of poker is you don't always win. You just got to try to do your best to maintain your losses. Try to keep them in control. But again, everybody, thanks so much for joining us. If you're just now joining us, this is our 5-5 No Limit Holdem Club JAQK poker stream. This is our Saturday night game. We're here every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. Friday and Saturday night streams start at 6 p.m. Our Sunday Omaha game starts at 3 p.m. But again, this is Club JAQK. We are here at 161 Outer Loop 40214. That's in Louisville, Kentucky. If you ever want to come out and play, just give us a shout on Facebook or any other of our social media platforms. You can get signed up for games on Poker Atlas or the Poker Atlas app. Here we're going to see Art finally win a hand, not get unlucky. He's pumped. Yeah, I'm going to run outside real quick, and I'm going to see if I can test out this stream. See if I can hear it. Oh, you wanted something to drink?
Yeah, water. Microphone check. 1 2 1 2. Battle of the aces here. No one flops a pair. Bet and take for ace 4, Sean. Yeah, the pretty ace 10 of hearts for Art here. George in with the ducks. 1 duck folded. Mark's in with the Jack 10, and then there's the other duck folded. No sets for George. Still a pretty good flop for the ducks, actually. Nobody has anything. Check, check. Tom, check this one out. How's this sound? Check, check. I'm checking Tom's mic right now, everybody. He says his sounds a little louder, so I'm going to, hold on, turn it down a smidge. What about now, Tom? How's that sound? Speaking the same tone. About the same. Turn it down a little more. What about now? What about now? About the same. Okay, well. Maybe move the mic from my face a little bit. I had it where you had it. What about now? A little more and should be good. Okay. I'll turn this mic down because apparently Tom was too loud for you all. He was, Tom does have a strong voice, so it does carry. What do we got going on here? Oh, we got the nuts from Mark. And just a queen and a gut shot here for... Okay. Queen and a gut shot. Nuts for Mark. Big raise. Or what did no, it depends on what Jay bet. Tom's, his mic louder. Can't hardly hear you on yours. It's not bad though. What about mine now? I'm back on my microphone. Interesting river here. It's not bad though. Okay. People are saying I think Tom's was a little loud. Mine was okay, but it's probably you probably can't hear me if Tom's talking too loud and I'm trying to talk too. You know, shut his big mouth up. Oh, sweet play here by Jay. Oh my lord, he is deciding to turn this king queen into a bluff. Oh, what a sick spot for Mark. Everything about this hand makes sense. The two pairs with the 10, queen 10 sets. I mean, Mark is really, are you serious right now? He does not have it, Mark, but he is repping it. No doubt about it. It looks like he's got it. Sick, sick. You don't see this very often either with where the guys bluff these spots on the river. It's, you do in Omaha. You don't see it in Holdem enough. As you can see, Mark's sitting here with the stone cold nut straight and is in agony. Turn my side up. What are we doing now? My side's going up a little bit. Tom's side's just right. Your sound sounds lower than the table volume. Now it does? Check, 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 check.
Were you updating yours?
No, I had yours on when you were responding to me. So maybe that's what he was talking about. I don't know. This guy's in the chat to me. Need to turn your side up. Tom sounds just right. Yours sounds lower than the table volume. Okay, that's another person that said that. Mine's all the way up, so I believe. Or wait a second. Maybe I'm on mic one. This might be yours. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, this is... what about mine now? What about mine now? Hold on. Tom's back. We're going to do a little mic check boys and girls. I think I turned the wrong ones the wrong way.
So I'm back. If you can hear me fine, let me know. We need to figure out this mic situation, get it taken care of.
All right. What about now? Mine now. Chat, let me hear it. Yeah, we're getting it fixed now. Yeah, the chat's letting us know. Sounds like I'm far from the mic. Okay, hold on. This one is mine, I believe. What about now? Steven? Run Gun 502 Warzone. How we doing now? How's that sound now?
Can you hear me now?
Hold on, don't say nothing. This is a sick hand, by the way. Look at this hand. Jay has turned his hand into a bluff. Mark is in the blender. Good. D's Nut says good. Better. That's right now. Tom's low now. Okay, we're going to get that. Hold on. Don't say nothing yet, Tom. Which one was mine? This one is yours. All right, talked. Hold on. We're going to do a Tom mic check, chat.
All right, so this is me talking normally. This is not me speaking loud or soft. This is my normal voice. If you can hear me, let me know.
Good now. Okay, we figured it out. No, Tom's way low. Yours is good now. So mine's good now. But hold on. Did you just hear Tom's? That's me. Tom.
Can you hear me, Steve?
Did he fold? He folded. Oh,
Yeah, he
sweet
folded.
heaven. What a play. I got that. We got to watch.
Tom distance. So I don't want to put my mic too close. But if you can hear me, I do see here that it does look like
Sick.
my... so this is the volume
Distance.
thing here, right?
This is yours.
Yeah, so you'll notice here that our green bars are only going up to about mid-level, so you're going to want to bump that up a little bit to where it's approaching the next little green spot.
Well, you were all the way up before.
Yeah,
People
so
said you were too
so
loud.
you see now you see that I'm getting into the yellow. That means that the feedback that it's receiving is going to be a little bit louder, so that should be probably right on point.
Check. All right, I think we got it figured out. I know that I just figured out that hand was absolutely sick, and it worked.
What a good play.
A very good play.
At least.
Yeah, it could have been as simple as something just, okay, it says that both of us sound good now. Thank you for your help. We do appreciate that. Sometimes it's very easy for one of these little knobs just to get pushed or something and the sound gets off, but we want to make sure that we're sounding good for you all. Actually, bear with me for a second. I'll be back. I'll get a Wi-Fi password.
Both sound good now. Yeah, I think we figured it out. Little low. Tom's low. We're experiencing the delay, but Tom needs to just be up a little bit. Yeah, we got that. We got it. Tom's good now. Yep, you all are perfect now. All right, good. Sorry about that, everybody. We are. What the confusion was, we've got these microphone volume buttons. I'm sitting on the right side, so I thought my volume button was on the right side, and it was that was actually Tom's. And I am not technologically savvy. What we got here? We got straight here for SpongeBob. Top pair for Art. And pair of sixes for Mike. We're perfect now, they said. Man, I can't get over that hand. What a play by Jay.
Yeah, it's love seeing the action. Love seeing the heart too. That's a difficult play to make there. You're really just wanting to try to get your opponent to fold.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you just do not see that very often. I was explaining that while you were on break. I mean, you just don't see that raise on the river very often.
No.
And that's what Mark was thinking. He was like, God, I'm just beat.
Yeah, that kind of a big bluff on the river. Most people don't take that kind of line, so in his eyes, it's most likely just going to be scenarios of actual full houses.
Mm-hmm. Especially with the hand played. I believe he bet the turn, and then Mark raised it, and he just called, and then Mark let out on the river, and he bombed on him. That was a sick hand. Very fun hand that one was. Trying to figure out the mics. I was trying to figure out if Mark was going to call. And it was just all around excitement. Ace 8 for Todd's good here. He realizes it and decides to go ahead and bet it. SpongeBob is not curious. Is there any upsets in football today?
I do not know what the final score of the Washington game was, but they were in a very close game. Didn't get to see the end of
Here we
it.
go. Let's see what's up in the college football world. Is well, 7-9's turned a little something. We got a King 8. Hold on, Art. Oh man, there's Art. He loses on the river again. Todd, the river's the 9. Small pot though. Okay, let's see. So Kansas, top 20 team, lost to Texas Tech. Alabama spanked on us poor Kentucky Wildcats. Michigan, who I think is the best team in the country, beat Penn State at Penn State. Let's see what else we got here. Dang, Colorado lost again, but only to 3 to Arizona. Colorado's going to be real good next year once they get some linemen in there. Oh my, Missouri spanked Tennessee. Spanked them.
Yeah, Kentucky lost to Tennessee, so that's a bad loss for us.
Florida State beat Miami. Oklahoma State, number 15, got just absolutely just destroyed by UCF, 45-3. Oregon State destroyed Stanford, and right now Georgia's up 28-14 on Mississippi. Washington won by 7. Someone in the chat said. Who was Washington playing?
Somebody random like Oregon State or somebody, I can't remember.
Is Washington good?
Yeah, Washington's like 5th in the nation.
So nothing too exciting in the college football world. A couple top 20 teams lost, but
So here we got another pair of Kings.
That's good. They're going around. We've seen a lot of Kings and Aces so far.
Yeah, the past 2 days, it's been an unbelievable amount of pocket Kings and pocket Aces. I've really never seen so many pocket pairs before.
What we got going on here? Sean got frisky here with the 8-3. Oh, what is going on? This can't be. I don't know if that card reader's correct, but maybe Sean's just bored.
A lot of the times that you see,
time to be bored.
yeah, a lot of the times that you see plays like this, you're generally just going to be putting your opponent on 2 overs, just hoping that he has ace king, ace queen,
Now he
and
turns
that
a gutter.
your card is good. And here, if he does in fact have the 8-3, he's going to feel confident that he just got called. His threes might be in the lead.
All in and a snap call. What in the world? Maybe the card reader's wrong. What's that there?
Set of threes.
Is that right?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
that makes sense.
That makes way more sense, yeah. Although the 8-3, sometimes again, it wouldn't be abnormal to see that because you turn the gutter.
8-3 would have cracked the
8-3 would
kings
have cracked
too.
it anyway, so.
Poor Mike.
Yeah, poor Mike just always thinks his kings are good there. It's just he's going to get the bad news.
James Kelly says, thanks for the kind words. I'm going to be in Huntington, West Virginia next weekend for my daughter's gymnastics meet. The following weekend, I will be in Cherokee for the circuit. Yeah.
Awesome, James. Well, good luck to you out there, and good luck to your daughter as well. I've actually spent quite a bit of time out in Huntington. Had to do some photo shoots out there back in the day, but good luck to her at the gymnastics meet. Good luck to you at the Cherokee. I know you're definitely capable enough to making a couple of deep runs, so good luck to you.
Yeah. Cherokee's a fun stop. I used to go there every year. You ever been to Cherokee?
You know, that's actually one place I've never been that I've died to go to, but every time I've looked it up, it's just a little bit out of my price range, so.
No, you don't stay at Cherokee. You stay at the little hotel across the street, and they got their.
Okay. Yeah, see, I've
You
just.
can stay at Cherokee. But
Well,
there's-
also for the longest, I wasn't allowed to actually play the circuits there because being a Caesars employee, they wouldn't allow us. So it was kind of hard to justify driving all the way out there just to go play cash games when I could just go up to Cincinnati or play here locally. So I'm actually more of a tournament player myself, so I would prefer to go out there to play in the circuit if I was going, and just for the longest we weren't allowed. But now that, well, it doesn't matter now because I'm no longer an employee of Caesars Entertainment, but a couple of years ago Caesars actually switched their rules to where they allowed you to play in the circuits in the World Series of Poker. So
Cool.
I think they were just realizing that they were losing way too much money from gamblers like me that would come out and play, so they made the smart decision to change that.
There's the Queen Jack suited for SpongeBob. Cherokee's awesome though. They got like a bowling alley in the.
I've heard
Arcade.
Cherokee is world class.
There's not really shit else to do besides the casino.
Yeah, I've heard nothing but good things about Cherokee. It's actually upset me that I've just not been able to make it out there, but I'm hoping that one day I'll stop being so lazy and go.
Another thing you all just heard George yelling to Dan, asking if they're going to get the fight here tonight. That's probably a yes. That's another thing Club JAQK does. Like, if the players want to see a fight, they'll order it, I'm sure. Another cool thing about this poker room, you know. Supposed to be John Jones fighting tonight, I believe. He tore his pec.
Yeah, he's unfortunately probably done for his career. I hate seeing that
I
because John
think he'll
Jones
come
is one of my
back, though.
all-time favorites.
I think he'll come back and do one more.
It's definitely possible, but
Maybe to his detriment, he ain't gonna be the same. Probably.
nah, it's just, man.
He's had a lot of off time.
Plus, I was watching John Jones fights 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, he's old.
Yeah,
he's
so-
probably like 34, 35.
Yeah, he's just getting up there. I think he's still got a little bit left in the tank, but, when you fight a mixed martial arts,
Yeah, age is not your
man.
friend.
yeah,
Age is not your friend in any sport. Father
No.
Time's undefeated.
unless you're LeBron James and for some reason played 37 years.
Yeah, he's an anomaly. But even him,
crazy.
when you watch him, I mean, he doesn't do what he does at all phases of the game, but he does still have some spring in his step.
Absolutely.
He still can,
And,
he still is a
LeBron
contributing
probably
player.
could realistically play for another 3-4 years.
Oh,
At least from what he
100%
looks like.
It depends on what capacity he wants to play at.
Absolutely.
Like Vince Carter played 22 something seasons in the
Yeah.
NBA, but towards the end he kind of sat the bench or whatever. I don't think LeBron's
Absolutely.
going to want to do that, but
Well, of course there was the talks of LeBron wanting to play with his son, which would make sense, but is his son even good enough to be drafted?
well, here's the thing: they're going to draft him because that's money, money, money
For
just
sure.
to have him and LeBron on the same team. Here's the other though, but his son had heart issues.
Yes, I did.
So
Yes, I did see that.
he's out as he can't play right now.
Yeah. So thoughts and
Rudgett
prayers for
said,
him.
"Come on, he's got a room in Cherokee." So there you go. You have no excuse now. You can play the tournaments, and he's got a room.
Heck yeah. Well, it depends on when it is, James. Because again, I don't know if
Day
you're
after
aware, but
Thanksgiving.
I'm it's after Thanksgiving.
It's the day after
Oh,
Thanksgiving.
day
it
after
starts.
Thanksgiving.
Actually, it starts.
That's
I
when
think
the
day
start of
before.
it is, though,
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Thanksgiving is like the mid 20th, something in that range.
Thanksgiving is the 23rd, so it probably starts the 22nd or 24th.
23rd, 4th. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, Jimbo, I won't be able to make it out there. I will be preparing to go out to the Bahamas.
I wonder what the replace fight was tonight. John Jones 36, which means he'll be 37 by the time he returns from his. Oh, it's a bunch of foreigners. Can't even pronounce their names. John Jones and Stipe can't. So that's sad. I think Stipe was going to beat him. Stipe's a beast.
Yes.
Jones is a beast too, though. I mean, Brittany in the game. She played a little bit last night towards the end of the stream, so she got here a little earlier tonight and said, "Yep, yum yum, boys, yum yum."
Yeah, unfortunately, when she got here last night, the game only lasted about 20 minutes after she got here, so she'll be able to get a little bit more action in tonight. George again, he is on a slow play mission today. Slow played kings twice. Now he's limping in under the gun with ace king suited, hoping that he runs across somebody that decides to get spicy. Doesn't look like anybody's going to wake up with anything to do that, and he's going to regret limping in there. But again, his hand is extremely concealed.
Oh my
Flops
God! Oh,
is
no.
about as
Someone's
good
got
as
a
you
king,
can.
too. Todd's gonna get. Oh my God!
Yeah, so
God.
he's allowed himself to be in a spot now where he's allowed Todd to get in there for dirt cheap with the king 8 suited. They've both flopped the trip kings. It's been bet and immediately raised, and I do like the quick raise. Gastre could potentially play off like he had clubs, which is going to slow down Todd here now. So it looks like they're both going to play it like they're scared of clubs. We're going to see the river.
River for George.
George has essentially got the nutter butters here, and it's going to be a very difficult spot for Todd. Todd could think that Gastre is on clubs and get rid of it and make an extremely tight fold here, but that would be a great fold. Most times people are just going to pay this off, but
I say he folds.
we've seen Todd make some good folds here so far. He's thinking that likely scenario is that it's clubs, but he's counting out the 200. I think he wants to fold, but I think he's just in a situation where he's just stuck there with the trip kings. I think he's just going to pay it off.
Yep. You're right.
That's
I
what he
thought was
does.
gonna
George is going to flip over the ace king.
So the
Todd's
slow
going to get
play
the bad
worked out
news.
for George there.
It did, yes. Allowed his opponent to get in there with the inferior king.
James Kelly said that he saw that. Good luck out there in the Bahamas in your tournament.
Thank you, sir. I do appreciate that. I'm just hoping to min cash. Of course, we all know that you're capable of winning the tournament. I'm more of a min casher, so as long as I min cash, I'll be good. If not, I'll just act like it was good for my experience to improve my game.
You'll be in the Bahamas for 11 days. Boo
Yeah.
frickin' who. I mean, what in the hell is wrong with you people? Min cash. Well, min cash would be nice, but
min cash in a 5K buy-in is going to be generally a minimum of 8 to 10,000, probably
Yeah,
closer
that's
to
sweet.
8.
That's sweet because he's in it for $50 a month in this online, basically satellite that he wanted on. So how many times have you paid the monthly? Or
So originally I got on Club G about a year ago or so. I haven't played for the full year, but anybody that's unfamiliar with Club GG, it's just a free poker club that you play in on a monthly basis. Well, I say free, it's $50 a month. But basically, I've only been on there for probably 6-7 months or so.
so okay, so you're in it for.
Yeah, so
Let's just
originally they used to do World Series of Poker main event satellites, like 12K packages, where you would kind of like how we're going to be doing here in January with the Poker League. But 12K package, good enough for the main event seat plus travel and accommodations. But with the World Series of Poker recently announcing that they were going to be...
It's good, something good for Art finally. Nut flush versus Jack 10 straight here. Sorry.
Oh, no, you're good. Finally see Art take down a hand. Good for Art, getting back in there on the winning side.
So yeah, that's sweet. Then you're basically in it for about $300.
Yeah, so really got in for dirt cheap. But again, everybody, thanks so much for joining us here on this Saturday night. This is our 5-5 No Limit Holdem cash game stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. If you are interested in playing, we do have other games besides the 5-5 game. We also have 3 No Limit cash games going as well. So if you're interested in playing, want to get signed up, we've got a seat open in the main game as well. So just visit us here at clubjackpoker.net. You can visit us on any of our social media platforms. You can find us on Facebook, Twitch, Instagram. If you'd like to get signed up for one of our available games that we have going right now that we have seats open for, you can find us on Poker Atlas or the Poker Atlas app.
What's going on here? Top player for Todd. 7. I think Todd just won on the flop. Okay. Asking Big Boy in the background how many chips he's got because he wins almost every tournament here.
Yes, Big
But
Boy
I don't know.
is a
The
beast.
sun run might be over. I mean, that's just so hard to. Ronnie. Bump up the Queen Jack here, limps around to him. He said, dead money, I'll take it. And he does. So run good. Here's a bet for you. Who places better? You in Cherokee, Tom in the Bahamas, or your daughter in West Virginia?
I'm taking the daughter.
I'm taking your daughter.
Yeah, so in my particular field, it is going to be star-studded. There's going to be some of the best players in the world in my tournament. I do look forward to the competition, but it's also not going to be easy. I'm nervous. Don't get me wrong. Yeah, it's I'm decent at poker, my man, but again, I'm gonna be playing against all the world class players, so don't know how I feel about it. Just glad to be there. At least I'll be on vacation, so I'm cool with that. Yeah, so Todd's going to take the line here. He is just going to try to seal it. He's going to put Gastray in a difficult spot here with ace-8 of clubs.
So
I think this is generally going to be a fold.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? I didn't see any of this action. Sorry, I was in the little boy's room. But if George calls, that makes ace-10 and maybe fold.
Absolutely. So it's kind of one of those spots where if George calls, ace-10 folds. I think if George folds, ace-10 is more likely to call. But even then, when you're sitting there with ace-10 offsuit, you see that a straight is out there. 4-5's out there. Obviously, ace-7s, 6s, 3s, all those type hands are out there. Ace-10 kind of shrivels up. Really, you're only ahead of a bluff right now. Possibly ahead of a gutter type hand. So ace-4s, ace-5s. And really, that's about the kind of ranges that you're against. And it looks like we're going to see an amazing call. Todd just unfortunately just didn't.
Yeah, Mark just says that if you call, I fold.
Yeah, and that would have made sense.
Good. Nice pick off there by Mark. Yeah, if George would have called, I think Mark would have folded. His ace-10 shrivels up even more.
100%.
Throw down 1165. Which event are you playing in? Are you talking to Tom or are you talking to Run Good?
Yeah, Run Good's going to play in all the events because he knows he has a chance to win in all of them. He might be talking about his daughter. She is in the parallel bars or whatever they are. She's probably in the flat beam. Let's see what else.
Yeah, what does she do, old Run Good? What's her specialty
What do you call
in
that
the
thing?
gymnastics?
The beam, solo, single beam, flat beam,
The balance beam?
balance beam.
What's her specialty, Run Good? Aces going around.
I used to be able to get on the on the little dangling rings or whatever they are. I don't know what you call those things, where they be flipping around and stuff. I used to be able to flip my body around, but I probably can't do that anymore.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no.
You know what I'm talking about? The little rings that you.
Yeah, they're called rings.
They're called rings.
Yes.
Whatever.
They're called gymnastics, like rings or whatever. Look at here. Oh, some action here for Sean as Brittany does flop a jack.
Tom. Oh, okay. So me. Well, throw down. I'll tell you here in just a second after we finish this hand. Got a little bit of action here.
We'll hear this story for the 12th time tonight on the stream.
It's exciting, bro. A lot of
It's
people get
exciting
excited
for you.
about this,
Well, it's
this
exciting
story.
for you.
It is exciting for me mostly, and for my girl. My girl's more excited. So
Very good turn.
yeah,
card
we're gonna
for aces.
we're gonna see those three here. It's gonna suck because Brittany is basically gonna be drawn to a jack at this point. But who knows? She may just again. A lot of the times we just think our opponents just have two overs and are always trying to bluff us. So with her pair here, it's possible she could
great
stick
fold,
in
great
there, but unfortunately she does not. Aces don't get that extra value, but Brittany makes an excellent fold there with the top pair.
Very good fold, Brittany.
Yeah, so the event that I'm playing in, I won a satellite to play in the main event in the Bahamas at the World Series of Poker Paradise. So I will be playing in a $5,300 No Limit Holdem Texas tournament in, I believe, about a month. It's I think the main event is December 9th. It's in Paradise Island in the Bahamas at the Atlantis Resort. Anybody unfamiliar with the Atlantis Resort? I know that University of Kentucky's played there several times in the preseason for like an opening tournament or something. But they have 15 World Series of Poker bracelet events going on. I'll probably splash around in 2 or 3 of those. They are somewhat high rollers, but they do have a couple of cheaper ones. They have a $1,000 mini main event. I'll be hopping in that. They have a $700 flip and go, where if you win your first table, you're in the money. I'll most likely splash around in that one for a buy-in, maybe 2. Hopefully keep my fingers crossed that I'll make it just on the first flip. But very excited. But yeah, I won a satellite with 1,400 people. It was a poker tournament, 1,400 person poker tournament. Only first place won a $10,000 package. Again, the $10,000 package includes 11 nights stay at the Atlantis Resort and a $5,300 tournament entry fee. So I will not be here in the next couple of weeks. I believe I'm going to be heading out of town on December 3rd, and I will be back on the 14th or so. So I'm going to miss a stream or 2, but just be thinking
Only
of
a
me.
weekend, actually.
Is it what?
It's only a weekend. So that's a Sunday you leave, and then you get back on in the middle of the next week.
Yeah. So it's not bad. Says, so the main badass man, good luck to you. I want to go play in the mystery. Well, thanks, dude. I really do appreciate that. I will say that when we got heads up in the tournaments, I had a massive chip lead. It was pretty exciting. I had a massive chip lead. I think I had about 11.5 million to the guy's like 1.8 million or so. So pretty decent. And it was pretty standard. I min raised on the button. I believe the blinds were like 2 and 400,000 or something. It was pretty stout blinds. Dude went all in. I had ace-6 offsuit. Guy went all in with pocket eights. So for me, typically, I'm thinking to myself, well, here we go again. This is, where I double the dude up and then he comes back and beats me. I need the ace. I need the miracle ace. Well, believe it or not, I got ace-6 against pocket eights. The flop comes out 6-6-6. Flopped quads. And I was actually with a couple of friends of mine. And I jumped up and started tapping my feet real quick. And I was like, I'm going to the Bahamas. And basically lost it. Became a little girl. Was extremely ecstatic. But essentially, I'm going to be having all of that for only a $50 charge. So getting into all that action for $50, I felt like it was destiny. Even if it's not, I'm going to enjoy myself. Going to get a tan because I'm way too pale. So do appreciate that again. Thanks so much. And good luck to me. All I need is a min cash. I'll be good. But it is a $15 million guaranteed prize pool. So there's going to be a lot more money out there to be won. And I'm just hoping to get a little piece of it.
Run good. Balance Beam is her best event. She won a Kentucky State gold medal. She qualified for regionals and won gold medal. She qualified for national championships and won a gold medal. Okay, yeah. I'm definitely taking your daughter then.
Yeah, she's definitely a beast. So, yeah, Jimbo, I'm going to say that your daughter has a way better chance of taking home gold than probably either of us. I'm going to say you're probably number 2. And then me, again, I'm just desperate for a min cash. So I'm just looking to come ranked. I don't know how many people are going to play. Probably, if I had to guess, probably about at least 1,500. I'm just hoping to finish in like the upper 15 percentile. Or I guess you would say the 85 percentile would be opposite of that. Yeah, so I just want to finish, final 15%, somewhere in there, get a min cash. Hopefully earn enough to be able to play in the $100,000 high roller that's immediately following the main event. Probably won't be able to afford that either, but it is what it is.
How much would you have to have for you to put $100K up in a tournament?
For me personally, over $10 million. Even if you win let's say you win 1.5 million in a tournament and you pay taxes, you're going to pay about 30%. So you're going to look to immediately drop about 500,000. And I just think it would be a mistake to take 10% of your worth and go play in a poker tournament, regardless of how good you are. It's just too high stakes, too much risk involved. You don't want to, when you're playing poker, I've found personally that the best way to play is never outside of your stakes because it makes you uncomfortable. I've personally only played the main event once. It was all the money I had in the world, and I played extremely too tight, and it ended up costing me. So I have also noticed that when I play, tournaments that are a little bit more in my range, a couple hundred or so, I play way more comfortably because if I lose, it doesn't bother me. It becomes an issue when you start losing and it really gets to you. You don't want to put yourself in that spot. You want to be able to play comfortably, play your game. And if you lose, you lose. When you lose, you want to be able to walk away thinking to yourself, okay, what can I have done better to play better? What could I have done differently? The last thing you want to do is walk away and just think to yourself, how am I going to get out of this hole? Now I'm in the gutter. I've got no money to do this, no money to do that. You just want to play within your own limits and keep control of that.
Run Good says you will run deep.
Thank you, man. I really hope I do. But if not, like I said, I'll be eating some shrimp and some lobster, dipped in all sorts of warm butter. So it's going to be a good experience one way or the other. Again, even if I don't win, still the experience of a lifetime. I was extremely happy to beat out a field of 1,400 players. And we'll see what happens. But fingers crossed for me. He's thinking about it.
Well, interesting flop for Arch Jacks here. It's not the prettiest flop in the world, but nothing there. Go spin the wheel, Art. Show your hand. He doesn't show. He doesn't spin. Oh, yeah, he did show. 965. Here's the winners right now.
So it looks like we got Jay up top with just a tad bit under 1,000.
George was stuck 1,000 or so, and he rebought, and he's back out. Back to basically even. Sean, big loser. Art losing.
I know it looks pretty. You got top pair, top kicker, but
Hello 7027 says don't play scared.
I'm gonna try not to. Again, this is going to be this is going to be the second largest tournament that I've ever actually personally played in. So I don't plan on playing intimidated. I've actually, I've dealt the World Series of Poker before. I have played in a lot of the World Series of Poker tournaments. I'm not an expert player by any means, but I do have, I believe, 10 or 11 cashes at the World Series of Poker. So I've got enough experience to not actually play scared. It's just really, I just want to win so bad. I'm not going to say that I want to play scared, but I'm going to play anxiously. I'll say anxiously is probably a better word to use. So it looks like guy 6 actually going to wake up with a decent.
Eight's still good here for Todd. Good hand there by Todd. Knew his eights were good. Jeremy Radishes, best of luck, Thomas, in the big tournament you're playing in.
Thank you, Jeremy, man. I really do appreciate that. Definitely couldn't be more excited. I've always wanted to go to Atlantis. Was not able to go because I'm too cheap to pay the $400 to $500 a night room fee. Of course, you're also on an island, so everything's imported, which has a surcharge to it. But it's all paid for, so I just need to get out there and basically just double up immediately, and then just coast for a while. Double up, coast for a while. I've grown up basically being a tournament player. I've played a lot of cash, but I do prefer to play tournaments. I just find them more exciting. So I couldn't be more excited. But also, you know, not just with that tournament. I'm excited for pretty much any tournament. You know, I mean, myself personally, yes, I'm going to be playing in that one. But you better believe once the varying poker tournaments come to town here, I'm going to be playing there as well. Those are, I don't want to say more exciting, obviously, than it's kind of hard to compare it to the Bahamas. But Club JAQK here is going to be offering all sorts of exciting action as well. So don't think that you have to travel out of country to be able to play in great poker tournaments. Again, as we've mentioned before, the Club JAQK mini series is going to be coming to town November 17th through 19th. The Club JAQK Poker League is going to begin January 8th. It's going to be capped at 36 entries, though, so again, you're going to want to hop in that as soon as possible. And then that's going to be concluded with the Card Player Poker Tour coming February 16th through the 25th. So you don't necessarily have to go out to the beach to be able to play poker. You can come here right to Club JAQK, again, right here in Louisville, Kentucky at 161 Outer Loop, 40214. You can just drive right down the road, just 15, 20, 30 minutes down the road, however close it is to you, and playing some exciting poker here. So better believe I am going to be playing in all of these tournaments. The only tournament that I will not be playing in is the $300 ladies event, which is Friday, November 11th, or excuse me, November 17th at 11 a.m. The only reason I'm not going to do that is because there is an upcharge for males. It is a 5x buy-in, so if you are a male and you want to play the ladies event, it's going to cost you $1,500. But you are required to wear a dress. Again, they've indicated that it doesn't matter which type of dress it is. It could be fancy, could be something as simple as a mini skirt or a sundress. But you do have to dress as a lady to play in the ladies event. So everything except for that I'll be playing in.
Isaiah James Puckett, do you think it'll fill up fast?
Which tournament are you referring to? The one out in the Bahamas or the ones here? Oh, you're probably referring to the Poker League, if I had to guess. To my knowledge, there's at least a couple of people that have already signed up officially. I don't have the official numbers here. I'd have to wait to get a hold of somebody to find out. I do believe that there's only 2 to 3 people that have signed up so far. Again, we are still quite a ways away from it. It doesn't begin until January 8th. But it's going to be capped at 36 entries. It's going to be the first come, first serve. Again, more information on that to come in the coming weeks, but what we do have here is that it's going to run for 10 consecutive weeks. That's going to be on Mondays. This is going to be a freeze-out style, so you know if you get knocked out, there are no rebuys. And then at the conclusion of 10 weeks, there's going to be 2 12K WSOP packages. There's going to be seats given away to the circuit event when it returns to Caesars, Southern Indiana. And there's also going to be seats given away to the 200K Card Player Poker Tour when it comes to town in February. So there's still,
So
I see
Isaiah said the league, too many free poker leagues that give the exact same prize pool with more cash is the thing. Jeremy Radish, Troy Devers Poker League is what you're talking about. Yes, Troy's league. I'm not sure about the 10K, 4K cash in the league I play in. Yeah, I don't know.
There is a lot of tournaments that you can go out there and play in. Ours, again, not only are we giving away multiple 12K WSOP packages, but we're also giving away I believe it's $16.75 now for the main event. How much are the circuit main events now?
Well, there's 1,700, I think.
About 1,700, yeah. So one or more seats to the circuit, and also seats to the 200K, which is a $600 buy-in. So some of these leagues, like the Louisville Poker Tour, for example, would only give away one seat. We're going to be giving away multiple seats, plus $2,000 for travel and accommodations, and again, seats to the circuit at the boat, as well as seats to the 200K. Plus, there is going to be cash awarded weekly. So it's not like you come and you play, you come in first place and you win $0. You just win points. There is going to be a prize pool every week. So not to downplay any of the other poker leagues out there, but this is most likely going to trump most of them. Just for the fact that with the weekly awarded cash prizes, multiple seats to the main event, multiple seats to the circuits, multiple seats to the 200K, and also there's no requirement for any of those other poker leagues to have a percentage dedicated to all the players in that league. So again, everybody that is in the Club JAQK Poker League, if you finish in last place every single week, you finally get to the finals, you finish in last in the finals, and your buddy Steve or George or whoever goes on to win the seat, they go to the Vegas, let's just say they min cash in the main event is always going to be about 15 to 20,000, usually about 18,000, somewhere in that range. After taxes, that payer is going to play about 30%. So, you're looking at about 6,000 that they'd probably have to go ahead and pay. So they're going to get back about 10, 12, 13,000, somewhere in that range. They would then be donating, I believe, don't quote me on the numbers, it's still in the works, but 25% of their winnings would go to be split equally among all of the league participants. So that, if we just take 25% out of, we'll just say 10,000, we're looking at 2,500. So at that point, what you do is you take the 2,500 and then you would divide it amongst the remaining 35 players. So if we just do some simple math here, we'll do 2,500 divided by 35. That means that each additional player in the league would have received about $70 to $75 extra. Now, of course, that's a min cash. What we're hoping is that our buddy George or whoever it is that goes to the main event maybe wins, let's say, $75,000 after taxes. So what we do is we look at 25% of 70,000, and then we would divide that by 35, and then that's what the players would get. So, again, very exciting stuff coming up here in the future at Club JAQK Poker. Again, keep tabs on all of this. You can find out all the information. It's posted daily. More information to come as we get closer to the events, but you can find all that information on clubjackpoker.net. Also, you can find all of the information on all of our digital platforms, including Poker Atlas and the Poker Atlas app.
How are you going to get seats to the card room tourney whenever the league won't be over yet? I believe it's based on the points at the time. Well, I think it's like at the 6
Okay,
week
so
mark or something.
so yeah, just to throw this out there, the Club JAQK Poker League, is going to run January 8th for 10 consecutive weeks. So yeah, it does run into it, but basically there's going to be side prizes, so it's not actually going to be over at that point. Because obviously we would be looking at January to February, February to March. About the middle of March is when that would actually end. But I think the way that they're trying to do it is there might be like middle of the month or middle of the series packages that they're going to give away. Again, I don't have all the details on it. They're still working it out.
I think it's just where you're at. I think it's your points at that time before the tournament. Whoever's in the top 3 or 4 in points by the time of the Club JAQK card player tournament gets 4 seats to the.
Yeah. So again, they're working out all these details. That's just what they've told me. What I can assume is maybe at the 5-week mark, maybe whoever is in first place, maybe second place in the league, they would give seats to. Or maybe they'll be splashing the seats into random weeks. I'm not 100%. The only information that I have...
Yeah, he's put it on the thing. I'm pretty sure it's...
Okay.
points. But okay, whatever. They're gonna, yeah, that's how they're gonna do it. They're gonna some kind of way before that tournament. You're gonna be able to earn
Yes.
that seat.
Just not sure exactly how they're planning on doing that, but just stick with this. We'll have more information to come up. All that information again as we approach that time frame.
Yeah, there it is. 4 seats will be awarded to the 600 card player, 200K guaranteed Club JAQK. The top 4 players and overall points after week 5 will receive the card player seats.
Okay. Okay. So
The
they've already
top 4.
posted that. Okay.
Well, that's what
That makes
I
total
was
sense
sent.
then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I had actually thought the same thing myself, and then somebody kind of
Which that's fair
told
as
me
well.
what it was.
That's a good. So that just gives you more.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, that card player poker tour is going to be massive. Again, it's set to be the largest poker tournament series that the state of Kentucky has ever seen. I expect nothing but big action from it. Huge turnout, I would expect. I would say at least 400 players are going to show up.
Interesting flop here. Nothing for the ace king. Over backdoor diamonds for Todd. Still nothing for both hands. They both check. Let's see if Sean can figure it out. That's really quick. That's a ace king kind of snap calls the river. And is correct. No Omaha game going tonight. I'm not sure. There's quite a bit of cash games going out there, Jeremy. There's usually Omaha going at least at one point every night here. Almost every night, I should say. And then the tournament's still going on as well. So I'm sure some more games will break out after some of those players bust out of the tournament. Excuse me.
See, Jeremy Resch, no Omaha game going. No, not tonight.
I just answered, literally talk to that.
My bad.
I know you're.
I'm over here busy trying to get these videos uploaded, and I'm having difficulty doing that. Apparently, I have too hefty of a file.
It's obese, if you will. Your file's a little obese, buddy.
My file is actually severely obese from what it says here. It says that the
Nothing would make my day more than to see Dr. What's his name again?
Rick.
What is it?
Rick.
Rickroll, right?
Rickroll.
Dr. Rickroll hop in the chat and join us tonight. That would really make my night.
He's busy tonight.
Performing surgeries and saving the world.
Yeah. Reading Wikipedia pages, posting the information.
Oh, wow. So George popped it up with the deuces and flops a set here. Nobody really has anything, though.
No, he's going to have one of his players get spicy here, and it's just unfortunately there's just not much out there for somebody to try to get in there.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie for George. But they just had absolutely nothing. Apparently there's a rodeo in town. I'm seeing a lot of people on Facebook at a rodeo.
It's a rodeo?
Freedom Hall, baby.
I don't think I've ever been to a rodeo before.
I don't know if I have either. Oh, yes, sir. Isaiah James. Sorry, I'll do it right after this hand. Got a raise of 35, and Sean, what, he 3-bet him with the ace-king? Not yet. Or he did, yeah, he did. 3-bet from Sean to 130. Jay is going to continue and see the flop, okay, with the king down of diamonds. And nothing versus nothing here. All right, see you later, Jeremy. You have a good night too, bud. About to update these numbers for Mr. Isaiah Puckett in 1 second.
Yeah, take it easy, Jeremy. Thanks for hanging out with us. We do appreciate that.
So interesting here. Ace King, the 3-better. That's 105 post flop. Or does that say 185? Oh, King 9 just folds. He doesn't look like a believer, but pretty monotone board there. Okay. Here's the win losses, Isaiah. Jay up about 600. Ronnie up about 6. SpongeBob 530. George Gastry 45. Small stuck for Todd. 200 stuck for Brittany. Mark, Sean, Art, all in Stuckville. 1,000 plus.
Not to sound weird, but I just noticed my mustache smells like that pizza joint, and I don't know how I feel about it. Okay, I think I might have finally figured out these videos here. Sorry guys, I've been over here trying to figure out how to post these videos from this exciting poker action onto the Club JAQK page. They decided to, instead of hiring an official videographer or social media guy, that they hired me to do it. Little do they know, I don't know what I'm doing. However, I'm trying my best. I think I've got it figured out here, so I'm going to try to get these videos posted for y'all.
Is that from last night's stream?
Yeah, so what we're going to start doing from here on out, as we see Jay here with the trip aces, with Gas Tray with trip aces as well. Yeah, set up for a major confrontation here. But essentially, just real quick before we get to this hand, we're just basically taking these videos and then just posting them.
Safe turn for George here. His 10 is going to play on every river besides the 6 or a deuce. I don't believe he's going to be folding. He's just going to call the 150 here, looks like.
Yeah, it's a smart play. You don't want to overplay your ace-9 here.
Yeah, so ace 10's going to play.
Yeah, so ace-10's going to hold up here, and what we see here is going to be
George knows when he gets caught on the turn, he's probably up against another ace. He's not 100% his 10 was good, so he just decides to take the safer route and check it back.
Yeah, might as well just go ahead and take a nice pot now instead of gambling and finding yourself in an extremely difficult situation where you're against ace king, ace queen, ace jack, ace deuce, 6-3, something in that range. Pot's already pretty decent enough. Playing it safe, not a bad idea there.
Jacks for SpongeBob. Raises it up to 35 or 25. He measures 35. So it looks like the $10 straddle's on. And king top two pair here for Mark. Kings and fives. Oh, there's an action card. As now Jacks hate the board every which way, but Sean turns the nut flush draw, and Sean is stuck. So the nut flush draw always looks a little more enticing when you're losing. Yeah, the Jacks are just, you just can't beat nothing. Sean said, don't worry about me. King or five of hearts would be brutal here, and he hits the ace. That's not good either. This is a very good check by Mark. Now Sean might think he just rivered the best hand with the ace. He's going to get the snap call here from Mark.
Yeah, I think all you can do is just call here.
Yeah, Jack 10's out there. He's weighing his option. Yeah, it's just a call.
Just always going to be a call, yeah. You would probably find yourself in a difficult spot if you raised and then get re-raised. You'd always have to lay it down.
Nice hand there, Mark. Ray Tom, tomorrow is Omaha. Tomorrow is Omaha, yes. That's their name.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes. Tomorrow is the Omaha game.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it should be streaming it. I believe I'm busy until around 5 o'clock. I don't know if I'm coming in after that or not, but we'll figure that stuff out. I believe the stream is set for 3.
Yeah, they've changed the streams on Saturdays to 6 o'clock, but the 3 o'clock start time on Sundays are still going to maintain the time. Alrighty.
Yeah, just queen here. Nothing for Brittany. She's got ace high on the river. She bets it, and so. What Brittany bet here on the river? Sean is just makes a crying call, but cry no more. Sean, your hand's good. Your queen is good. Brittany's bluff.
The biggest problem is I know your exact hand. I know your exact hand. It's just whether I can get you off screen or not. And I thought it was like 50-50.
Yeah, apparently posting videos is incredibly difficult, and I'm not good at it.
What's that?
Just trying to post these videos. I do not know how to make the videos smaller. Is that what the issue is? Yeah, just basically trying to upload these videos onto the social media pages, but I'm having difficulty because it says that the files are too large. And I don't know how to make them smaller. We'll get it figured out, though. We'll show you all these exciting.
There's been some good pots, though. Good hands, good pots over the last couple weeks. As to be expected. Ace 10 versus Ace 9 again. This time nothing. Just over. An idiot. Not anyone on the stream watching a video, folks. Sorry. Oh, Alex Barria's fighting tonight. He's stepping in. Wonder who he's fighting.
Alright, so for the life of me, I can't figure out these photos or these videos. I'm just going to have to do this when I get home. Probably going to have to reformat these videos to be able to upload them. So sorry for being away from the mic for a minute. Just trying to get this up and running. Basically just little highlight reels from
You
the
have not
games.
missed anything, but here comes Georgie in with the Ace King of Clubs. Looks like, yeah, pretty. And everybody's just going to fold. Hands not colliding too much right now. Jack 4 versus the ace, what? Ace 8?
Yes, we're going to have open-ended with the flush draw here. And he hits
Bingo,
the
and
6 of
flush.
clubs. Wow. What an action card. So we're going to see Sean here make a good play and go ahead and fire out, which Jay's probably never going to fold here. He's at least going to call 1. And what a great river card. So Sean makes a great play and checks here. He's going to hope that Jay bites with his straight on the river, making it maybe look like he had a pair with a flush draw and maybe he missed, and he is going to fall right into the trap. So all this money that Jay is getting ready to put in is not going to be coming back to him. Looks like we got a bet of, and just snap calls, doesn't raise. Sean, a little worried that his opponent could have had a higher flush than him. Takes the conservative route. Still wins a nice little pot. But I think I like raising there. I think a min click back would be the appropriate play. You've checked and you've got your opponent to put in money. But if you're only wanting to have a little bit of money in the pot, you might as well just go ahead and bet out, in my eyes. You might as well go ahead and bet out and get called, and then you'll have your little bit of money. If you get raised, then you can reevaluate your situation there. But either way, not a bad play. Takes the conservative route, gets his opponent to put in money with 0 chance of getting it back. Well played either way.
Yeah. You click it back, you put the straight.
I like the click back because it's going to put his opponent in an incredibly difficult spot. He's basically just been min raised. He has the straight. Most opponents are just going to find themselves committed. Again, it's not a bad play. I think you mix it up there, but
Yeah, I mean, and he had a pretty strong flush.
yeah, with the strong flush there, I like a min click. But either way, wins the pot.
Straights probably still calls you.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm
And,
thinking there that
all,
the
of
straight's
course,
still
the
calling
worst
you.
flushes are
Yeah,
calling.
worst flushes are calling you. And then if you get re-raised, you can evaluate your situation at that point. But I think a check raise there would have been something that I would have really loved to see, even if it was just a min check raise. But we'll move on. Nevertheless, he wins the hand. As we see SpongeBob here turn the flush as well. A lot of turned flushes.
Ace of spades for Ronnie.
Yeah, so Ronnie is going to really enjoy the turn card, even though he didn't pair up, hit a straight, or hit a flush or anything, because now he has a straight draw, flush draw, and he still, in his eyes, has the 2 overs, and he hits one of them. So the ace might get him in trouble. He's going to check. SpongeBob
I'm sorry, these guys,
checks back.
no, he had to bet river and get called, right? No, he did not. Are these guys friends?
Yeah, I'm not sure what just happened there. It was
Wow.
a
He said, I
check.
did not know if I was going to call or not if he raised the river, so he just decides to check it.
Terrible
Kinda
play.
Yeah, kind of what we were talking about a second
Terrible
ago,
play.
but you got to give him a chance to raise you.
Yeah, what's the point of playing cards if when you hit basically the best hand, you just don't bet it? The object is to get as much money into the pot as possible with the best hand. And to put 0 money in the pot there when you have a flush, you might as well just say, look, I'm only going to raise when I have nut flushes. I'm only going to raise when I have the top full houses. I'm only going to raise when I have quads or better. You need to learn how to get value out of your hands, and you'll see the world-class players in that spot might raise with 2 pair, might bet with 2 pair, just trying to squeeze up that value. To have a flush there and to check it back, essentially you're just saying, I'm playing scared. I'm scared that my opponent has a flush and might raise me.
So
And-
here's interesting, right? What we've talked about in previous streams, how many players at the table are going to take note of that, right? This guy just called with the flush and makes the statement, oh, I wasn't sure I was going to call raise. Now he just basically, like you just said, announced that he's really not looking to play any big pots without the nuts. They can start to put extra pressure
Absolutely,
on this guy now.
and a cognitive, aware player that's aware of his surroundings, aware of his opponents, is going to make a mental note of that. You'll notice some people are just, at the stream, watching the TV, looking around, not necessarily focusing on their opponents. They're missing out on key information.
Yeah, that's a big.
So, we're here stuck in a back room just watching a monitor, so we have to follow the action. And we get to see these players' faces. And a lot of times when you see players play, they're not even looking at the other players. A lot of the times you'll have this generic stare at the flop, or they'll just stare in one specific location. Meanwhile, your opponents are giving away all sorts of tells, and when you start missing out on those tells, you'll start losing value. And in hands like that, again, if somebody wasn't paying attention to what just happened there, they would see that, hey, this guy is not going to raise me or even bet me if he has a flush or a strong hand. And that's something that's exploitive and you can take advantage of. So he's going to have to go back and review this tape and see the mistake that he made there. That, look,
Another
man,
flush. We got flush after flush after flush here.
and it's 3 straight turned flushes, actually. He's going to have a little bit more difficulty
Yeah, but I
trying
just
to get
want
money into the
bring
pot.
that up because when you flip your hand over like that and you immediately make that announcement, you kind of are.
In my eyes, you're just going to become a target.
Well, you should. Yeah, to the right player, you're becoming a target for sure. But I think
Yeah.
he's a little embarrassed that he checked it back, so he felt like he had to justify it by saying, "Oh, I wasn't sure I was going to call a raise."
Yeah, at that point, you just need to be quiet because everything that you say is just going to hurt your reputation even more.
Well,
You might
and you heard me say the comment of, "Are these two friends?"
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
You do see that a lot, like two buddies in a pot, and they just decide to check the river.
essentially his best thing that he could have done is when he flipped over his hand, just said, "I'm a scared little girl. I'm scared to put money into the pot. I'm scared to get raised." Even comments like that, like it just becomes fishy. I don't know these guys personally, but when I see strong hands going against one another, of course Ace King is obviously not as strong, but Ace King probably, if I had to guess, 85% of the time is going to call a pretty decent bet there.
Yeah.
Probably about 85% is going to call a pretty decent bet. And a really, really strong bet is probably going to call about 1 out of, every 4 or 5 hands. So about 20-25% is going to call a pretty strong bet. But you'll never know if you don't put any money out there. And that's the last thing you want to do if you're playing poker. I mean, if you're just wanting to come out and be social and lose some money, I'd recommend playing that style. But if you're here to make money, you need to try to get as much value from every decent hand that you have. Doesn't matter if it's 2 pair, if it's a set. People tend to get a little sticky. And again, we saw in that situation there, he has Ace King. He's trying to hit the 2 overs. He's trying to hit the flush draw. He's trying to hit the gutter for the straight, and only hits the ace. But the ace will basically, be a saving card for him in a lot of the situations where somebody else might have had just a pair and a flush draw. So they're going to call a lot of the times. I don't like seeing that check there. It just is. It's extremely too nitty.
I would not be checking.
No,
Flush.
it's just too hard. I mean, flushes are incredibly hard to hit. And when you hit them, again, you want to try to get as much value as possible. And if you want to take the conservative route, like you're afraid, like let's say you're scared that your opponent is going to check raise you, then downsize your bet incredibly small. So say the pot's, $300 and you want some kind of value, just throw out, about 25% of the pot, maybe $75, $85, somewhere in that range. So if you do get check raised, unless your opponent decides just to go absolutely ham and go all in, generally speaking, that 75 is going to get bumped up to about 225, 250, 300. And then it's not costing you a whole lot to call with your flush. You need to give your opponents room to make mistakes. And your opponent's mistake there was sticking around, trying to hit some draws, hit a little bit of value on the river, and you didn't charge them. So just food for thought. Go back and review the tape.
I think Dan just bubbled the tournament. Or got their 5-handed now.
Here in a second, I'm going to have to go tell Sheila. Z wants me to inform them that the photo is incorrect. We need to get that updated.
Yeah, Sean.
And somebody else's photo has an issue as well, that not necessarily on the stream, but prior.
Gotcha.
And then I need to tell them that the videos that we currently have need to be reformatted into an appropriate video size. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't know what made them think I was a social media expert, even though I've been around since the MySpace days.
What was your Page's MySpace song? If you had to bet money right now, if you can remember your last MySpace Page's song.
Man, I mean, we're talking about 15 years minimum.
Oh, more than that.
Yeah, I'm just thinking minimum. Maybe closer to 20 years at this point. I would probably say, if I had to guess, some sort of 3-6 Mafia.
Yes.
Which actually is really funny, because I know you guys can't see it at home, but I'm trying to upload this video. We had a huge hand last night on the stream where we had pocket jacks against the 3-6 suited, and the caption that I had for it I thought was pretty witty. Unfortunately, I can't seem to post it to get anybody's opinion on it, but oh yeah, here it is. Long story short, jacks, pocket jacks versus 3-6 suited. Flop comes jack 3-3,
Whoops.
and lost a big hand there with the 3-6 suited.
Is it Art's time to hit a flush? It's not.
No.
The flushes were flying. Art, unfortunately, has deuce 10 club. Can't get any of it. His rough night continues.
Yeah, speaking of rough nights, let's take a look at those numbers. Let's see where we're at as far as the win.
Let's do it. So no big winners. SpongeBob.
Art's been floating right around that $1,700 mark. He's just feel real bad for him. He's just played well, just ran bad, and we only have 4 winners in the game so far, and nobody up big. SpongeBob up 785. Gas Trey's up a little bit.
He'd be up a little more if he bet that flush.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a. There ain't been any. George was stuck 1,000 and got it back.
Got it back, yeah. Cut a couple of big hands.
So if he didn't play bad and get stuck 1,000 to start, he may be a good winner.
George has been mixing it up quite nicely, though. I enjoy how he's mixed up his gameplay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's not a. He seems to have settled down a little bit, as that's a pretty hand for Sean.
Yeah, Sean with the Jack 10 suited.
Queen 10 suited for Jay. They could have some interaction.
Absolutely. Let's see some high cards here. And that's exactly what we get.
Look
monster boards. Yeah, Sean,
open-ended.
open-ended.
Two
Got 2 flush draws.
top
Absolutely.
pair. Oh.
Jay is
I have a feeling this is gonna
definitely
be a big
loving this
pot.
flop because he knows he's never drawing dead.
Oh, yeah. He's got the best hand. Jay with the best hand and a queen high flush. All it turns out to be just blockers here. He just calls, and now, welcome to the pot, Sean. When you're stuck, open-ended is very inviting.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what his play is going to be here. I
Ooh,
like
big
just a
gross.
call. 7 on the turn. Yeah, so it's going to add a little bit of equity for Ronnie with the gut shot, but however, if he does hit that straight, of course, the 10 is going to be there for him.
No, that makes 8 makes Jay a straight.
Yeah, the 8 is going to make Jay a
And
straight,
Sean
and
will
Sean.
make
It's going to make the
Sean.
nut straight for Sean. And 8 would be a
Nasty
pretty spicy card. However, Ronnie is just generally always going to know that his card is just no good. Because it's going to put a 4-liner out there to any 10 is good.
What did he go with here?
So he went hefty.
350.
Yeah,
and,
350 is a
500.
pretty solid bet. I'm not sure if either opponent can continue here for that sizing.
I think he's continuing, Ronnie.
But it looks like Ronnie is just dead set on knowing that his spades are going to come. But he is going to need a miracle here. He is going to need a king, and he is going to need a spade, and he is going to need it now. So we're going to go heads up to the river, and he hits the spade. Hits the spade. We have both players here. Ronnie should do nothing but check, and he does exactly that. He does exactly that. Now Jay's turn.
What a cooler.
Jay, I think he's going to take a look at Ronnie's stack. He's going to see he has about half the pot. I think he's just going to ship it all in, and we're going to get a snap call from Ronnie. Excellent play by Ronnie. Now it looks like here Jay is probably going to go a little bit less than all in.
He's going to get all in here in a minute.
No, yeah, so he's basically putting Ronnie all in. He's going to get snap called and find out the bad news, and Ronnie is going to win a massive pot.
Second flush over flush tonight.
Yes, excellent play by Ronnie. Couldn't stress that enough. I mean, we did call a pretty hefty bet there on the turn, but we got there on the river, and it pays off.
$2,400 pot.
Yeah, big pot.
Absolutely sick. So that's a... Sick. That was an action flop all the way around. Jack 10,
Yeah.
everyone had their fair share. And what a sickening. I mean, when you got the queen 10 of spades and you've top pair, gutter, flush draw, and the best hand, and then you hit your flush and you're no good. Nobody did nothing wrong there.
No, the only thing I will say is the call of the 350, I believe it was, on the turn is a little optimistic because a majority of the time you're just not going to hit that flush, and you're putting in a pretty hefty percentage of your stack. He was left with about 700, so he put in roughly about 30% of his stack on the turn, which is quite hefty. You don't want to find yourself in too many spots where you're putting in 30% of your stack with a draw that's not even the best draw. Of course, somebody could have had the nut flush out there as well. So I don't mind mixing your game up from time to time, trying to make a play. You just don't want to find yourself doing that too often, because a majority of the time you might not even have the best flush draw. So it's possible that you're essentially probably drawing dead a majority of the times. But nevertheless, he wins the hand. Huge hand.
Yeah, I think that turning the gut shot was a little. That's what enticed him a little.
But again,
more.
that gut shot is never going to be good.
But well, heads up, it could be.
Heads up, yes. But when we're in a pot multiple ways, your opponent's leading out a majority of the time. I don't know how I personally feel about trying to hit the gut shot straight draw that gives me the butt end of the straight. It's a little bit different if he has the 10 in his hand, like if he has king 10 there, where if the gutter does fill up on the board and put open-ended on the board, I at least have the top end. Makes me feel a little bit more comfortable.
I understand that. I would have thought my gut shot out was good too. I don't know if I would have called chasing it still, but I would have thought it was good because I don't. What hand does he have a 10 in it with? He has to have exactly the queen 10 of spades, the ace 10 of spades, the jack 10 of spades. For your hand not to be live. Now, three ways, that's a different story.
Yeah, if you're putting your opponent on a specific hand, it makes a little bit more sense. Like, I'm pretty sure my opponent has 2 pair, or I'm pretty sure my opponent has pocket aces, or I'm pretty sure my opponent has 3 of a kind. It makes a lot more sense there. So we can't get inside his head. We can just only assume. But it would make sense there if he did, in fact, believe that he could hit the straight and it was good. And that would give him 3 additional outs because, of course, instead of being 4, one of those is a spade. So we're looking at 9, 10, 11, 12 in his eyes, possibly 12 outs.
Ace 10 versus King 10, both suited. King 10 outflops the Ace 10, and then the Ace 10 catches up on the turn. SpongeBob with a nice value bet here, but King 10's out of here. Nice bomb pot here. This, Brittany's got the she got sevens, diamonds. SpongeBob's got open-ended.
This is like bullshit, man. Good luck getting paid
Jay's in with the 8. Oh, the 8-6 is in the nuts. Excuse me, not opening it. Jay flopped the nuts. SpongeBob flopped the nuts. And what a freaking turn card here is now SpongeBob and Jay both have clubs. Free rolls. They don't have the nuts anymore with 8-6, but they did flop the nuts. But now Jay, who flopped 8-6, turns Jack 8 and has the nut clubs. And then you've got Mark with the King Queen gut shot Jack. He's got 10s and 7s, and he also has a diamond draw. What an action turn card that is. And I really like this raise here. You don't, SpongeBob. So a 10-7 Jack or diamond wins it for Mark. He's not drawn at the nut diamonds. He doesn't know that. He does have a, and that's why he folds a lot of outs there. So now SpongeBob asked what we cap it at. Considering just capping it now. And so the way that Jay played his hand, though, SpongeBob bet the flop. Jay just calls, so SpongeBob probably not thinking he has the 8-6 to start, which he really did have the Jack 8-6. But I mean, if SpongeBob folded that, I mean, just check back that 10-high flush. I can't expect him to put in any more money here with the second nuts in Omaha, even though he does have a gut shot straight flush draw and clubs. He's a little. I haven't seen him showing yet. So this is just it was an insane bomb pot turn card here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we were actually just talking about this outside. He was asking if he
Does he fold it? I'm taking.
if he had it.
Oh, he had it all right. But the way the hand played, I mean, if Jay, Mark made a huge turn on the fold on the turn too. He had 10s and 7s. He had King Queen. He had the gut shot Jack, and he had King High diamonds.
Oh wow, and folded it.
Folded it for, he bet the out 100, and dude raised it to, Jay raised it to 280. So I'm guessing he's thinking definitely could get capped behind him.
It's so hard to fold that gut shot straight flush draw.
That's what I know.
I'm always going to try to chase it.
Well, you can sit down to my Omaha game any day then, buddy.
I don't actually play very much Omaha. Generally, when I'm playing Omaha, it's an high-low variant, usually limit. So I'd be calling in limit. I don't know about
I understand.
pot limit. I don't know if I'm going to put in $180 extra to hit one card that I feel comfortable about. Because that is all he's going to feel comfortable with is the 7 of clubs. He's never going to feel comfortable with any other club. He's never in love with the straight here. He knows he loses to Jack 8.
Yeah, the way, like I said, he bet 60 on the flop. Jay just called, so he could definitely have some Jack.
Absolutely.
Just random 8-10 Jack 8.
Absolutely.
Diamonds with Jack 8.
Uh-huh.
But that's, you know, if you think your clubs are good, it's let's see, it's one, if your clubs are good, which they're not, but I'm saying let's pretend they are, you call 180 to win 650.
I don't like it.
2, 3.5 to 1. SpongeBob, and I make the comment as well about if he fall. I don't see him calling when he checks back the 10-high flush. He's not the kind of player that's going to call with the second nuts in Omaha.
Good fold.
Very good fold, though,
Great
SpongeBob.
fold.
Especially if you're not a.
Yeah, it's nothing worse than flopping the nuts and then just having to fold the turn. But again, that's what's going to separate the good from the greats. Being able to make those laydowns, not getting sticky. Yeah, I went outside to went to talk to Sheila first, and then I had to inform them on the video situation. We're trying to get some of these hand highlights uploaded to Facebook. It's going to probably be done later on tonight. Also tried to get our seat 1 photo fixed. Let's see if it got fixed. The confusion was we have multiple people named Sean. Still hasn't got it fixed yet.
Oh, hold on. We got a interesting hand here. So we've got a raise from Jay. We've got queens into kings. So a raise to 55 here from Jay. Call from Brittany with ace-9 suited. George wakes up with kings and 3-bets it up to 215.
Yeah, he's thrown out a pretty stout bet here, so this is going to put Jay in an incredibly difficult spot here with queens. I think the best approach here would probably be just to call and take advantage of your position, but I wouldn't mind him raising.
Yes,
And it looks like that might be what he's doing. It looks like he's going to bump it up to 410,
yeah, almost
415.
Mid click, and George is. I don't know if he's licking his chops or thinking of the old dreaded kings into aces scenario.
Yeah, so this is going to be an interesting spot here for Gas Tray. I can see multiple ways to play this. Sometimes I would like to go ahead and raise, but also sometimes I'm just going to take advantage of my opponent's aggression. Just call, because generally you know what's going to happen here. A majority of the time is George is going to check and then check raise any action from his opponent as long as an ace doesn't come out.
Yep. He knows about where Jay's at now.
Yeah.
He's either ace king, ace queen suited, or he's jacks queens.
And hits the king.
Top set for George.
So unfortunately for George, Jay is not going to enjoy that flop, but I still believe Jay has to continue his aggressive story.
Yeah, he's
And
got
I would
ace
say a
queen, 200.
downsized bet. I would like to see about 25% of the pot here. Looks like he goes for 200. George
Yeah.
instantly goes all in, and then Jay's just going to have no choice but to fold here. He's just going to know that a majority of Gas Tray's range is going to include a king, king-queen suiteds, most likely ace-kings.
Yep, little chip dance here for Jay, as he's now the only hand he can't even have ace queen of clubs because you
Yeah.
have the queen of clubs. It's the only hand you beat now if you're Jay, and it's so funny. Poker's such a funny thing. As George, you could see on his face a little worried about aces pre-flop, but then when he hits the king on the flop, he's praying his opponent has
Yeah.
aces. Now, but it's the other hand.
Just unfortunately, the downside is he would have had all of those chips had he just decided to ship it pre-flop, most likely. But as it lays, still going to win a massive, massive pot here unless Jay just for some reason decides to get sticky here. But he's got to be putting Gas Tray on a king of some kind. Again, when you look at the action pre-flop, raise, re-raise, re-raise.
Yeah, he probably thinks George has ace king.
Ace king is going to be a majority of the time, and even with the backdoor club potentials, who's to say Gas Tray doesn't have ace king with the ace of clubs? So Jay is just going to have to play this one off here for a moment. He's going to have to be upset, but he's going to have to eventually lay this hand down.
Yeah, I mean,
It's
he's
gonna be a
trying to
good
find a
laydown.
hand he can beat, but there's just
Yeah.
none. I mean, the
Yeah.
only hand is ace queen of clubs, and Jay has
He
the queen
blocked
of
that.
clubs.
Yeah, so even in a hand like ace jack suited, it's probably going to fold pre-flop to a raise. Ace 10 suited are going to fold pre-flop to a raise. Sevens and fours probably fold. Might get sticky, but you know that's probably out of the range. So essentially, we've taken a range and made it about as tight as possible.
George took a gamble and tried to get a little flop here.
Yeah, and again, that's not a bad play at all. You do want to mix that up. Sometimes you want to raise, sometimes you want to call, being player dependent. He does know that Jay is incredibly aggressive, and he knows, and he set it up perfectly to check raise his bet. It's just unfortunately for George, the king hit the flop. George is asking him right now if he had queens,
Yeah,
and
he knows he should. He said, good thing a queen didn't come. Yeah. Yep, George saying it. George exactly said what we're saying. He wanted an ace not to come and a low flop not to come, and he thought he'd get all the money.
yep.
So, yeah, you take a chance sometimes when you play trappy.
Absolutely.
Sometimes, I mean, like I said, he flopped topside. He actually doesn't like that.
No, he
You
hates
like it, but your action's dead.
Yeah, he just knows where he's at there.
And that's the thing, right? When you 4-bet, or then you 5-bet, or whatever it was there. But George 3-bet, and
It's one of those situations where pre-flop you're praying your opponent doesn't have aces, and then when the flop comes out, you're praying your opponent has aces. It's funny how that works. Either way, still a good play by George.
yeah,
Mixing it up
absolutely.
perfectly there.
Yeah, he gets. If it comes 9 high, he's going to get a double, most likely.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. He's getting.
If he rips it pre, he might fold queens. I don't think he does.
I don't think he would fold there.
After putting 4, I don't either. But there's a chance.
It's possible, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's definitely a chance.
George was trying to get the maximum value. He was going for the trappy trap. He just got the. Poor George just had to flop top set and kill all his own action. And there's kings. They just went next door. They just went next door to Todd.
A
And
lot of kings tonight. Yep. So he's going to go ahead and bump that up with a 3-bet to a $1.05.
George does not love the Jack-9 suited like everybody else does. Brittany said, I'm in. Ace-9 of clubs.
Yeah. So going looks like heads up.
Brittany's only got 90 left, so if she touches any part of this flop, it's just going to be in. Doesn't matter what it is. That's not it.
And
But
unfortunately, it's just not a great board for her. But it looks like she's going to snap call with in her eyes 2 overs, backdoor flush draw. But she's going to get the bad news that as of this moment, she has a 3-outer. She's going to need the ace. She's going to need a 6 or an 8 to have continued equity or a club. She doesn't get it down to the ace only.
and
Doesn't hit it. So it looks like they're going once. And unfortunately for Brittany, she's going to run into kings just as queens did last hand. Only
King's
difference is-
standing tall, 2 hands in a row.
Yeah.
And Jay's racking up.
Looks like Jay's out of here. He's had
said,
enough of
"I've
the
seen
game.
enough of this Kings." He had the brutal flush over flush about an hour ago. Then he runs queens into kings, and maybe he's feeling, it's not my night.
Yeah.
That happens. That's good. Poker players realize that, though. It might, and when we say it's not my night, you also have to understand, like, it doesn't necessarily, like, it's not like, oh, it's just my unlucky night, because good luck, bad luck happens to every poker
Absolutely.
player. But you have to be a very aware poker player of yourself. If you know deep inside, like, man, that queens and the kings, that flush over flush, I'm not playing my best right now. It might be time just to rack it up.
Yeah.
Because it's no point to sit there and lose more money because you're not playing your A game.
I've seen it 1,000 times. It's happened so many times where a player will, have these things happen to them, and instead of racking up and just coming back tomorrow, they'll lay all their chips on the line in just extremely questionable spots that they don't need to.
George leaving too. Or he might be coloring up. But yes, exactly, 100%. That's one thing I learned it took me years, young poker player.
Still working on it.
That you cannot win every day. And I think it was Doyle Brunson, R.I.P. Dolly, who said it best, that life is one big session.
Yes.
But poker is one big session. So don't get married to a single day. I still have a problem. So I hate leaving a loser, but
Is George coloring up, or is he out?
it's 50-50. I think he's coloring up. He likes to have big.
Yeah, but he wouldn't get rid of all of his reds, would he? You gotta leave yourself at least
maybe
2
they
stacks
said
of
they
red.
we're going to order the fight, and he wants to go watch it. Who knows? Let's see where we're at. I've put George in a decent win. He's up about 1,000 now. I think George is coloring up. I don't think George is in. I think he's in it for the long haul tonight. We talked to earlier, but aces now for Ronnie. Yeah, George up about 950. He might be out though. I mean, Saturday night he's dressed to the nines. He might have a little some senorita or something he needs to go see. This is no one around with anything. I think George just colored up. He left his stack and he left a red stack there. He's probably running that 500 up to the cage. Gonna ask for 5 black. Is Ace going to get any action? Yep. He's gonna get
Last thing that Sean's going to want to see here. We did finally get his picture updated, so that's good
Hey,
news.
there's the real Sean.
That's the real Sean there.
Hands back too.
He is going to pray that he doesn't have an ace on the flop, and he doesn't. Luckily for him,
Not as safe as it gets, but oh, he's going to get a little
he's going to
sticky.
float one. So the last thing he's going to want to see here is an ace 8, 6, 7 to give him equity.
I would have really liked to check there from Ronnie.
Yeah.
'Cause you pretty much got this hand sewn up. But oh, it's gonna work. You shut me on up,
And
Ronnie.
we have a raise from Sean
I'll
to
shut up
200.
now, Ronnie. Do your thing, player.
So, of course, Ronnie is going to instantly call 6 of clubs. It is going to be a really scary card for him. But I think in his eyes, he's either against a 4 or he's against nothing. I don't see Ronnie being able to fold here. I think he's just going to make a crying call.
Yeah.
And Sean is probably just going to instant muck.
Failed bluff there by Sean. I'd say 420. But hey, you know what? Good try. I mean, he could have easily had semi-bluff clubs on the turn and got there on the river. And too much hand though for Ronnie to lay it down.
Yeah, especially when you have the club yourself. You know, you're blocking the nut flush. I mean, I feel like you're just going to be either against a full house there, set, or nothing. Maybe a 10. Because he could easily just think he has the 10. Because he bet 75 and then immediately bet 75 afterwards. It's kind of a weak amateur-looking bet. Not that he is that. It's just he was trying to make it look that way. And because he made it look that way, his opponent raised him. So it ended up being a very good bet.
Yeah,
He got raised.
He went from getting nothing to getting about
A lot more than what he should have.
$600.
Yeah.
Gotta love it. Gotta love poker.
Hey, Tom, can you let me know what his VPIP is?
Tom,
Let us know what George's VPIP is. Pull it up on the screen right now.
oh, they want Dan asked for George's VPIP to be pulled up on the screen. All right, Dan. You want to see it? Here it is. George's VPIP is actually at 35%. So
It's about normal.
Yeah, that's actually high for George.
For George, it's normal. Generally, you want to be in about that 25-35% range.
35%. I'll bet you right now that if Dan bet that, he would be on the wrong side of it. I would say he would think George was under.
Yeah.
Pretty hand here for Todd. Open-ended.
It looks like we got Rooster, new to the game. Comes in and immediately flops open-ended.
Cock-a-doodle-doo. Hit you a 4 instead, but now the best hand.
Yeah, it's just, unfortunately, nobody really has any kind of draws. We're just looking at a bunch of overcards.
I think they call him Rooster.
I don't know. Maybe it looks like a bird.
Yeah, I don't know. Just think it's his actual name, or you think it's a nickname?
That's
Don't
what I
matter,
call
he
him, Rooster.
wins.
Yeah, so I'm going to say it's his birth name.
I'm going to say he really enjoys Rooster's wings.
Tommy, you got two players at the time, sir.
So again, everybody, thanks for joining us here. We are coming down to the latter stages of our stream here tonight. Again, thanks for joining us. This is our 5-5 Nolan Holdem cash game stream here at Club JAQK in Louisville, Kentucky. If you're interested in coming out and playing, visiting us, please do so. We're at 161 Outer Loop. That's 40214 here in Louisville. If you're interested in getting signed up for a live stream game, or are you interested in joining one of our other cash games, I believe we have about 3 going right now. You can find us on Poker Atlas or the Poker Atlas app. Any other questions, comments, concerns, please visit us on one of our social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. And of course, you can always visit us on clubjackpoker.net.
Oh yeah, that's fine. Do it.
5 for 55.
Yeah,
If you stay there, you get a discount.
yeah, that's fine.
I'm going to go this flop 3 ways. Gastra in the lead with pocket 7s and flops a 7.
That was a good throw.
Unfortunately for him, he's only up against Ronnie, who is the big winner for the night. He's got the king-8 of clubs. He's going to have to get extremely spicy here with the backdoor straight and flush draw. It's definitely possible to float one, but I think most times you're just going to be best to fold. And which, unfortunately for Gastre, just can't get that action. Probably would have been better suited just to go ahead and slow play those 7s, but not a bad play either way.
Well, let me, once again, I've said it on many streams, George is predominantly, he's a good, very good Hold'em player, but he is predominantly an Omaha player, and that is a auto bet in Omaha.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
And big, fat like that, so I think sometimes I know when I play, like I said, I played nothing but PLO for 3 or 4 years, and when I went back to the Hold'em streets, I was confused on those situations too, where I was over betting hands as to protect them, because you forget it's not. Anyways, I digress.
Totally different game.
Yeah, totally different, and the people connected on the flop is not as often.
This was the first
Maybe we
time
can arc and get him one back here with the ace king. There's the ace jack. There's the Ronnie's turn with the 7s. And absolutely nothing for anyone. Pretty safe flop for 7s.
Yeah, 7s is going to feel pretty comfortable here. That well, obviously now that he's got open-ended, but only having
Check
second pair, his opponents have to take the passive approach and just checked it to him. Looks like he's going to fire out an ace king and ace jack. Just going to go ahead and get out of there, and he's going to take down an easy pot.
Absolutely.
We do half and half. We do. It's a private game down in Nashville. Dave Grimm's.
Rooster says he got a little game in Nashville he plays in normally. Shout out to Nashville. You guys are welcome to come up as well. Splash
Yeah, only
around.
about 3 hours away.
Keith Barnes says 7s are hot tonight. 7s are hot tonight. Kings are hot tonight. Aces are hot tonight. Ace kings, suiteds are hot tonight. But yes,
This actually
7's been flopping some sets too.
Yeah, so yeah, you understand.
Rooster from Nashville too. That changes my read on the Rooster's restaurant name. And Rooster gets the cockadoodle-doos. Kings, as I said, kings are hot tonight.
Yeah,
Kings is the hand of
kings
that.
are everywhere.
Jack 9 suited was really getting passed around a lot earlier. And absolutely no action for Rooster. Poor Rooster. That is a really bad feeling. It's the worst feeling in the world when you're card dead and you finally pick up a hand and you raise and everybody folds.
Yeah, I know it alts too much. Several tournaments when you're playing and you're short stacked, you catch pocket aces, you min raise, and it folds around. Literally no worse feeling. You finally think, wow, I've got aces. This is my moment here, as our player here on the stream is scratching really hard. He was digging deep in that scratch.
We got the crabs for Mark. They
But yeah, aces or kings, anytime that you get those hands, you're expecting to double up.
or at least try.
Nothing worse
These
than
are
not getting
nines,
any
just
action.
flop top two.
Yeah, unfortunately for Danny Jack.
Dan finally gets to show a real hand when he bet. He's usually full of SHITZ sometimes. Yeah, that's very frustrating. I made one mistake in that tournament. I went real deep into the circuit last year where I got like 14th or whatever in the first event. I had aces on like a 12 to, I can't remember how many big blinds it was. It was less than 15. And a guy who hadn't played, we had been at this table together for about an hour. He hadn't raised or played a hand, and he raised it early position, and it folds around to me. So I just assumed he had a very good hand, and I went all in with the aces for like 12 bigs.
Snap folds.
He didn't snap fold. No. He went the tank with it, but he folded, and later on he told me he had king queen suited.
Oh, wow.
So I probably should have min clicked it.
Honestly, that might not be a terrible spot to just call.
Yeah, that's what someone else said too.
You're
But I don't want to. I don't
You're
want.
gambling?
You're gambling. Yeah, I don't want to really invite the big blind in with something that's gonna snap me off as much. But what's going on here? We got Jack. Any queens out there? No. Yeah, Danny, of course. Danny Jack there with the queen 7 off. Why not? Open-ended for Art.
Yeah, Mark with lots of pairs.
Yep, but he's drawing dead. Danny was just a queen 7 offsuit, floppy 3 queens. How you like it? But yeah, I talked to another and one of my other buddies, players. Pros.
I mean, obviously you're putting yourself in a
high risk,
vulnerable, high-risk spot there, but at the same time, if you ship it, you know, your opponent has to have a specific range to be able to call you, especially at that particular point of your stage of tournament.
Yeah.
I don't want to advocate one over the other because I think multiple ways to play that spot are acceptable. But sometimes I have actually found, and I've done it myself, where was his raise at as far as the positioning? Do you know? You remember that?
It was early. I want to say he was like
first few positions.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in a spot like that, I think it's okay to just call with aces. Again, it's very dangerous. You're putting yourself in a vulnerable spot, but it's never going to look like a strong hand in your opponent's eyes. It's going to look like a middling hand that's just trying to see what the flop is. Maybe, you know, at best, jacks, tens, wants to make sure no ace, king, queen comes out, something in that range. But what happens is if the king or the queen comes out and that's the high card, you're going to double up every time.
For sure.
Of course, it's more likely that you could lose that way, but in tournaments, again, totally different beast than cash games. You're trying to get maximum value every time you play the hand, and in tournaments, again, with the volatility, with the blinds raising, you're putting yourself in a vulnerable spot, but high risk, high reward.
Yeah, he's for some flush draw here. Danny Jackson's gonna really like this hand.
Yeah, so the last thing that Art wants to see here is the ace of spades on the turn.
And Rooster wants the gutter butters. He said, I'd like to see the 3 of clubs, Diller.
Yeah, I don't mind it there. It's not a huge bet, and if you hit a
Super
3,
disguised,
it's
yeah.
going to be paid and it's going to be disguised, but of course you do lose an out there. You don't want to catch the 3 of spades.
Art, yeah, check Rizzles.
Which is a pretty solid play because you know a majority of the time when you have the ace here, a lot of your opponents are probably going to be flush draw oriented.
Look at Rooster. I think Rooster came here to gamble, boys and girls. Yes, he did. I had a feeling. I know my Nashville guys. I used to play with a lot of guys from Nashville, and he's
Yeah,
they
Rooster,
like to gamble.
Rooster is going to gamble to try to hit the 3, and that's a bad card for him because now he's going to have equity, he believes.
Good. Art's got the way best of it here.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredibly stout bet. It's most likely going to fold here, but if you're going to get sticky with the gutter and knowing that your gutter is actually handicapped because you can't hit the 3 of spades and feel comfortable, it's going to be tough here to fold the 5. I think he does it, but if you're going to put in 200 on the flop with a gutter to only 3 outs, why not go ahead and put on 400 on the turn when you have a pair and the gutter as well?
Right, and Danny just folds.
Danny Jack's not going to gamble with his flush draw.
Not for 400. 1 card to come.
Art shows 1 card, shows the queen of spades.
He's full of it. Great. There you go, Art. Finally something good for you.
Yeah, Art desperately needed that after his tough night that he's had so far.
And I was hitting, I'm not gonna lie, with the 5 out there, I was thinking about it.
If you
If
show
I had a wheel draw,
and we run it twice, then we chop half that money up.
yep. Because got a wheel draw and a spade draw.
He is claiming he had the Rooster is saying he had the 4 or 5 of spades, which does make more sense.
Yeah, that'd have been great.
He doesn't fold the turn if he has 4 or 5 of spades.
I'm gonna agree with that.
No, if you have 4 or 5 of spades, obviously you love the flop because you have the gutter, the flush draw.
Turn
And then when
pair.
you turn equity on the turn to add yourself a pair, it's just weird that if you would call 200 on the flop but not call 400 on the
You'll get
turn,
it good and somehow we'll win.
it's
I
possible that our cards weren't reading correctly.
But does Rooster know we're on a live stream and we can see his cards?
Yeah.
I think he just got caught in a lie, Tom. I think he's 100% accurate. He has not told the 4 or 5 of spades for 400 on that turn card.
No. Again, it's possible we misread his cards, but
Yeah, I've never seen Rooster. I don't want to.
yeah, I just don't think that it makes sense to call 200 on the flop and improve and then fold.
Yeah, I'm with you.
You could still be worried about the other opponent in the hand, but
Yeah,
he's just calling. I mean, there shouldn't be too much to be worried about there.
I'm with you. I think Rooster is telling a little Nashville fib.
Yeah, because you want to maintain that you're not a total maniac, right? Like,
Yeah. 10s and 8s here for. Is it Art's turn to get hot towards the end of the night? We got open-ended.
gas tray's got a flush draw there.
Ronnie has a
Art's 2 pair.
really good open-ended too. I mean,
Yeah,
he's
Ronnie's
the
got
queen.
open-ended with the gutter to the nuts.
Yeah, queens the nuts.
That's gotta be the craziest the game's got.
10s and 8s for Art. Let's see how he decides to play it. If he decides to get aggressive, he can fold out George's flush draw here. Yep, George. Nope, he just calls and bad turn for Art.
Yeah, Art's not a fan of the 9. Still maintains the lead, but not a fan of it.
Yeah, Art, and George says, you know, it's on you. Art says, yeah, no, I just got counterfeited. Shut your colorful shirt up. And now Ronnie's like, oh, I'll take a free card here.
Yeah, we're going to go to the river.
And Brick City could be up for grabs because Art's hand's not that strong. Yeah, I like this bet here. Don't know if it works.
So this is a spot to take note of. When your opponent is in position and
Look at
is
this.
playing
Art's gonna fold
passively the entire time and now all of a sudden fires out a rather large bet on the river.
Yeah,
What
but that's
kind
not,
of story
that's
is he
not what
telling?
happened though. He bet the flop and then checked back the turn. So he didn't play. He wasn't playing passively.
Well, again,
he was on the flop aggressive.
Okay, I might have missed that on the flop, but I mean, when you just get called there and then you check the turn and now you're checking the river, everybody's checking the river. I don't know. I know Art was pretty upset about his 2 pair there being counterfeited, but
Come off up here. And it's like,
I just don't know if I like his fold there. I think he could make a hero call there and take it down.
I can see that. I can see Ronnie. I mean, Ronnie could easily think someone called him with a 9 on the flop, and then when they all check the river, feel a little more comfortable about, let's say, a better 10 than what Art had, like King 10 or something. Because Art didn't raise his 2 pair on the flop. He just flat called.
Just called.
Danny Jack in there, 2 9s. He's flipping with Art. Art's starting to catch some hands. See if he can. The fortunes can turn in his favor. As he's had a rough day so far.
Yeah.
There he goes again. Checks straight back. He knows his man. He knows. Yep. He knows Daniel will bet when you show weakness. And then he
Gets raised and snap calls, so Danny Jack's just not going to give him any credit.
That's what I said. You know good and well, Danny. You want Danny in your game, folks.
Oh, absolutely. What if the 9 hits the river?
Oh my God! Don't you put that on him, Ricky Bobby? Don't you put that on Art after the night he's had?
So Art's finally starting to turn things around.
Yeah, if he would have found the call last hand, he'd almost be unstuck.
Is that a $25 bet?
Yeah, it is. Look at this. Look at Danny go to 275, and Art's like you. I love it. It's free money, Art, if you can find the call. But that is tough. I mean, you got 3 trip aces with the guy. What are you waiting on? I mean, you don't love it, but God, you got this hand beat. You just take my $250.
So our flop is actually incorrect. It does look like the river is in fact the king. It says that it's the five of hearts.
Got it.
Now, I don't know if that's the king of spades, but if that's the king of spades, it has put him in an incredibly difficult spot.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is, and that is exactly right. That changes everything. Very good catch by Tom.
Hero call. Great call by Art. He's going to find out the news.
Well, yeah, okay.
A little bit of a slow roll there, but he's had a bad night. But
everyone, that five of hearts is actually the king of spades, we believe. Yes, and see, yeah, you're exactly right, Tom. Good catch. Very good catch. That
yeah,
makes
it just
a whole
makes
lot
more sense.
Yeah,
It makes
why
more
he was
sense
thinking
there
about it.
because a lot more draws get there, right? Jack, queen, spades,
Mhm.
even aces that are better.
Absolutely. That makes a lot more sense why he was in the blender there for a second. But if you played with Dan before, you just gotta. He's one of those guys that just, if he has queen, jack, or spades, he's earned the call.
Yeah, he's just going to put pressure on you.
That's why sometimes you don't. When you bet those little cute $25 bets on the river, you got to be prepared for someone to say, "No,
Yeah,
that's
somebody.
weak."
A lot of the times, people are just going to attack you, thinking that you're weak. In Art's mind, there, he thought to himself that Danny's probably got way worse than I do. Let me try to throw out the thinnest value that I could possibly get. And then, to his surprise,
Yeah.
he gets massively raised. So he goes from dying to get $25 worth of value to now getting raised to $250 or whatever it was.
Hey, Squirrel. What? Squirrel. What's up? There you are. Hey, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
So it looks like we're probably going to have some interesting action here coming up here pretty soon. I can hear some rumblings in the back room. Of course, we are on a 15-minute delay. We are, in fact, watching the live stream, as everybody here in the chat is also. So, keep your seat belts buckled here in the next
15
15
minutes.
minutes. We think we're going to see some action here.
It's fine.
All right, so it looks like Danny Jack here with the flush draw. Rooster.
The actual 4-5 of spades that Rooster
The
claimed to
actual
have.
4 or 5 here. It's
I'm
probably
100% on
zero
board with
action.
you there. No chance Rooster had the
Yeah.
4-5. And I said no chance. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong.
you
We've
broke
all
it.
lied at the table before, right?
Pick a better lie, pal.
Because, we want to tell a good story. It kind of makes sense, but when you tell a story that literally makes no sense, when you turn equity and improve your hand and then you fold, I just don't know if I believe those stories. Likely what's going to happen is if you turn equity, you improve your hand from the flop, you're going to continue. Now, of course, that's just generally speaking. It's not always going to happen that way, but for the most part it is. So see here, our chat is kind of dried up. Can you all let us know that you still hear us? Are y'all still around? Still enjoying the game? Let us know. I want to make sure our chat's still going here. Again, thanks everybody so much for joining us here at Club JAQK. This is our 5-5 no limit Holdem cash game stream. Looks like our boy in the 2-seat might be cashing out. We are getting towards the end of our live stream here. Generally, we do only run till about midnight. So about 45 minutes of action left, give or take. Maybe a little over.
You don't love Hispanic. Why do you are? That's because he doesn't go in the sun. He speaks like zero English. Like he can say Coca-Cola. And no English. Oh, he usually does the brush, but Dustbuster, I mean, it kind of, it's not great.
Jeremy Radish, thanks so much for still hanging out with us, although you did say you were signing off, but I guess you couldn't get enough of the Club JAQK poker action here on the live stream. Thanks for letting us know. Do appreciate that. So we're going to see Sean here open it up with the Queen 3 of spades. Mark with the Queen 3 of diamonds. Looks like we're going to have a queen with a tray. I believe the queen with a tray is called the San Francisco Busboy. For anybody familiar with the grand classic poker movie, Queen with a Tray, get it? San Francisco Busboy. What are you, some kind of effing idiot? Classic scene from, I believe his name was Dennis Farina? Fortunately passed away a couple years ago, R.I.P. Again, if anybody has any kind of interest in playing in one of our live stream games, it's as simple as just getting signed up on Poker Atlas or the Poker Atlas app. You can also send us a message on Facebook. Every week they do sign-ups, usually on Thursday, sometimes Wednesday, Thursday. They're trying to get that game set up, so anybody is welcome to come out and play. Doesn't matter what your skill level is. If you're interested in signing up for the live stream game, just let us know. We'll save you a seat.
Pretty hand here for Todd.
Yeah, incredibly.
Flush draw.
Yeah, the King 10 suited. Definitely love it. Looks like the flop is 2 8s with a queen.
So I just went to the little boys' room, and do we have any action here? No. Went to the little boys' room here, and I ran into Rooster out there, and he voluntarily told me why they called him Rooster. I didn't even have to ask. And what do you think was the
Hey, by the
reason?
way, you went over.
It's not his real name, by the way. That's the only hint I will give you. So what do you think they call him Rooster?
Because he's a chicken head?
He said, nope, that's incorrect. He said because any two will do. Any two will do. Like cock-a-doodle-doo, any two will do.
Any two will do.
Any two will do. Exactly. That's why they call the man the Rooster. So he must have lots of gambling. Which means he definitely did not have the 4 or 5 of spades. So we have confirmed that with that. Yeah, how funny was that? We were talking about why they called him Rooster, and then he just randomly brought that up out there. As he was eating a piece of chicken. And I said, I thought it was because he liked Rooster's wings. He said, nope, any two will do.
Any two will do. Any two will do.
And 2 jacks will definitely do here for Todd.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, there's the jack.
Once
nine.
again, yeah. Hand of the night, Jack 9 suited. Flops a gutter. Todd's going to
He could
hate
steal
that
the
board.
spot if he chose. Not really art style though.
No, Art's definitely a lot more conservative,
Yeah, he's putting
straightforward
face up,
player.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, when your opponent raises pre-flop and you call and then you're just getting checked behind, you could probably assume that it's a weak ace or a smaller pair, lower than the queens but higher than the fours and fives.
Yeah. Art's, yeah, I think Art's content just to kind of play the hands as they play.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Art's seems like one of
He's old school, baby.
old school type player, really straightforward, conservative, tight, and aggressive with his hands. So don't blame him there for not getting out of line. Plus, just with the night that he's had, he's played well and just unfortunately ran bad. And it happens to all of us.
I keep saying I'm gonna like just get the real stuff, but like
Works just enough. It's like,
yeah, like and then,
we can make two.
right, and then it just comes back, and it's like until the next time it's gonna be shit.
I do have my harmonicas with me this time.
Yeah,
Yeah, out of the car.
you live? Let's see it. My man, man.
I'll have to go get them out of the car.
So Rooster is saying here that he has his harmonicas on him. They're out in the car and that he's willing to go get them and play them.
Brewster said that.
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and offer to pay him to not go get those
I think
harmonicas.
to flush draw versus flush draw here, I think you're making a grave mistake. Is I think Rooster plays a hell of a harmonica.
I'm sure he does, but man, that's annoying.
Not if he's good.
Yeah. I mean, how good is good? Like, just having the ability to do it, and the diamond hits the
another
river.
Flush over flush.
Yeah, so
Third time tonight.
Art's going to raise it up here. Ronnie, once he gets, it looks like he just calls.
Art did.
Yeah.
And Danny says,
And Danny says, where's the rest of the pot? This has happened multiple times here tonight, Danny, where players just seem to be incredibly timid with what they're doing.
We're playing Go Fish. Come on, man.
Danny, you could just see the look of confusion on him. Like, he's just very surprised, as I. These players, it's just, let's not play so scared. Let's get some money in there, guys. We want to see the blood. That's what we're here for.
No, check the river.
You guys broke the action tracker with this bullshit. Should have been a monster pot. Action tracker,
Absolute
got this ready because they both had
pandemonium. Now I think, don't quote me on this. I don't think next weekend they're doing a live cash game stream. I think they're streaming the ladies event.
Yes.
And all
Next
weekend,
week,
I believe.
Yeah, next week is the Club JAQK mini series. That is the 17th
Tell him he has
through the
them, but now you
19th.
have them.
The Friday night stream that would normally take place, I believe, is going to be taken over by the ladies event. That's a $300 ladies event. That's Friday, November 17th at 11 a.m. To my knowledge, they are going to be streaming the entire thing, but there's going to be more information to come the coming week. Saturday, it's going to kick things off at 2 p.m. with a $200 tag team. It's going to be the 18th. And that same night at 7 p.m., they're going to have a black chip bounty.
Yellow.
And then Sunday at 12 p.m., that's the 19th, they'll
Black
have
chip
a
bounty, by the way,
$400
is
deep stack.
It's a $100 bounty for people that aren't familiar with that.
Yes,
a black
yes.
chip means most do, but just in case.
Yeah, so if you knock somebody out, you get one black chip. A black chip is valued at $100. So basically half of the pool is paid out in bounties.
Oh my. Todd flops. Jack. Oh, I thought that was a 7 out there. I thought that was a 7.
No. So the last thing Danny Jack wants to see is well, I guess the 7 now is going to be good, but
Yeah.
the last thing Todd wants to see is a 7.
Yeah.
Todd with the 3 of a kind right here. Danny Jack sometimes is going to feel comfortable that he has the best hand, especially when it's bet and called, but he will not like that turn. I'm not too worried about the 9, but generally you have to think to yourself, if you get called, you're probably against a jack.
Yeah.
And I think he was saying this is how much I'll call.
Snap call by Todd.
Yeah, good play, I guess, by Danny, because he says, look, if you bet any more than what's in my hand, I'm not going to call. And it looks like Todd bet precisely that amount, and he called him. But this is where you see the different styles of plays. You know, Danny Jack there just calls with a pair of sevens pretty hefty on the river. Meanwhile, we have other players just calling flushes. So, different types of game styles, way people play. Some people are conservative, some people are tight. So here we got the aces.
You know, and these two will do for Rooster,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
100% gas tray with the pocket nines behind him.
Yeah, he's
We got some interesting hands. Ronnie, Queen Jack off, Danny
no,
Jack.
Danny 3-bet.
Yeah, so Danny Jack is the one here that 3-bets with the $1.10.
Oh, my Lord. Danny's all in.
Okay, so Danny's actually
He's just
short
gambling.
stacked here.
280.
Looks like he was gambling. So he only got 280? Looks like he's got about 380.
No, he's got 280.
Is that including the 100 that he had put out? Because remember, he had 3-bet to 310. Yeah, so here it is.
Got
Yeah,
it.
so 390 is what he
So,
has.
yeah, but that's what we're talking about. Danny,
Yeah.
Danny just gives really good action. He wants to try and spin it up
100%,
here. And
yeah.
George is going to get in there with the 2 9s because he's thinking that might have the best hand. Danny could
Yeah.
have anything. Any 2 will do. Obviously, could have anything.
One time, teach you guys a lesson to play.
I love it. Danny says, one time I'm going to teach you guys a lesson. And I've got the King 9 off, boys.
Yeah, so Gas Trey's going to hate to
George.
see that one of his outs is gone.
Oh, my God. Sweet spot for the Rooster, man.
George has one out here. He's realizing here that he might have made a mistake by putting it in with the 9s.
Yeah.
And let's see this flop.
Pretty sweet flop.
Safe
there
for the
aces.
aces. He's going to need to avoid the 8 and the 8 only to chop it. And he hits the 8. Oh, my goodness.
Whoa,
Wow.
Rooster, you drove. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Wow.
Poor
Wow.
Rooster.
That is terrible luck there to
And
run
he
into
two-
2 people with a straight. Oh, my goodness.
9's a key card. Oh, my.
I'm going to go ahead and assume
George,
that that's
George is like, what just, look at George's face. I love it. He's like, did we just crack aces?
that
And
is,
why
I
King
believe,
9 in this hand?
the ruckus that we heard in the background. That is absolutely disgusting.
That is absolutely brutal. If you're a Rooster out here, I might be on the 65 driving back to Nashville. Or I
Yeah.
might just have to rebuy for whatever Danny Jack has in front of him. If he's going to give you that kind of loose action with the King 9.
Nothing worse than watching 2 people chop up your money. He's nowhere to be found. He's already on the way back to Nashville.
Oh, no, I say Rooster's no quitter.
Absolutely brutal
I say
hand.
Rooster is no quitter. He's reloading, maybe walking it off. Oh, brutal.
Yeah, you're going to have to walk that one off because that is just disgusting. You know, we've all lost that way. Doesn't mean that it hurts any less.
Hurts me. I'm not even in the hand.
Oh, man. That's just the one thing you love to see, that you got called by somebody. Really, the only one that's competing against him is George with the pocket 9s, and he feels super confident because Danny Jack has one of his 9s. So it's less likely that George can hit the set to beat him. So really, he's just hoping to have Danny Jack avoid any kind of straight draws or, 2-pair combos like that. Luckily for him, though, he hits the straight. It's so gross.
Danny says it's one of those hands. Yeah. You got to.
Yeah, I heard
The
in
maniac
the
in there.
back room. I heard people going crazy.
That
but,
must have been the one, right?
Yeah, we can't see any of the action here. We're just in the back room, but I heard the whole room go crazy, and that had to have been it.
I know George was sick when he saw aces and then he sees the
Oh,
King 9
absolutely.
get flipped
Because
over.
George is, when he's making that call, he's probably hoping that both of his opponents, like Danny Jack, can have any kind of random hand there. King 10s, ace 4s, pocket 6s. And then he's hoping his other opponent maybe just has ace-king, something of that nature, maybe pocket eights. But when he sees the bad news, he's devastated at first. But when the time the river comes out and gives him a straight, he feels a lot better.
Todd called 55 pre-rejection out.
Bluff Georgie off. Good hand by Sean. Takes the worst hand and wins with it. It's another underrated skill in poker.
Absolutely. All you got to do is just fire out.
That is not. I mean, your opponents do not connect on every flop.
No, not. This is in Omaha, and Holdem, total different game. It looks like the game has been announced to end at midnight. So it looks like we got roughly about 30 minutes.
There's the fight. They did order the fight for all those that were wondering about that. They turned around, someone must have got knocked out. Yeah, and if you guys are in the chat wanting to play, the stream is ending at midnight. The game might continue.
Yeah, the game's probably going to continue. It doesn't look like any of these guys are ready to get up. If you want to come down and join any of the games, again, this is the 5-5 element Holdem. I believe we have 3 other cash games active currently, all 1-2s. Only one? There's only one game left? Okay, so looks like
multiple, yeah.
Okay, looks like we lost a couple games here in the past hour or so. So looks like we got 2 games running. We got a 5-5 element Holdem. We got a 1-2 element Holdem. And I will say that the 1-2 game actually looks pretty juicy. It's the first table there on the left of the room.
Yeah, it did.
I don't know what it is, but yesterday, was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday, the 1-2 game, or maybe it was last week. Probably I can't even remember, but the 1-2 game was almost as juicy as the 5-5 game. It looked like there was almost more money on it. It's crazy.
Yeah, and I believe here at Club JAQK, the rule is if the game has been going an hour, you can match the big stack.
Yeah.
So that's what makes these games great. These 1-2 games, someone runs up $1,000 stack and you can buy in for $1,000.
That had to have been what it was, because there was multiple guys on there that had like 2 stacks of green.
That's beautiful.
Which is crazy for a 1-2, because typically on a 1-2 game you might see, you'll see green, but not multiple people with multiple stacks of it.
Aces here what's your take on that? I know mine, being a cash game player, I don't care what anyone buys in for.
Oh, I could care less. The stakes are always still going to be the same. They're still going to be 1-2, 1-3, whatever it may be. In fact, it's actually more beneficial for you to have as deep as a game as possible.
Yeah.
Because when you have your good hands, you're going to get paid tremendously. You just need to learn to control your losses. That's going to be the toughest part of playing those spots.
Yeah, here's the
is
deal.
not getting caught up.
Here's the deal. Like, if you actually have a guy that's strategically using the buy-in strategy to just continuously just ship every flush draw against you, and where you're also deep, let's say you got 2,000 in a 1-2 game, the guy goes bust, buys in for 2,000, and you got 2 aces, and it comes, 8-5 deuce, and the guy just has a flush draw and shoves it all in on you for 2,000, and you don't if you see that that's what they're going to do, then just leave.
Yeah.
Because you're edge, unless you just sit there and wait till you flop sets. But I'm just telling you, from someone who's been playing for 16 years, even in games that are uncapped, you don't see that strategy employed a lot.
No.
I've seen it in Omaha back in the day when the Omaha was uncapped at the boat. It was guys were, but it wasn't just flush draws. They were just taking 40-60 shots. So, if you've got 300 in front of you and the guy next to you has 1,000, and the guy that just sits down at the table says, "Oh, I want to buy it for 1,000," you're risking your same 300. And exactly what Tom said. The deuce is full there for Art.
Yeah, so Art.
Sorry.
He's going to win a little. No, you're good. He's going to win a little bit of a pot here. If you don't mind, let's take a look at the numbers here. I want to see what Art's standing at, because Art's
on the comeback trail.
Art's on a comeback here. I want to say he's probably only down about a stack now. Let's take a look at it.
That's 500.
Art's only down 500. Okay, so Art was at one point. Okay, I actually misspoke. I meant to say
Sean
had
too.
gained 1,000, because Art was down about 1,600.
Both of them. Sean as well.
Yeah, big time.
Sean and Art both on the little comeback trail.
Yeah. Well done by Art.
Yeah.
down
Yeah,
16, 1700.
Art's big, probably get solid little winner in this game if he doesn't. He just got very unlucky early. He's played extremely consistent. Has not let the bad beats deter his play.
No, he's been coolered quite a few times over the course of the stream, but in the past hour he's made an incredible comeback. And that's a good feeling, even though you're still down. You know, when you're down so big and you can kind of erase some of those losses a little bit, it's always going to be a good feeling.
Flush draw here for Mark. And right on
Hits it on the turn, yeah.
They've been coming on.
It's just unfortunately Danny Jack and SpongeBob have nada. So it's going to be very difficult to him even get $5 out of this pot. And unfortunately, he's going to win a little baby pot with a flush.
I got one. Rock, what do you like tomorrow?
So as you can tell, we're getting down towards the end of our stream here. Some of these players getting a little bit more splashy with some wider ranges. Danny Jack taking the uber aggressive approach, bumping it up to a $1.50 with the 7-4 off in position, and then shows it.
I'll say it once, I've said it 1,000 times. You want Danny in your game. But be prepared to call. He's going to put you in some spots.
I'm not. It's a 7-2. I was gonna make it 300.
Do you think I'm holding?
No, you're not.
And then I'm gonna just pop a straight, Todd.
We might pop a straight. Yeah. Score. How much time we got up?
He might be right. The rooster might be done.
Yeah, I haven't seen Rooster come back.
Yep. His own philosophy works against him. Any two will do. The king not off. Will do. Art, pretty king 10, tie ace queen. Some pretty low hands here. Everyone.
Let's see what this board comes out as. Got the amazing hand for Art.
God almighty.
Yeah, Todd's got a nice little piece here, and that
Turns him
king
dead.
is going to go ahead and lock it up here. He can only lose if he folds. Don't see that happening here.
Say there's a
Todd
0%
is going to feel way more comfortable that his queens are the best hand because of the paired kings. It's less likely that a king is possible.
Absolutely.
Now the 4. So all the draws have missed. Flush draws missed. 10 jack, jack 9, ace queen, ace jacks. You know, all these ace 10s.
I like it real small here for.
So I think, yeah, Art's best bet is to throw out a decent bet. And
Too
it
big.
looks like Todd's going to make a great fold here.
Too big. Todd said I can go to the stream and watch it. Well, you will hear us here say, good fold, Todd.
Yeah.
I think if he would have went 50, I think he would have called him.
Yeah, a little bit. Sometimes you kind of level yourself by betting too much, wanting to get maximum value, but
Yeah, we
you got to
saw-
realize that, you know, what's the potential that your opponent actually has a strong enough hand to call a large bet.
Yeah, and again, right, take into consideration what we've been saying, like, Art's not getting out of line.
No, Art's not a player that's out of line.
Yeah, and he knows that, so he's not going to call a big bet from Art
It's
without.
different if a player like Danny Jack
Yeah,
can make a bet like that because, you know, his range is going to be a lot wider. But Art is pretty straightforward. People know he's pretty solid. I think it's best just to go ahead and throw out a small bet there and just get value.
Yeah, hope to get called.
Yeah, just hope to get called.
A little curiosity call from the ace queen.
He did it earlier, you know, bet with
25, ace
25,
queen,
yeah. Bet $25, but right there decides to take a heavier approach, and we see the difference, you know. You bet really small, sometimes your opponent will raise you. Sometimes you bet big, your opponent folds.
Todd flopping to old ace king of roux.
Yeah, gonna slow play it,
Those
gonna give a
diamonds in
chance
there,
for a
though.
diamond to come. These guys definitely don't want to see a diamond, but unfortunately,
Yuck.
outside of Mark, it's probably going to kill all action because even Mark's going to know that a lot of the times, even if he hits a straight because the flush is out there, he could possibly already be drawing dead. So for $100, do you want to put $100 into the pot where you're potentially already drawing dead?
Oh,
Good
plus,
fold.
Yeah, you can't hit your straight with your flush card.
Yeah. 6 of spades, 6 of diamonds, 6 of hearts. We'll get a call. 6 of clubs should be a fold every time. You don't want to put yourself in a situation where you call, the river comes out, gives you the nuts straight, your opponent bets really big, you call, then you get shown the flush. It's always advised to not put money into the pot when you could be drawing dead.
Y'all keep those warm. I'll see you next time.
Hey, fuck me, you had 9s?
You had a 9.
two nines.
A 9, and you cracked aces.
Rooster's out of here.
Yep, so getting more talk about the 9th hand, poor guy.
That was the big go pool. I gotta practice that more.
No, see, what had happened was,
I bet that harmonica isn't going to be as good sounding after that.
and it made me,
7s for Mark. Couple jack 9s and an ace deuce suited for Art.
my fault, I apologize.
No, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I tried to give you some money.
Hey,
I tried.
You sure did.
But
Dan
it
ain't
is your
lying with
fault.
that part.
You knocked on the table prematurely.
He said, I tried to give you some money, and
no, I wasn't saying that.
flop
But
from
you
I was saying,
were over here and you went,
Sean.
I said, here it
and then I
comes.
went runner, runner.
I said, here it
Pair
comes.
and the nut flush draw.
Roll. I did.
Aces
I
and a
said, here
wheel
it
draw
comes.
for
To
Art.
himself.
I told y'all before the hand, I'm losing with pocket aces. Did I not say that?
It was a verbal, and it was binding.
It was fine.
Whoopsie daisy.
But
Nice little needle from Danny Jack.
Turn the kings and 4s there, and that's
Yes.
a disguised turn card.
It sure is, yeah. Art's never generally going to be worried too much about the king, and unfortunately, Art's back to his old ways, of just getting unlucky and getting beat.
Yeah, this is interesting.
That's going to be a little too strong for Art to call. 225 is incredibly stout bet. But we'll see what Art does.
Drop sale, $700, yeah.
Looks like Art doesn't want to fold. Art just thinks he's bluffing.
And he's kind of right. He had the flush draw, but
He did.
he beat you in a way you're not seeing, Art.
Oh, Art thought about it there for a second. He's trying to figure out what he can beat, what he can't beat.
see, I was thinking there was
Art, you just need to put those chips back into your stack and save your money. He doesn't, though. He's going to get the bad news that he was right. He did think his opponent was bluffing with the flush draw. The bad news was he turned 2 pair with it.
Absolute brutal.
3 o'clock.
Yeah, I was actually in a similar spot on the stream that I played on that opening weekend. Was I had put my opponent on a flush draw on the flop, and the turn and river was a 3. And my opponent decided to get out of line on the turn. I just called, and then the river was a 3 paired to the board, so it came runner, runner, 3. And I literally put this man on queen 3 of hearts. And that is precisely what he had. Sometimes that turn and river, even though you think it might be good, you're pretty sure your opponent has a flush draw, but you just have to realize that there is still potential that you could lose. Yeah, that was a little Matt. That was an interesting hand because that was the hand where I had flopped 2 pair, and he had queen 3 of hearts and flopped the flush draw, turned to 3. So in his eyes, he turns a pair with a flush draw and can take the aggressive route now. So I check, he bets, I think, and I call, or I bet. Yeah, I bet, he raises and I call, and then I check the river. River comes out of 3, about as safe as it can be, but at the same time, any king now beats me because it's king 5-6, 3-3. I have 5-6. Any king beats me, but I'm not putting him on a king, putting him on a busted flush draw. But I had to think to myself, what kind of busted flush draws do I still lose to? And knowing my opponent capable of playing something like a weak suited cards, something like a queen 3, thought better of it and folded. Little better believe it, he had the queen 3. It's difficult to do though. Unfortunately, Art can't get away from it. Right read, just the wrong time.
Yeah, that one's a lot of time.
He said that one's a lot. We were playing 3 hands, and I was getting down, and then we were playing 3 hands, and I'm stumbling out of it. Hey, but once you get them with, definitely not easy money or bingo. In the beginning, they play someone normal, but after all that green line, they play Omaha, right? Yeah.
I'll watch you play next time.
I'll need help.
In Omaha?
I just couldn't hit a flop. And my holding flop was pretty bad. We were playing every hand. Yeah, I got it.
So we have a all-in and a call? Is that what I heard? No way. That must have been at another table.
No, it's one time Max Payne. He's got dead Jack Stand. He's just got 100 and
Oh, okay.
200
okay.
bucks with pocket 3s, and let's see if he can crack aces again.
Very difficult to do to crack aces multiple times, but I have seen it. And that is not going to be the flop that he needs. Not going to be the turn that he needs. Not going to be the river. Looks like we're only going to run it once. Aces. Stand tall this time.
Nice hand, Todd. Hard to crack aces every time there, Danny.
Yeah, he just,
He had a better hand this time.
yeah, definitely better. He just thought that he was on fire, cracking aces left and right. Looks like we're down to 6-handed again. We are coming down to the end of our stream. Looks like we probably got about 10 minutes left. Again, thanks everybody so much for joining us here on this Saturday night. We know that busy Saturday night for most people. Thank you so much for being here and hanging out with us. Still got a couple hands to go.
Rocco!
Sometimes what we'll see is once we kind of get closer to the end of games, as these players get tired, try to spice some things up a little bit. See if anybody goes crazy.
Yeah, it can go one or two ways. You know, you got some guys that might try and gamble to
Yep,
get unstuck,
some
and you
guys
got some
tighten
guys
up.
that might lock it up.
Yeah, a lot of guys lock it up.
There's not a whole lot to
Unfortunately
lock up
for
here.
our field tonight, most of these players are lockup players.
Well, that Sean with Jacks, there's not a whole lot of lockup ability. Only Ronnie's got a really good win.
Yeah. Let's take a look at that one more time.
Sorry,
No, we'll
won't
look
let
at
me
it
do
after the
while- yeah,
hand.
they won't let me do it while the.
Yeah, that's fine. Just want to take a look at it. See what our final numbers were before we close up shop for the night.
Oh, Jacks versus tens. See?
Here we go. So we got a
George
3
said
bet
I ain't
from
locking
tens.
nothing up.
And let's see what Jax decides to do.
He's stuck. He ain't
Looks
out.
like he's
Just
just
not.
going to call. See this
Oh,
flop?
actually, Sean's winning now, it says.
And this is good for Gastray here because he's taken the betting lead away from Sean with the best hand. And now the ace high comes out on the board. A lot of Gastray's range are going to include all the aces. And look at this. This is what happens when you take the betting lead away from somebody. They don't even think twice about it. They just always automatically assume that you probably have that ace in your range.
Yeah, good play, Georgie.
Absolutely. Great play by George. And again, that's something that you can take note of. Is you don't have to have the best hand to win in poker. That's why this is considered a skill game.
Yeah.
In these situations, again, your opponent raises an early position and you re-raise. Your opponent just calls. Generally, you know, they can't see your cards, so they have to give you credit for having some kind of hand. And when that ace comes out, first thing that a lot of poker players think of to themselves is this is ace king, this is ace queen. Maybe he has pocket kings. But either way, Gastray with a world-class play takes away the pot. So here we see Gastray with the best hand this time. Little does he know, it is the best hand. Second pair.
He's got half of what he had last time.
Yeah, he should feel comfortable that this 4 on the turn is going to keep his hand in the lead. Nobody took a betting lead and fired out when the jack comes out. The diamonds are out there now. Gastray is just going to scoop up a nice little pot.
He's going to heat up a little bit before we get the stream.
Yeah, can we take a look at those numbers one time?
Yeah, just put him up.
Didn't see it, sorry. Let's see here. It looks like Ronnie up top at the 21. Gastray right behind him at 800. Down with Mark, down 1,000. And was Art less than 1,000? Yeah,
Yep,
down
700.
715. So
Come back.
yeah, Art was down an additional $1,000. So look at that stack there. He's gained back basically that 2 stacks of green. Looks like the racks are getting busted out, so probably don't have too much time left available here.
Open-ended for Sean.
Yeah,
Gutter.
Gastray. Got the bottom pair here. Backdoor straight draw.
Gets called
Ronnie
two
with the
spots.
gutter. Gonna see the king on the turn. Doesn't change anything in their hands.
And George,
And
he's
the
got the
9.
best hand if he can
Yeah,
withstand
George just
us,
has to hold on, but knowing Ronnie, he likes to fire.
It works.
Ronnie is a firer.
He said, if you all, Ronnie, if you've shown him weakness on the river, he tends to attack it.
Yeah. Anytime basically it's been checked to Ronnie on the river, he's fired. So that's, again, something to make note of. If you're just always checking to your opponent who always bets the river, it doesn't mean they have the best hand. It just means that they have to fire to win. That took me a long time to figure out in my poker game that when I check and somebody bets doesn't mean it's a good hand. It just means that sometimes you have to bet to win.
Yeah, I used to have a saying, you know, when it's multi-way and it checks and the button bets, the button always has a hand.
Yeah,
It's
always,
miraculous.
Yeah, it took me a long time to realize that that is not the case. It is just they read weakness and they know that in order to win, they basically got to get some money in there. So we're down to 5, all the true degenerates trying to get some money back.
Gotta love them. God love them.
At this point, out of the 5 players, we unfortunately only have 1 loser. Art, not that you're a loser in real life, my man, but you just ran like dog dung today. But I am actually thoroughly impressed that you were able to get that back. Most times what happens is if you see a player down 1,700, they will probably get it down to 2,000 and get it down 2,200, down 2,500, trying to chase those wins. But my man, old school, solid player, knows what we got to do to win. He did exactly that. Got most of his money back. I know I've done it. I know you've done it, Mitch. But there's just been multiple times where I was down 1,000, 1,200, and then I get back down to only 100, and I feel like I just won a World Series of Poker bracelet.
Feel on top of the world
Oh
sometimes.
man, and it's like you start thinking about it, it's like, wait a minute, I'm still down 100, but it's not you're down 100. It's I could have been down 1,200. Because the way I look at it is, yeah, you're down that much, but when you reset the whatever it is, now you're at this point, and if you win the money,
you turned him, Georgie.
yeah, George has just become an absolute beast here in this last 30 minutes. Has basically just won a majority of all the hands. Not getting much aggression back at him. Todd with the insta fold flops top pair. Of course, he does lose to the queen and diamonds on the turn, but instantly lays it down. Very smart. Again, before we get off here, just go ahead and run down some notes. Make everybody aware before we run out of time. Again, be sure to visit us next weekend. We're going to be offering the Club JAQK mini series that runs November 17th through the 19th. So again, about a week away. It's going to open it up with a $300 ladies event on Friday. That's the 17th at 11 a.m. We're going to have a $200 tag team on Saturday, the 18th at 2 p.m., followed by that same night at 7 p.m., a $200 black chip bounty. And we're going to conclude the Club JAQK mini series on November 19th at 12 p.m. with a $400 deep stack. Also, beginning in January on the 8th at 7 p.m. for 10 consecutive Mondays, we're going to be offering a Club JAQK Poker League. It's going to be $160 per week. All the tourneys are going to be freeze-outs, and those are going to be capped at 36 entries. And to conclude the tournament series, we're going to be offering the Card Player Poker Tour. That's going to be a $200,000 guarantee. That's a $600 buy-in beginning February 16th through the 25th. The day 1A is going to be February 16th, followed by the 6th starting day, which is day 1F, is going to be February 24th at 2 p.m. Day 2, that's going to be where all the days combined with the remaining players are going to begin on February 25th. And that's going to be at 11 a.m. Again, Card Player Poker Tour on February 16th through the 25th, set to be the largest tournament series in Kentucky history. Be sure to come out and join us. Again, for any information that you may require or need, if you want to get a hold of somebody, ask any questions, be sure to visit us on clubjackpoker.net or come out and visit us on 161 Outer Loop. That's 40214 here in Louisville, Kentucky. You can also visit any of our social media platforms, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, YouTube. And you can also visit us on PokerAtlas.com or the Poker Atlas app. That way you can leave a review of the club. Let us know what you love. Let us know what you hate. We definitely take constructive criticism to make sure that we provide you all with the best poker experience possible. Again, any kind of questions, comments, concerns, be sure to visit us on clubjackpoker.net.
Don't go nowhere. We got the Ace 9 taking the edge, and look at that. Gets Art to fold the 10-9. Once again, aggression wins.
Mm-hmm.
Ronnie's played well tonight. He's
Yes.
winning 2100. He's played well. He got lucky with the king high flush versus queen high flush, but
Yeah.
he's played solid other than that hand. And even that wasn't a horrible call. He just decided to gamble a little
No,
bit.
he hasn't played too splashy. Hasn't played too crazy. He's taken advantage of the spots that were laid before him. Obviously, you know, anytime you get you cooler somebody, you're going to win a nice little pot. But anytime that he has been checked to, he has taken the aggressive approach to steal the pots. And again, you know, they don't have to be giant pots, but when you steal them, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 times a night, at the end of the night, you know, it's going to add up. So, well played by Ronnie tonight. Looks like he's going to be our big winner. Again, if you want to be the next Club Jack live stream big winner, it's as simple as shooting us a message on Facebook. Visit us on clubjackpoker.net.
Yeah. and
Get
there's-
signed up.
Yeah, and there's always, like, even if you don't get on the start, you that's not hard to do either, but seats become available
Oh,
throughout
absolutely.
the night. You can
Yeah,
be an
we-
alternate, like as you see.
Yeah, we see it tonight. Multiple people join the game after the fact.
Oh man, Sean turns the Nutter Butters gut shot and 5 for Art. He only child. There's no money. There's some money in the pot.
No, it's not very much.
Art's
Yeah.
not gonna be paying this off, but
Nah, based on Art's play style.
yeah, his history.
He's made a couple of questionable calls trying to hero call, but in a spot like this, I just don't see it going very much further.
They done.
So I think we actually are only going to have a couple of more hands. Let's take a look here.
Uh-oh. Looks like we have flush draw versus flush draw again. Will we see it for the 4th or 5th time tonight?
Yes, this would be absolutely crazy to see towards the end of the stream. Let's see what happens here. We know both players are going to see it.
No.
No, King on the
But
river.
Todd does
Todd is
improve.
going to come out and sneak the win.
Who bet it? Georgie? No. Small bet.
Yeah, it looks like a small bet. George can go ahead and get out of there, but Ronnie's
yeah,
going
it's
to feel
the
bad
blocker
that his
bet.
queen got unlucky, but I think this is a spot that you can easily fold. I know you've got the second pair. Looks like he's going to get sticky here, but the king's going to complete a lot of type of draws that were out there. King jacks, king nines.
That's one of
Ace
those-
King's
but
a little
that's one of
unlikely,
those small
but-
bets are pretty good. They work very well sometimes.
No, absolutely.
You get them.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Definitely done it myself.
Yeah, sometimes you just kind of want to see what they got too.
Forgot all these poker chips are going to cash out.
Not from here.
Oh,
Or are they?
yeah, they're here.
Those look like you know where's. Okay, yeah.
They actually, now that I think about it, you are right. These do have the boat feel to them.
Kinda. What's that?
Because I'm pretty sure the boat uses a blue and yellow combination. Can't even remember anymore. Although it is pretty standard for all casinos to use the color combos. It's just the little edge coloring is what differs usually. I've been to a couple of casinos where they use different colors for 5s and different colors for 25s, and I'm not a fan.
Here we go. Here is check. Art actually has the best hand.
And hits
no.
the
Gut
straight.
shot straight comes in.
Good thing it wasn't the king of clubs.
Well, Art. Yeah.
No, Art's gonna get out of there.
Not enough for Art to see nothing.
So at this point, these guys are just trying to hit one last desperate big hand, trying to gamble, trying to hit a miracle, hoping to hit a last-minute quads. Little do they know that they're playing 5-handed, no-limit Holdem, which is incredibly difficult to catch stuff. Huh?
What we got going on here? There's some hearts out there.
Yeah, so Sean's going to go ahead and bump that up to 60 with the King Jack of Hearts. Definitely like that play, especially when you get towards the end of the game. People are going to get a little bit more splashy.
Yeah, he's got Georgie in there and
Yeah.
drawing at some bad hearts.
Yeah, the last thing George wants to see is hearts. He's going to feel comfortable that it's good, but he's going to find out real quickly that it's not.
Oh my
And
God.
the flop is going to come
Don't do it
ace high
again
with
for
2
the
hearts.
fourth
Yeah,
time
so
tonight.
Todd's going to go ahead and take the lead there with the top pair, but little does he know, Gastray and Sean both have flush draws. Ronnie, second pair, probably doesn't love his hand too much. He does know that he has backdoor equity as well, but he's going to make a smart play and go ahead and lay
Hold
that
it
down.
pre-flop, I think. This is gonna be
Now, this is where it's going
do
to be
it
interesting
again.
here is what happens with Gastray. Looks like he's just going to call and then check it. We're going to see the turn, 10 of spades.
George is
Give
out.
Sean a
George is
little
gonna
bit
be
of
out of that.
little bit of equity, so it's a good spot to continue now because any queen will give him a straight. He's going to continue his bet. Looks like he's going to bet about 205. Is that correct?
George is. Oh, he's gonna get
155. Okay.
Oh yeah, for that price.
And
he
let's
is.
see if we can catch this hard on the river.
No, don't do it to Georgie. Although Sean deserves it.
No, not going to hit it. So king high is the best hand. A lot of the times, I think it's just going to go check here. But Sean might be putting him on an ace, knowing that he has to bet to get his opponent to fold. But no, he's going to find out that king high is actually the best hand, and George is going to be ecstatic that the heart didn't come. I'd love to see George's face here.
Come on, cameraman. Give
Show
us George's
George.
face.
Yeah,
He's
look at him.
happy.
I knew George would be happy to not hit that hard on the river.
But, you know, like we were talking about earlier, if George decides to get a little bit more aggressive, he wins that hand.
Oh, 100%. Hell, if
Not on the
George
turn, but if he can
if
find a
George just
lead.
goes a little crazy and bets out like 125 or somewhere in that range on the river, he's going to get that pot.
Hard to do though. It's exactly,
100%,
your opponent's
yeah,
been
it's-
showing strength the whole way.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to always bet into somebody that's been betting into you.
Yeah, I'm like, I would be undefeated if I could see the cards like we do.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I was trying to play on the stream with the laptop, but they wouldn't allow me to do it. I thought it was pretty shady myself.
I love good old Louisville weather. I'm looking at my memories on Facebook from a year ago. It was a couple inches of snow on the ground
Was it really right now?
a year ago.
Wow.
1 year ago, November 12th, there's snow.
They actually said it was one of the hotter months, one of the hottest months in the history of Kentucky. So it looks like here we had a straddle. Todd, I'm going to go ahead and get in there with the Jack 8 off. And we're having an incredibly slow deal by Jordan. I'm
Yeah,
not
some
sure
of
if he's
fire
off something
him.
here or if he's just really tired, but he seems to be frozen in place. It happens. It's whatever.
And the Jack
Flop's going to
7
come 7
flops
with 2
out.
deuces.
Flop
Sean
outflops the
is going to
Jack 8.
outflop Todd. Of course, neither player is really going to love that flop. Now
like the
Sean, with
turn.
turned equity, is going to realize where he's at and just going to go ahead and sniff at his chips and get a fold.
No, 180 is where it
So again, it looks like we're only going to have a few more hands left to review. We'll let them play that out again, just to make sure everybody's aware of all of everything that we got coming up. The Club JAQK mini-series, November 17th through the 19th. The Club JAQK Poker League. It's going to be beginning January 8th. Again, be sure to get into that early because that is only 36 entries, capped. And then, of course, we're going to conclude that with the Card Player Poker Tour. It's going to be a $200,000 guarantee. It's going to be February 16th through the 25th. Any kind of questions or comments, concerns about any of that, be sure to visit us at clubjackpoker.net. You can also visit us on any of our social media platforms. Be on Facebook, Instagram, Twitch, YouTube. You can also find us on Poker Atlas. Again, on Poker Atlas, you can get signed up for all of our cash games. You can get all the information you need. You can leave a review of the club. Let us know what we did right, what we did wrong to improve it. Again, we certainly do appreciate all of our viewers being here with us tonight. We know it was a long night. It started at 6. It's a little after midnight now. Got a couple of hands left. We're going to take a look, see if we can get any last-minute action.
It was there. If a 3 of spades came, we would have a straight flush versus a boat again.
Yeah, but we can't always hit the bad beat.
Come on, man.
I wish it would happen. I want the smoke, but 3 spades would be lovely, but we're just not that lucky to get such amazing action.
One player announcing to the rest of the group that when the stream ends, he's going to quit, which the stream does end in 2 more hands. Again, that does not mean that this game necessarily quits always, but they have played off the stream. Mark Haggard, hurry up so I can watch what Mitch says about me.
Oh, Mark's
You'll
in the
see,
chat.
Mark, you are in for a rude awakening, my friend.
Mark was the 4. Was he in the 4?
Oh yeah, he was blue, the arrow hat.
Yeah, it was C4, right?
Yeah, C4.
Yeah.
Sorry,
We
Mark.
actually pumped you out,
sorry.
Mark.
Yeah, I'm sorry ahead of time.
We actually loved your outfit, or at least I did. We did rate it, so be sure you catch the ratings.
That was from the chats.
Yeah, so we didn't actually personally set that up that way. We were just going along with the chat, but
You ranked really high,
yeah,
but the basketball shorts took some points.
Yeah, we did rank your outfit, but then unfortunately we saw the basketball shorts in November, and we weren't fans of that. We weren't fans.
But your play was good.
So is this final hand? Is that right? They're going to gamble it up here. Of course, I see Art here.
Yeah,
with
Mark, you will see. I don't know if you've already heard or someone texted you or anything, but that King Jack hand's a brutal one, buddy.
Against the King Queen?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I won't tell you a spoiler if you haven't seen it yet, but that's a brutal one.
Yeah, just go back, review that hand, my man. See what you think about it.
This is the last hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, look at the hand with Ronnie. He's got the 6 high straight, got the flush draw. Unfortunately, again, pretty standard in Holdem. You're just not going to get a lot of big clashes. And it looks like Jordan's taking off the headset.
That
looks like
means
we're
we
going to
get to take
officially
off
be
the
over with
headsets
for
too.
tonight. Yeah, so
Thank you guys for tuning in.
absolutely. Yeah, thanks so
Saturday
much.
night, good game, good action. We appreciate you.
Again, the stream will be on tomorrow at 3 p.m. They have a Omaha stream going on. It's at 3 p.m. on Sundays. Again, next week the streams are going to be changed up a little bit because we will be broadcasting the ladies event. I'm not sure exactly what they're wanting to do with Saturday night, but they may want to stream that
broadcasting.
tournament as well.
I think they
Yeah,
are.
okay.
Start to finish. But
Well,
we'll
that would be
probably
cool.
do that too.
Yeah, that'll be cool. So it's going to be a little bit different next week. But again, thanks everybody so much for getting us here.
All right. Yep. Thank you guys very much. Until next time, this is Mitchy Mitch.
I'm